In Japanese folklore, there exists a kind of being known as an Oni. These malicious creatures have long cast a shadow over the tales of Eastern mythology, stealing women from their homes, infecting villages with disease, and even eating wanderers who stray into their mountain lairs. With brightly coloured skin and distinctive horns, the terrifying image of the Oni is deeply woven into Japanese culture, and as centuries have transformed superstition into familiarity, they've become more than just fairy tale monsters. They star as villains in famous comics and movies, performers dress as them and dance at the head of parades, masks made in their likeness are sold to tourists as good luck charms, and a legendary katana, said to be able to kill them, lies in pride of place at the Tokyo Museum. These demon ogres may have been conceived by ancient farmers attempting to explain the horrors of the natural world, but amidst the towers of Shinjuku and Shibuya, the Oni still loom large in everyday life. So with that in mind, if you were to pen a story about an Onimusha, that phrase would likely mean something very different depending on who was reading it. A Japanese teen who'd grown up with the stories of Shuten Doji and Momotaro, and who'd thrown soybeans during Setsuban, well, they would immediately know that this is the tale of an Oni warrior, a slayer of demons. It's a striking term that conjures images of monsters and heroes, but would that be understood if you'd grown up in Germany, Canada, or Brazil? Could an English or Spanish speaker ever understand quite what it means to be a warrior of the Oni? Well, today we're going to explore the story of a video game developer that attempted to bridge this divide and take the legends of Japanese mythology and history across the seas and into strange new lands. It's a tale of feast and famine, ambition and failure, light and dark, all told through the lens of an eternal war between the forces of the Oni and the Genma. This is the story of how once upon a time, Capcom's Onimusha series ruled the world, and how that empire crumbled away to dust. So before we begin, some brief disclaimers. Firstly, this retrospective will contain spoilers for every piece of Onimusha media: the 4 mainline games, the 2 spin-off games, the 2 manga, and the Netflix series, which we'll explore in detail throughout the video. What we won't be looking into is the various Onimusha mobile and browser games. The reason for this is that they have almost nothing to do with the rest of the series and are really only connected by name. Other than mentioning them for the sake of inclusion, they add nothing to the wider narrative and therefore won't be covered. I'd also like to note that as an English monolinguist, I apologise in advance for any Japanese pronunciation that doesn't sound quite right. I have genuinely done my best to avoid any major mistakes, but it's hard to know exactly what is right and wrong when you don't have constant access to fluent speakers. Finally, along with references in the script and on screen, a link to a list of all the primary and secondary sources that informed the writing of this video can be found in the description, along with a brief note about how exactly they were used. So with all that out the way, let's begin our journey into this world of monstrous demons, heroic samurai, and crazed video game development. As with so many of Capcom's greatest series, the story of Onimusha begins in 1996, with the release of Resident Evil, a landmark game that completely changed the company's identity. You see, before the dawn of survival horror, Capcom had always been a fairly inoffensive developer, and while their best-selling series all used violent imagery, it was largely done in a colourful and cartoony way. The studio's vibrant aesthetics and distinctive characters had made them a major video game player, but as the end of the millennium approached, audiences began to demand more mature and complex experiences. Games that took full advantage of the 3D graphics found on the Sony PlayStation, Sega Saturn, and Nintendo 64. Luckily for Capcom, this sea change was also happening inside of their studios, and thanks to the dark inclinations of director Shinji Mikami and producer Toku Fujiwara, in 1996 they released Resident Evil for the PS1, the first ever mainstream 3D console horror game. Thanks to a combination of innovative gameplay that emphasised resource management and puzzle solving, groundbreaking atmosphere that placed tension above excitement, and horrifying 3D depictions of rotting zombies, Resident Evil quickly became a critical and commercial success, raking in glowing review scores and record sales. By the end of 1997, it had shipped well over 4 million units, which made it the second most successful release in the company's entire history, and that was after just 18 months on the market. It was an incredible achievement and paved a new path forwards for the once colourful and family-friendly company. Capcom quickly moved to take advantage of their new series' popularity, and within a few years, almost everything was geared towards this new survival horror formula. The original was ported to every possible platform, multiple successful sequels kept the wheels turning, next-generation spin-offs were put into production, and a deal was even signed to see the events of the game transformed into a Hollywood blockbuster. In fact, it was so successful that survival horror quickly transformed from a marketing tagline into a full-blown genre, as rival companies like Konami, Squaresoft and Sega all published their own spin on Resident Evil's blueprint. By the end of the decade, tank controls, fixed cameras, inventory management, and man-eating monsters were no longer confined to the Spencer Mansion, and developers were working to take this formula into all manner of new directions. So, it is within this context that the world first learnt of Onimusha Demon Warrior, which was revealed at a Tokyo launch event in April of 1998. Now, as it was reported in the English-speaking media, Onimusha had a straightforward premise. Capcom had reused the Resident Evil 2 engine and were producing a slightly more action-focused game, which starred a samurai exploring a feudal Japanese castle. Edge magazine reported that, unlike the B-movie influence of Mikami's games, Onimusha would blend fantasy with history and attempt to use famous Japanese figures as part of its demon-filled story. It was an enticing prospect, but just like how Dino Crisis quickly became known as Resident Evil with dinosaurs, Onimusha's premise to non-Japanese onlookers wasn't much more than Resident Evil with samurai. Now, that didn't mean people weren't interested, and actually there was quite a bit of excitement thanks to the team that was developing Onimusha Demon Warrior. Not only was it being directed by Yun Takeuchi, a rising star who'd been heavily involved with both Resident Evil 1 and 2, but the story had been written by Noboru Sugimura, an acclaimed writer who joined Capcom to improve the quality of their narratives in the 3D era. It was a solid backbone, but the biggest headline was that it would be produced by Keiji Inafune, a man who is extremely well known for his work as an artist, planner and producer. Rightly or wrongly, outside of Japan, he was often called the father of Mega Man, and considering that series' legacy in America, people were very interested in this seemingly strange career move. Now, had Onimusha Demon Warrior continued as planned, it would have likely ended up as an ambitious, late life cycle PS1 horror game, much in the same vein as Dino Crisis 2 or Parasite Eve 2. But in late 1999, a change was announced, and I believe that Inafune had a big part to play in this. In September of that year, it was announced that the development of Onimusha was being rebooted, and it would instead be released on Sony's PlayStation 2, making it not only the console's first high-budget action game, but Capcom's first non-sequel next-generation release. Now, this was particularly important as through an odd set of circumstances, namely Mikami's refusal to work on the PS2 and Hideki Kamiya's next project transforming into Devil May Cry, Capcom were heading into the next generation without a PS2 Resident Evil game in production. In interviews, Inafune claimed that the decision to reboot Onimusha was due to his team wanting to work on the best hardware available, but I have my suspicions that it was rather more to do with positioning this game as the Resident Evil replacement, and therefore the de facto most important release on the platform. You see, so far the 3D era hadn't been particularly kind to Keiji Inafune. Mega Man 8, Mega Man X4 and the Mega Man Legends series had all released to disappointing sales, and as Resident Evil began to eclipse the Blue Bomber, he found himself working on ports and managing promotional campaigns, rather than designing cutting-edge games. Once Onimusha was announced as a PlayStation 2 title, the media suddenly became very interested, and Inafune was constantly giving interviews to websites like 1UP, IGN and GameSpot, and was even invited onto the famous Japanese TV show Game Center CX. I don't doubt that he wanted to make the best game possible, but it's clear from his demeanour and replies that he was also enjoying being back in the spotlight. Now, you might say this is a slightly cynical read, but Inafune had a bit of a track record for talking up his own reputation, and Onimusha was really no different. You see, in both his Game Center CX interview and an interview with the website PSX Extreme, Inafune describes how he came up with the idea for Onimusha. Apparently, after seeing the success of Resident Evil, he'd imagined a survival horror spin-off set during the Sengoku period, which is a time in Japanese history in the 16th century, when the nation was embroiled in constant civil war, and legendary samurai battled each other for dominance. Essentially, Onimusha had been conceived in a single brilliant thought. But I have reason to believe this is not true. You see, these interviews are not the first time that a version of Resident Evil set in feudal Japan had been discussed with the media, as all the way back in 1997, Japanese magazine Dengeki Nintendo 64 had conducted an interview with Capcom designer and writer Yoshiki Okamoto. In this interview, Okamoto was asked about any ideas he had for upcoming N64 games, and he described something he'd been working on, a version of Resident Evil set in a Sengoku Japanese castle, featuring ninjas, traps, magic, and monsters. Now, it's perfectly possible that both Okamoto and Inafune came up with the same idea, but there's quite a bit of evidence to suggest that it's Inafune who's not being honest. A few months after giving his Dengeki Nintendo 64 interview, Okamoto would leave Capcom and form the writing company Flagship, who were then contracted by Capcom to deliver video game concepts. It's pretty suspicious that after this contract was signed, Onimusha Demon Warrior appeared a year later, and with Okamoto's Flagship co-owner, Nobuo Sugimura, credited as its scenario writer. Now, obviously I can't say for sure, but it certainly looks like Inafune was claiming that he'd invented Onimusha when he almost certainly hadn't. And it makes me think that other decisions, like the shift to the PlayStation 2, might have been similarly driven by a producer looking to reclaim some of his lost glory. Now, regardless of the motivations, all Inafune's talking was drumming up a lot of excitement about this new version of Onimusha, especially in regards to how it used the PlayStation 2's advanced hardware. At E3 2000, Capcom had decided to make the game the centerpiece of their presentation, and armed with a new name, Onimusha Warlords, the press were wowed by graphics, animations and effects that were unlike anything else on the market. The star of the show was a 5-minute introductory cutscene that had been specially produced by Robot Studio, dedicated animation house contracted to improve the quality of Capcom's FMVs. The decision was expensive but massively paid off, as the lengthy sequence portrayed an extremely realistic Sengoku-era battlefield, and while concrete plot details were scant, the cinematic style and high-quality motion capture transfixed the press. Between the lack of any real competition at this point on the PlayStation 2, the undeniably next-generation visuals, and some creative marketing from Inafune, the Onimusha hype machine really picked up speed after this E3, and as 2001 approached, the game looked destined to be a monster hit. When it finally released in Japan on January 25, 2001, all eyes were on the sales numbers, and they did not disappoint. Within a week, it had shifted almost 800,000 copies, and after just 30 days, that number was well over 1 million, making Onimusha Warlords the best-selling game on the platform and the first ever PS2 title to reach that mark. So when Capcom of America CEO Bill Gardner announced that Onimusha would be receiving a multi-million-dollar American marketing campaign, and that analysts could expect global sales that would far eclipse that of Resident Evil, it was clear that Capcom were confident of a serious international hit. Well, when it finally released in English, the sales numbers were good. Not great, but good. By late 2002, Onimusha Warlords had sold well over 2 million copies worldwide, but the lion's share of these were still in Japan. And while the American and European returns were very respectable for a new IP, they weren't quite at the seismic levels that Gardner had predicted. So, what was it about Onimusha that appealed to Japanese gamers so much more than American and European audiences? Well, given what we discussed during the opening of this video, the Japanese feudal and mythological setting would be a clear explanation, but that's a little too obvious. Instead, let's talk about another factor which was intrinsic to Onimusha's Eastern success, but is often given almost no credit by those who discuss it. A certain man called Takeshi Kaneshiro. It is impossible to properly discuss Onimusha without talking about Takeshi Kaneshiro, a man whose contribution to the series is outrageously underappreciated in America and Europe. Now, there's a reason for this, but to properly understand it, we need to build a picture of who this man is, and why he's even involved with Capcom's shiny new game. Kaneshiro first rose to prominence as a young Taiwanese pop star, Thanks to his striking good looks and a series of sickly sweet love ballads, he quickly became a teen heartthrob and began to transition into the world of acting. Now, while this was a fairly typical path to fame in 1990s Taiwan, Kaneshiro didn't like to do things conventionally. And in an interview in 2003, his longtime manager, Ava Yao, would describe him as a challenging client who refused to take easy roles that would have made them a lot of money. Instead, Kaneshiro wanted to push himself, and in 1994 he starred in Chungking Express by the visionary director Wong Kar-wai. Unlike the action films and romantic comedies that ruled most of Hong Kong's cinema scene, Chungking Express was a complex and abstract movie dealing with isolation, and Kaneshiro's role as an erratic and quirky police officer won him a lot of critical acclaim. When he followed this up with another Kar-wai collaboration the following year, 1995's Fallen Angel, where he played a mute hitman on the run, it was clear that he was no typical ex-pop star and had real potential to be a massive deal. From this point, it would have been easy to cash in on his achievements and become a major Chinese language movie star, but once again, Kaneshiro wanted to push boundaries and took a very controversial role as the lead character in the Japanese drama God Just a Little More Time. Now, this was the first ever Japanese program to deal with the subject of HIV and AIDS, and featured Kaneshiro having a relationship with an infected woman played by Kyoko Fukada. Now, despite this scandalous premise, by the end of its 1998 run, God Just a Little More Time was raking in 30% of all television viewership, and it caused Kaneshiro to become a massive crossover star in the huge Japanese market. With his career blasting off into orbit, he was free to take all manner of different roles, and over the next few years, he'd have a string of big movie hits, like the comedy Space Travelers and a sci-fi action-adventure called Returners, that was so popular in Japan that it beat out Star Wars on its opening weekend. So by the time Onimusha Warlords had entered into development, Kaneshiro was a genuine Eastern A-lister, and this is why his involvement is such a big factor in the game's Japanese success. When American websites and magazines reported that Capcom's upcoming release Onimusha would feature the likeness of Asian actor Takeshi Kaneshiro, this really did not do his involvement justice, and it's pretty clear that most of the English-speaking media had no idea who he actually was. Nowadays, it's nothing special to see a big Hollywood actor attached to a video game project, but in the 1990s this couldn't have been further from the status quo. And thanks to the technology available, it simply wasn't feasible to license superstars and use them effectively. Sure, we got the odd example like Bruce Willis in Neversoft's Apocalypse, and David Bowie popping up in Quantic Dream's The Nomad Soul, but these were limited performances, and for the most part, ambitious and cinematic video games were still working with text-based dialogue and simple animations. The PlayStation 2 marks the point where this changed, and thanks to the improved hardware, which enabled things like high-quality voice acting, facial motion capture, and far more complex animation, well, they all meant that it was viable to cast an actor and replicate their performance in a way that actually elevated the game. Studios like Rockstar and Neversoft would quickly catch on to this, but Keiji Inafune was the first man to really recognise its potential, and in Takeshi Kaneshiro, he had quite literally the perfect candidate. You see, Kaneshiro was infamous for loving video games, and would often joke with interviewers that instead of hanging out with cast members or going to expensive parties, he'd much rather head back to his hotel room and play on his PC. Despite the magnitude of his fame, he jumped at the chance to work on a video game when approached, and with such a big star attached, Onimusha's profile in Japan transformed into something very different from how it was seen in the rest of the world. Kaneshiro's face was on promotional material. He did all manner of TV interviews and was even present at press events, literally playing the game for entranced audiences. I think it's still fair to say that the Sengoku era setting would have naturally lent itself towards stronger Japanese sales, but it's also impossible to underestimate Kaneshiro's impact on the game's commercial potential, as this had absolutely no chance of being replicated on the other side of the Pacific. Now, our investigation could end there, but the Kaneshiro-shaped rabbit hole goes even deeper, as he wasn't simply lending his likeness to Capcom. You see, in Onimusha's credits, Kaneshiro is listed as a guest creator, and from Inafune's Game Center CX interview and a behind-the-scenes DVD that came with the Japanese special edition, we can see that he had a surprising amount of say in the game's development. On top of recording voice lines and doing motion capture, we see him testing sections of the game, discussing design ideas with Inafune, and giving 3D artists feedback, all as if he was an industry veteran rather than just a famous actor. The reality was that Onimusha was not just a game that featured Takeshi Kaneshiro, but a game made by Takeshi Kaneshiro, and I really believe that it's this distinction that caused the game to be such a financial juggernaut in the East, and only a moderate success in the West. Now, at the end of the day, Onimusha Warlords is still a video game, and even with a famous actor, shiny new technology and minimal competition, it still needed to be good in order to shift copies, and thankfully in this regard, it did not disappoint. Reviews upon release in both Japan and America were very positive. IGN called it a must-play title and the finest game Capcom had ever produced. GamePro declared that it was the first game to live up to the expectations that the PS2 had created, and GameSpot said it had the potential to break Capcom's survival horror formula out into an even larger audience. Clearly, there was a lot more to this story than simple celebrity, so I think it's high time that we dive into the bloody chaos of the Sengoku period, and explore just why the adventures of Samanosuke Akechi sparked off a major PlayStation 2 franchise. Onimusha Warlords is a game that puts its best foot forward, opening with that famous CGI cutscene and establishing both its pedigree as a technical showcase and its chops as a thrilling Sengoku-era adventure. With the names of its creators cut in between striking images of soldiers and insects, the FMV carries itself with all the trappings of a big screen blockbuster, and as the skies turn grey and maggots crawl along corpses, we're thrust into a world of warfare created by the leader of the Oda clan, Daimyo Oda Nobunaga. Now, the obvious thing to talk about here is the quality of the motion capture, which was something genuinely groundbreaking and which Inafune's team were particularly proud of. This short sequence received an entire section in the behind-the-scenes DVD, detailing the complex processes by which they captured endless movements for their animators. Thanks to all this hard work, the sequence looks fantastic, and while the texture work and modelling might be a little aged, the more artistic qualities, like the sound design, the choice of camera angles and the intensity of the editing, all help create something timeless that's clearly drawing on the language of classic Japanese film. It's a great opening made all the better by how we're introduced to our protagonist, Takeshi Kaneshiro's heroic samurai, Samanosuke Akechi, who first appears on our screen accompanied by the soaring strings of a full orchestra. Now, the music of Onimusha is its own little riddle, which we'll talk about later on in the video, but for now all you need to know is that much like everything else in the game, it was designed to be as boundary pushing as possible. Instead of compressed samples and MIDI-like sound fonts, the PS2's DVD format gave composers the ability to create lush orchestral arrangements, and Onimusha's musical director, Mamoru Samuragochi, used this to masterful effect, blending strings and percussion with traditional Japanese instruments and creating a mixture that perfectly suits the chaos. So we see Samanosuke handily defeat a group of soldiers, and then the scene cuts back to Nobunaga, who, while reveling in his victory, is struck through the throat by a stray arrow, and then falls to both the floor and his death. This prompts another switch of scenery. Now we see Samanosuke racing on horseback as demons move through the beams of a feudal castle. Our hero is attempting to rescue a young girl, but by the time he storms into her room, she is gone, and all he can do is swear that he will rescue Princess Yuki from whatever fiend has captured her. The culprits are clearly the forces of the Oda clan, but as the last names of the development team flash across the screen and the music swells to a dramatic conclusion, we see that this force is beyond anything in human history, and Nobunaga has risen from the dead. Now honestly, it's little surprise that this sequence made such an impact at E3. By the standards of the previous generation, this was positively futuristic, as even games like Metal Gear Solid and Vagrant Story, creations by the finest minds of the 1990s, weren't able to ape the look and feel of big budget cinema this effectively. Samanosuke Akechi literally is Takeshi Kaneshiro, and that scene where he reacts to Yuki's disappearance with just his eyes and a tense grip of a letter, well, that was unlike anything that had been seen on a home console. So with the introduction finished, the focus switches from setting the tone to setting the scene, and we see the contents of the letter Samanosuke received from Princess Yuki, a plea to rescue her from her home at Inabayama Castle, where servants are going missing and mysterious creatures are stalking the grounds. This rescue mission is the central objective of Onimusha Warlords, and with that established, we switch into the game proper and find Samanosuke and his accomplice, a female ninja called Kaide, arriving at Inabayama utterly unprepared for what they will find. Within just a few screens of movement, Samanosuke discovers Yuki has been captured by a cohort of demonic Genma soldiers, who, despite our hero's martial prowess, cannot be defeated. And after an encounter with a particularly large one called Osrig, our hero collapses and Yuki is whisked away. Now, if you're expecting a grounded Akira Kurosawa-style samurai tale, this is the point where Onimusha leaves genuine history behind, as Samanosuke awakens in another plane of existence and stands before the inhuman visage of an Oni. This mysterious being explains that in order to defeat the Genma monsters, Samanosuke will need to turn their strength against them. So it gives him the Oni Gauntlet, a tool which can absorb their corrupted souls. Apparently unfazed by all this, Samanosuke stoically realises that fortune is smiling upon him, and so armed with the gauntlet, we set out to rescue Yuki and defeat the Servants of Darkness. Now, this brings me onto yet another divide that separated English and Japanese Onimusha fans, although this one was less a product of cultural difference and more a result of poor production. You might have noticed that in the English script, the terms Oni and Genma aren't actually present, and have instead been replaced by Ogre and Demon, a choice that makes understanding this premise a little harder than necessary. You see, within the context of Onimusha, the Oni are a force for good, and the Genma a force for evil. And that isn't particularly represented by the choice of Ogre and Demon, which generally both have negative connotations in English. Funnily enough, Capcom would later realise this, as in all future Onimusha games, the English translation would revert to Oni and Genma, and so for the sake of consistency, I'm going to do the same here. Now, while it's not hard to work out what the characters mean, it's representative of a lack of effort in the localization, and this leads us to another striking difference that's found in the character performances. While voice acting in video games was still in its infancy, the team at Capcom had decided to draw upon a host of well-known Japanese anime actors in order to complement the much advertised voice work of Takeshi Kaneshiro. Kaide is voiced by Nao Takamori, who'd worked on shows like Mobile Suit Gundam and Detective Conan, and Princess Yuki is voiced by Akemi Okamura, who was well known as the voice of Nami in the hyper-popular One Piece. While the standout performer is obviously Kaneshiro, the rest of the cast still do a great job, and in Japanese, Onimusha sounds just as dramatic as it looks. Now, the issue is that this same level of care was not taken when hiring the English cast, and it's led to a dub that's very reminiscent of the notorious 1996 version of Resident Evil. Without wanting to be overly harsh on inexperienced actors that were likely working with little direction, these performances really do impact the overall tone, and make everything rather more schlocky than in Japanese. This jarring discrepancy is probably best embodied by the character Guildenstern, who Samanosuke discovers shortly after entering Inabayama Keep. Deep underground, we discover an altar, and standing over it, a twisted creature that is giggling with delight as it pulls apart a fresh human corpse. This is the Genma scientist Guildenstern, who laughs off Samanosuke's challenges, claiming that he hasn't seen such a foolish human since Nobunaga struck a pact to regain his life. Confused at what exactly this means, Samanosuke demands answers, but only finds conflict, as Guildenstern disappears deeper into the castle and we are left to fight a writhing mass of tentacles known as Reynaldo. Now, in Japanese, Guildenstern sounds fantastic, all thanks to the talents of Tamio Oki, who'd already enjoyed a lengthy voice acting career and had worked on famous shows like Cowboy Bebop, Berserk, and Ghost in the Shell. His performance is a mixture of mysterious and alien, stating everything with a matter-of-fact arrogance that makes it clear that the Genma see humans as nothing more than cattle to be harvested. Really, it's great stuff, but this isn't at all present in the English dub. Here, Guildenstern is played by Michael Stark, whose only other credit is a performance as Kooky Von Koopa in a few different 80s Super Mario cartoons. Now, I'm going to be generous and presume that Stark was given absolutely no context for his lines, because the voice he opts for, a kind of goofy, cartoonish squeal, couldn't be further from Oki's performance, and transforms Guildenstern from a disturbing monster into something rather more pantomime. Considering one of the core aims of the production was to create something that felt like a next-generation blockbuster, there simply isn't leeway for this. Considering most of the English cast don't fare all that better, it's a case of the Japanese voices being virtually mandatory in order to see Onimusha in its full intended glory. Fortunately, an area that transcends regional differences are the in-game graphics, which even outside of the pre-rendered cutscenes were some jaw-dropping stuff for 2001. Much like the early Resident Evil games and Shinji Mikami's Dino Crisis, Onimusha is built around 3D models moving across pre-rendered backgrounds, a setup that was incredibly common as it allowed for a pseudo three-dimensional look without having to worry about player camera control. Now, in those more horror-influenced games, this was usually paired with an intention to unsettle or confuse, as strange camera angles were chosen in order to elevate the atmosphere or even create jump scares. Onimusha approaches this concept from a slightly different perspective, and rather than trying to throw off the player, its camera angles are used to highlight the work of the team's artists, and all the neat graphical tricks that the PlayStation 2 could conjure. Not only are the backgrounds far more detailed, but they're presented at a much higher resolution, and this has the effect of blending the active 3D models with the static environments, something that many PS1 titles really struggled to do. We see golden sunsets from the outskirts of the Citadel, the looming full moon from atop the keep, vast wooded canyons and calm water gardens, all helping to transport us into this alien historical world. Considering that it also runs at a rock-steady 60 frames per second and requires virtually zero loading at any point, and you've got to say that for all the hype, Onimusha really delivered as a showcase of what the PS2 could do. Even if you had absolutely no interest in samurai stories or Japanese mythology or even Capcom's previous games, this was the sort of technical feast that turned heads, and near the start of a new generation, that could easily convert into sales. But, just as we have already discussed, Onimusha's success was a complex beast. This was a video game created by the masterminds behind Mega Man and Resident Evil, two franchises that placed a premium on gameplay and game design. And let me tell you, Onimusha is no different. At first glance, Onimusha Warlords might appear exactly as was described when it first appeared in the Western media, a clone of Resident Evil, set during the Sengoku period with samurai and demons. And frankly, I can understand that initial reaction. Upon taking control of Samanosuke, you'll immediately realise that to go along with those fixed camera angles, you're moving around with tank controls, which were very much still Capcom's bread and butter at this point in time. In addition to that, the central premise is extremely similar to the scenario cooked up by Mikami and Fujiwara. In Resident Evil, you arrive at the Spencer Mansion, looking for the missing STARS members, and through a combination of exploration, combat and puzzle solving, you begin to unravel a deeper mystery that poses a threat to the rest of the world. Well, in Onimusha, you arrive at Inabayama Castle, looking for the missing Princess Yuki, and through a combination of exploration, combat and puzzle solving, you begin to unravel a deeper mystery that poses a threat to the rest of the world. Hell, even beyond the premise, there are undeniable similarities in the moment-to-moment gameplay. You heal by using herbs that you find and access through your inventory. The backstory and world building are expanded through files that are hidden around the castle. The way exploration functions is also very similar, requiring specific items to be used at set locations in order to open new areas, and I mean there's even a variation on the infamous wooden shotgun puzzle. It's crystal clear that Onimusha is deeply connected to the survival horror progenitor. But the thing is, that doesn't mean that Onimusha is necessarily a Resident Evil clone, and to be totally honest, outside of these more surface level comparisons, they feel like very different experiences that are trying to do very different things. Let's start with the combat, which is a monstrous departure from the ammo conservation and carefully picked battles that defined the PS1 Resi games. As shown in the opening cinematic and literally in the title of the game, Samanosuke Akechi is a skilled warrior, and in order to reflect this, you have a lot of defensive and offensive tools with which to battle Genma. On the square button is your standard attack, which is a 3-hit combo and will automatically target whichever enemy is closest. Just like in Resident Evil, you can lock on to specific enemies, but the purpose of this isn't to increase accuracy, but to allow you to strafe left or right, or backstep away from danger. Obviously this is quite a change in mobility, but it's not as much of an advantage as you might think, as Onimusha likes to throw a lot of enemies at you, and you'll often find yourself swamped by 3 or 4 at a time, with the larger spaces continuously spawning foes from every direction. Now if you do find yourself overwhelmed, you can hold down L1, which puts Samanosuke into a guard stance, and this prevents most kinds of damage, but the trade-off is that you can't move, which can be pretty devastating if done at the wrong time. You see, the larger enemies do much more than simply swipe their weapons. Large demonic knights will grab hold of you if they can get close enough, hulking brutes can hit overhead smashes, which can only be sidestepped, and there are bosses that bring all of these mechanics together into a single fight. Even that isn't the whole picture, as there's an entire mechanic based around attacking just as you're about to be hit, which triggers an Isen counterattack and produces a small amount of healing. Given that herbs are the only other way to restore your health, this introduces an interesting level of tension, and when you're low on health, you really have to weigh up if you risk going for an Isen or permanently use up your limited supplies. Compared to the simple aim and shoot of Resident Evil, there's actually quite a bit going on, but for as chaotic and fast-paced as things can get, there's still lots of the strategy and planning that makes survival horror so engaging. For starters, there's still quite a bit of resource management, but instead of it coming from juggling items in your inventory, it revolves around the Oni Gauntlet and the various weapons that Samanosuke can wield. During the early portion of the game, quite a bit of the exploration is focused on finding 3 different holy weapons: the Ryzen, a thunder katana, the Enryu, a flame sword, and the Shippu, a bladed staff blessed by the wind. Now, along with giving you 3 different movesets that each have individual strengths and weaknesses, finding these weapons also unlocks the use of magic, which is a major part of Samanosuke's arsenal. Depending on the weapon you have equipped, by pressing triangle, you'll use up a portion of your magic bar and unleash a magical attack, which along with doing a lot of damage, can also have a practical impact in combat. The Enryu unleashes a wave of fire that can burn away wooden shields. The Ryzen triggers an AoE lightning attack that can hit multiple enemies, and the Shippu has a really wide pushback that can give you space to escape a tricky situation. So on top of attacking, blocking, counter-attacking and dodging enemy attacks, we've also got to factor in these 3 moves. And you can see how pretty quickly we're talking about a melee combat system that has much more depth than you might initially think. Now, the cherry on top is one final system, which takes everything we've just discussed and adds a layer of consequence to all the constant battling. If you remember, when the Oni originally gave the gauntlet to Samanosuke, it was with the promise of turning the Genma's power against them, and this is done through absorbing their souls when defeated. These come in 3 forms: yellow souls that heal you and are usually produced via Isen counters, blue souls which restore magic and typically come from larger demons, and the most common form, red souls, which drop from every foe and are invested into your weapons in order to upgrade them. That's right, Onimusha has a sort of pseudo-RPG system, where the more souls you absorb, the greater your offensive power becomes. But this comes with a lot of caveats that are once again clearly trying to introduce a degree of survival horror tension. You see, souls aren't automatically absorbed, and you need to manually suck them into the gauntlet by holding down the circle button. The issue is that this leaves Samanosuke completely vulnerable, and as the orbs disappear fairly quickly, absorption always comes with a big chunk of risk. Now, even if you're a master of all the combat maneuvers and collect every orb you can, you'll still have to make some tough decisions, as the way you spend your souls isn't exactly straightforward. Once you reach the central keep, you'll find the way inside is barred thanks to a strange Genma seal, and these can only be detached by opening the door with the corresponding coloured weapon. Early on in the game, the purpose is clearly to encourage players to explore and discover all of the Oni weapons, but interestingly, once you get deeper into the keep, you'll come across seals that require more than just the weapon to unlock. You see, in the upgrade screen, which is accessed via the game's save points, you can choose to use red souls to either upgrade your weapons or upgrade the level of seal that they can open. Now, you never actually know what is behind these doors, and the rewards range from upgrades to your total health to various limited use ranged weapons or even shortcuts and all new areas. So they feel like an intrinsic part of the game. But I've got to be honest, the game is designed in such a way that you're only really juggling priorities for a short amount of time. As there are only 3 weapons and 3 unlock orbs, you only have a limited amount of places to invest your souls, and given the sheer amount of combat you engage in, it's pretty easy to end up with a fully upgraded Samanosuke. The only way this might become harder to achieve is if you take a huge amount of damage, as you can also spend souls to upgrade herbs into medicine, which provide a full heal rather than a small one. If you're consistently dying and struggling to get through combat, you might want to do this and forego more of the upgrades. But to be honest, I do think most players won't have to. You see, for as cleverly designed and as kinetically engaging as Onimusha's gameplay is, its one big downside is that it's probably a tad too easy, and after just an hour or so, Samanosuke begins to feel relatively invincible. With the Issa encounter, you have a potentially endless supply of health, and thanks to extremely generous save points, there's very little consequence to reloading if a certain encounter or boss chews through a ton of your healing. In fact, as you progress through the game and build up your arsenal of weapons, the game actually gets even easier, as the Oni weapons don't share a magic bar, and it means you can switch between them in the heat of combat, and always fire off quite a large amount of spells before you have to revert to the base mechanics. To be honest, I'd say the only place where your skills are really put to the test is inside of the demonic Dark Realm, an area that's unlocked after you find the Evil Plate, around the midway point of the game. This is used to unlock the inner sanctum of the keep, where Samanosuke discovers that the Genma have opened a portal to their unholy realm, and of course taken Princess Yuki with them. Now, while our main objective becomes getting into this area, this discovery also opens an optional zone, a series of 20 challenge rooms that are accessed by speaking to an odd little character called the Gatekeeper. What's cool about this zone is that it actually gets pretty hard, and making it through all 20 stages requires a degree of forward planning and skill. You have to conserve magic and healing in order to get through the swarms of late game enemies, and if you don't come with fully upgraded weapons, it'll be a pretty punishing experience. Success rewards you with a fourth weapon, the Bishamon Katana, which kills almost everything in a single blow and gives you infinite magic, completely breaking the game, but importantly only for those who have already done so through their own skill. So when you really dive into the mechanics of Onimusha, it's pretty clear that despite these surface level comparisons, it's a very different experience to Resident Evil, and frankly I think it doesn't get nearly enough credit for quite how original this strange blend of gameplay ideas were in the year 2001. When you think about the genesis of 3D third-person hack and slash games, or what's become known as the character action genre, it's very common to view Hideki Kamiya's Devil May Cry as the place where it all began. The only thing is, I think that credit should go to Onimusha Warlords, as it came out a full year earlier and was already doing most of the things that would make Devil May Cry such a landmark release. It certainly places more of a premium on carefully picking your strikes, rather than the all-out combo building you do with Dante, but funnily enough, even that owes a huge debt to Onimusha. You see, in 2021, Hideki Kamiya revealed in a tweet thread that was translated by Kazuma Hashimoto of Silicon Era that Onimusha and Devil May Cry were both in development at the same time and on the very same floor of Capcom's offices. Now, the former was much further along, and while it was being playtested, the team discovered a bug where enemies could be juggled in the air if hit with consecutive attacks. Kamiya absolutely loved this, and before it could be taken out, he asked one of the programmers what was causing it so they could include it in his project, and thus Devil May Cry's infamous combo system was born from an unintentional Onimusha bug. In fact, the game's influence on the action genre goes even further. In an interview with Eurogamer in 2005, God of War director David Jaffe was very upfront that the whole concept of Santa Monica's PS2 juggernaut had been to do Onimusha, but with Greek mythology. Really, my wider point is that as a mechanical video game, one concerned with the nuts and bolts of combat design and game feel, Onimusha deserves to be thought of as more than just a survival horror adjacent title, or something defined entirely by its relationship to Resident Evil. It might have led with its visuals and celebrity connections, but this was a game with serious design firepower, and it's a crying shame that its unique contribution to third-person action has been largely eclipsed by the work of those that followed in its wake. Now, so far we've only really had positive things to say, and why not? As for 80% of its runtime, Onimusha Warlords is a great game that does a lot of interesting things. But we also need to talk about that 20%, because it's not all thrilling action and clever design. The most obvious culprit is found in the moments where control switches over to Kaide, Samanosuke's companion who we saw arriving with him at the start of the game. You see, at a couple of points during your exploration of Inabayama Castle, Samanosuke will become incapacitated, first by accidentally springing a Genma trap, and then later when he's cornered in the castle's boathouse. At these points the perspective changes, and we have to play through two distinct sequences as his ninja accomplice, and they both represent an attempt to mix up the core demon slaying formula. Kaede is substantially weaker than Samanosuke, but as a ninja, she's far more agile, and this means much faster movement and attacks, and the ability to perform soaring overhead leaps, which set up most enemies for a one-hit kill assassination. Along with this, instead of magical attacks, we have to rely on physical equipment. And this comes in the form of kunai, which can be thrown from a distance, and a shinobi lockpicking kit, which allows for the exploration of parts of the castle our samurai hero isn't able to access. Now in theory, this is all perfectly fine and should provide some gameplay variety, but in practice, it's all slightly half-baked. The first big issue is that while the shinobi kit takes us through doors that Samanosuke can't pass, we don't actually ever explore any unique parts of the castle. Rather than playing through areas designed to revolve around her mechanics, the Kaede sequences are really just cobbled together out of environments that we've already seen. It gives everything an air of repetition rather than relief. Now this issue is even worse, as the game actually encourages you to play as the ninja for as little time as possible. You see, without the Oni Gauntlet, she can't absorb any red souls or heal herself with East encounters, and this means that trying to kill any Genma you encounter is only ever risking health with no hope of reward. It becomes evident very quickly that the best way to approach these sequences is to just run past every foe and get to your objective as fast as possible, and when paired with the repetitive level design, what could have been an interesting change of pace ends up contributing very little. Now, along with the character switches, there is another facet to Onimusha that doesn't really land, and that is its approach to puzzle design. This is an area where I feel Takeuchi and Inafune have strayed a little far from the game's survival horror foundations. You see, while Resident Evil does have a handful of diegetic puzzles, most of the player's thinking relates to navigation and trying to work out which items are used in which locations to unlock further progress. This structure would suit Onimusha perfectly, except that instead, the team have opted for a much more linear structure, where you almost always find the item you need just around the corner from the location where it needs to be used. Now, I think this was probably done to keep the game moving forwards at all times, but it does mean that the exploration is pretty unsatisfying, and rather than Inabayama Castle being its own puzzle, they are instead segmented off into little mini-games. In simple terms, you arrive in a room and discover a trick box, which asks you to rotate numbered tiles in order to open it, and while that's perfectly functional, it's not exactly very immersive. Why are these boxes in the castle? Who put them there? Why do some of them contain important keys while others contain optional weapons? It just doesn't feel particularly woven into the game world. And this is a problem which is also present in a notorious sequence that takes place early on in the castle. After a little bit of exploration, Samanosuke and Kaede discover that there is another Genma hostage, a young orphan boy called Yumimaru, who had been taken in by Princess Yuki and was being raised as her brother. Obviously they set out to rescue him as well, but this leads us to a unique zone, which for some reason has been kitted out like a sort of torture chamber assault course, made up of 4 separate puzzles. The way these work is that you switch between the 2 heroes in order to solve them, first by pulling levers to unlock bamboo gates, then by standing on specific platforms which collapse if you move in the wrong order, then having to use your fire spell to light candles, and finally a timed sliding tile puzzle that you have to solve before Samanosuke drowns. Now I'm not going to lie to you, this is easily the worst part of the game. You see, while the lever pulling is just a matter of trial and error, and it's literally impossible to fail the candle puzzle, failure in both the falling platforms and sliding tiles feels very random, and results in a game over which sends you right back to the start of the whole sequence and an unskippable cutscene. It is extremely frustrating to fail even 2 or 3 times, and it's made all the worse by how dissonant this area feels. I mean, why is any of this stuff even in Inabayama Castle? It might make sense if it was protecting some optional area or a hidden treasure, but on the other side of the water puzzle is just a stairway to the upper floors, a totally mundane section of the keep that doesn't warrant this level of protection. Just like with the character switches, it feels arbitrary, like it's been included because Onimusha needed more gameplay variety, and not because it suits the flow of the experience or even particularly makes sense within its world. Now thankfully it's not all bad news, as there is one non-combat idea that works quite well, and is also critical to your understanding of the events happening within the castle. Dotted around Inabayama are a whole host of different diary entries, and just like in Resident Evil, by reading these we can learn a lot about the world of Onimusha and the mythology it sits atop. 6 of the files form the Journal of Suyen, a monk who along with his master had discovered the Genma living deep underground and vowed to record everything that he'd observed. Now, this is obviously an interesting way to have us learn more about these monsters without having to break up the action, and the journal ends up playing a crucial role in Onimusha's final moments. In his closing entry, Tsuyin discovers that humans can access the Genma realm through the use of a special ceremonial arrow, and this is the last item that we need to find in order to rescue Princess Yuki. So while Tsuyin fleshes out the world and points us towards the finale, we also have the coloured books, a set of diaries written by Guildenstern, and it's inside of these that we learn why the Genma are here in Inabayama. According to him, the demons have long been striking deals with would-be conquerors like Genghis Khan and Alexander the Great, and one such offer was made to Oda Nobunaga after the demons brought him back to life. In exchange for humans to feast upon, the plan is to have Nobunaga undergo the Dark Ceremony, a process whereby a young woman who is pure of heart is sacrificed so that the Demon King Fortinbras can manifest and pass on his unholy power. This is why Yuki was kidnapped, as through her adoption of Yumimaru, she had shown herself to possess the pure heart required for this evil ritual. Now, the clever thing about Onimusha is that the plot still works whether you engage with these writings or not, and while they add colour to the narrative, it's perfectly possible to see the story as a simple monster-slaying rescue mission, told only with the context of the opening cutscene. While not all of the gameplay variety works particularly well, this is an area where Takeuchi and Inafune's ideas really do land, and it's just a shame that we couldn't have seen more of the world and less of the sliding tile puzzle. So just as Onimusha has a strong opening, it also ends with a bang, and sets out a real conundrum about where the series would go next. Whether you discovered the answers thanks to the diary of Tsuyin or simply worked it out for yourself, you'll eventually end up back at the gateway to the Dark Realm, where Samanosuke fires the ceremonial arrow and opens a pathway into the land of the Genma. Once inside, we find Guildenstern, who predictably taunts Samanosuke's efforts and summons what he calls his greatest creation, Marcellus, an imposing Genma warrior who he tasks with killing the Onimusha. Now, to be honest, the quality of the final few boss fights can vary quite dramatically. It really depends on how many souls you've been able to collect, how many medicines you're left with, and how comfortable you are with the combat system. In this respect, things wrap back around to being quite similar to Resident Evil, in that the challenge is directly proportional to your preparation. And as I stepped into the Dark Realm with a huge amount of healing and a full arsenal of level 3 magical spells, the Genma warrior fell without much issue. Beyond Marcellus lies a twisting spiral staircase that takes us towards the Dark Ceremony, and the final confrontation, a battle against the Demon King, Fortinbras. Now, Fortinbras is introduced via a really cool CGI cutscene that sees him slithering out of the darkness and unfurling his vast demonic form, a hulking mass of muscle, teeth and claws that looks just about as fitting for a final boss as any video game artist could ever hope to design. Sadly, the fight mechanics don't quite match up to his look, and it's very similar to Marcellus in that, with just a little bit of positioning and blocking, a fully upgraded Samanosuke chews through his health pool in no time at all. Really, by this point, it's clear that the focus has switched from mechanical complexity back over to eye-catching spectacle. And while that might disappoint players looking for a stern test, it certainly makes for a captivating conclusion. So, with the Demon King dead, we see Samanosuke and Kaide freeing Yuki and Yumimaru, and then attempting to escape the now crumbling ceremonial hall. The only issue is that Fortinbras is very much still alive, and as he grabs hold of Samanosuke, our hero pleads for the others to flee as he is slowly squeezed to death. All seems lost, until the Oni Gauntlet springs into life. Suddenly power surges through Samanosuke, and as he frees himself from the demon's grip, we see that his skin has turned green, his eyes are now red, and long white hair flows down his back. He has become an Oni. This new being slices through Fortinbras with almost no effort, and amidst the screams of the Demon King, he plunges his sword into his head and slays the monster for good. Now when Samanosuke awakens, his Oni form is gone, and as the Dark Realm collapses around him, we are left with one final shot. Our hero and the villain Oda Nobunaga locked in an intense stare. Clearly the battles of the Onimusha and the Genma are far from over. Now, while we are given updates about what happens to each character, this final scene between Samanosuke and Nobunaga is the real ending, and it raises an interesting question about where the series could and should go next. You see, in my opinion, Onimusha's narrative is torn between two competing directions, and any future game would have to decide between its inclinations towards the fantastical or its roots in the historical. Many of you likely already know that Oda Nobunaga was a famous Japanese warlord who's often used in fiction as both a villain and a hero. But I was surprised to learn that almost every single named location and character in Onimusha are similarly based on tangible history. The setting Inabayama Castle is a real-world location, now known as Gifu Castle, and the game's depiction of the invading Oda clan was a real event called the Siege of Inabayama that took place in 1567. Similarly, the opening cutscene is also based on a real Sengoku-era battle, which took place at Okehazama. It's commonly seen as the moment that Nobunaga became the dominant Japanese warlord. This obviously makes for a pretty great place to claim that he developed demonic powers. Outside of the magical Genma and Oni, everyone from Yumimaru, who's supposed to be a younger version of a famous samurai gangster, to the Oda lieutenant Hideyoshi Toyotomi, the legendary second Kampaku ruler of Japan, are all based on real people, and it gives Onimusha a sense of grounding that's pretty rare for 6th generation video games. Now the problem with this, and the question that would face Inafune and Takeuchi, was how much this should define the series moving forwards. I'd argue while all these little nods to Japanese history are all very interesting, they don't really form the core identity of Onimusha. The images that stick in your mind are the design of the monsters like Fortinbras and Guildenstern, the engrossing combination of Kurosawa-style action with magical mythology, and the way this is all twisted into a highly cinematic but surprisingly pure video game experience. The fact that Samanosuke is loosely based on a real-world warrior called Akechi Hidemitsu, well, it doesn't really make that much difference. I think this is why Onimusha had the potential to cross over into the West, despite being so profoundly linked to Japanese culture and folklore. Now, while this created a tricky crossroads, the speculation over Onimusha's future had begun before the game was even released, as almost every critic raised the same complaint that they wanted addressed in a sequel. Onimusha was too short, and any potential follow-up needed to have more substance. You see, it's perfectly possible to beat Onimusha in as little as 3 hours, and while there is certainly some leeway in that for players that die to bosses or get trapped in the water puzzle, the linear structure and straightforward design mean that you don't get a lot of video game for your money. Of course, this was the same situation with the Resident Evil games, but they naturally lent themselves to replayability, thanks to their puzzle-like structure and how they rewarded faster playthroughs. Onimusha sadly has very little of this, and the only real reason to dive back in is to discover 20 hidden fluorites, which, depending on how many you grab, can unlock a set of new costumes and a small minigame called Oni Spirits. Now, I'm sure this was enjoyable for people who couldn't bear to let go of Samanosuke, but for me it's not really enough to warrant hunting down all these hidden trinkets, and certainly doesn't excuse such a brief runtime in the core game. That same year, we'd get the infinite replayability of Grand Theft Auto 3, the juggernaut storytelling of Final Fantasy X, the multiple endings and hidden meaning of Silent Hill 2, and the never-ending search for combos in Devil May Cry. Onimusha might have been cutting edge when it was released, but the industry was moving quickly, and the next game would have to do even more if it wanted to stay in the spotlight. So if we return to the mystery that began our journey, I think we've got some pretty clear answers. In reality, Onimusha Warlords was always going to sell far more copies in Japan than in the rest of the world, but what makes it such an interesting game is that it had clear potential to be much more. You don't have to know anything about Sengoku history to know that slashing through demons with a katana feels really good, and it was clear to everyone in the media on both sides of the Pacific that Onimusha was about to become a serious video game franchise. The only question was where Inafune and his team would go next. And my friends, this is where the strange story of Onimusha really gets going. Since the release of Resident Evil, Capcom had primarily been a Sony-first developer, happily supporting Nintendo's consoles but putting most of their focus into the PlayStation. A decision that made sense as it was far and away the most successful machine on the market. Now in March 2000, this strategy became a little more tricky, as Microsoft announced they would be entering the video game industry with a powerful new machine, the Xbox. Thanks to tens of millions spent on marketing, cutting-edge PC-style hardware, and a host of exciting first-party exclusives, there was a lot of excitement about what this new console could offer, but that was largely confined to American and European shores. In the East, expectations were rather more muted, and in an article in the Taipei Times, industry analysts predicted that the American tech giant would have a very rough time trying to compete with Sony and Nintendo in their home patch. These predictions put Capcom in a tricky situation. They needed to support the console as it was clearly going to be a big deal in the West, but they had to be careful not to produce games that would have little impact in Japan. Luckily, Microsoft weren't exactly picky about what they got. After a failed attempt to convince Shinji Mikami to develop Resident Evil 4 exclusively for their new console, they settled on a deal with Capcom for an enhanced version of Onimusha Warlords. This was Genma Onimusha, and it was announced just 1 month after Warlords' Japanese release. Now, despite being the second option, it was still quite a coup, as during 2001, Onimusha Warlords was still the best-selling PlayStation 2 game, and for Microsoft, the hope was that by having the definitive version, the Xbox might stand a chance of breaking into Eastern markets. For Capcom, it was an easy win, as Microsoft were not only paying to license the game, but for a massive marketing campaign. And so all they had to do was build the port and then watch the sales roll in. Series producer Keiji Inafune entrusted this job to Yoshinori Kawano, his right-hand man during the production of the Mega Man Legends games, and who, along with a team of just 3 developers, were tasked with making Xbox Onimusha a reality. So in early 2002, just 12 months after the release of the PS2 smash hit, Xbox owners got their hands on what was intended to be the definitive Onimusha experience. Now, the first thing you'll notice is that there's been a rather purposeful change of name. This is not Onimusha Warlords, but Genma Onimusha, and this new prefix indicates that the team had ambitions beyond a simple port. Along with lots of tweaks to the original formula, Kawano was given free rein to create new content, and incredibly, Genma Onimusha contains new cutscenes, new areas, new enemies, and all new animations. Considering it was put together by a team of just 4 people in just 12 months, it's pretty impressive stuff, and most of the changes and additions dramatically improve what was already a pretty great game. The most upfront change relates to the game's difficulty, as Genma Onimusha more than lives up to its name as a demonic version of the PS2 original. From the very first few screens, you're fighting enemies in far greater numbers, and they've clearly had their AI tweaked to be much more aggressive. On top of this, enemy placement has dramatically changed, and we now face late game enemies very early on, with ogres and demon samurai all standing between Samanosuke and the very first Oni weapon. Now, there are no interviews with the team to confirm this, but I think the intention was for Genma Onimusha to appeal to existing fans, tempting them into buying an Xbox rather than introducing the series to an entirely new audience. Almost all of the new mechanics and remixed ideas relate to this change in direction, and rather than trying to fix Warlord's weaknesses, they instead double down on its strengths. You see, we now have a 4th kind of soul, the green soul, which has quite a few different functions. Up around your health bar are 5 slots, and each time you take in a green soul, one of these fills up. And when maxed out, you can activate a period of invulnerability that offsets the new heightened challenge. Now, while that might make it sound like the game should be easier, the Genma can also absorb green souls, and if any get hold of one, they'll go berserk, gaining more health, becoming more aggressive, and dealing much more damage. The only way to stop this from happening is to attack them or to absorb it yourself, and this requires you mash the A button in order to win a soul tug of war, which obviously leaves you very vulnerable. This small mechanic totally changes the flow of Onimusha's combat, as even innocuous encounters can quickly spiral out of control, as you're swarmed by hordes of enemies and have tight windows to work with in order to prevent yourself from being overrun. For inexperienced players, this is going to be torturously difficult, but I do have to say that it forces you to pick your battles a little more carefully, and simply by nature of increasing the threat, it reintroduces some of the survival horror tension that Inafune and Takeuchi had tried so hard to remove. In fact, it's pretty clear that this was a goal for the Genma development team, as there are a few other Resident Evil-like features that have been patched in. For starters, the structure of the castle has been reworked, with key items moved around so that the route through the game isn't quite so obvious. In this version, you have to do a little more hunting around in order to complete your objectives, and to be honest, I think this subtle change really improves the quality of the exploration. Now, something that isn't so subtle is the inclusion of a new enemy, who feels very much from the same design school as Mr. X and the Nemesis. This is Ayame the Killer Doll, who's based on the Karakuri mechanized puppets, which first became prominent in Japan during the Sengoku period. She's first encountered in the eastern wing of the castle, and despite her small stature, she's the strongest non-boss enemy in the entire game, able to chew through Samanosuke's health in seconds thanks to unblockable attacks and a ridiculously large health pool. The natural response to seeing her is to simply run away, but unlike every other foe, Ayame can follow you between rooms, and it makes for some pretty intense moments, especially later on when the game gets very sneaky with her placement and starts hiding her behind strange camera angles. Again, it's not a change to the game's fundamentals, but it still has a big impact on how exploring Inabayama Castle feels. It delivers a heavy dose of nerves without losing the focus on immediate action. So while these are all very interesting changes and have clearly been implemented with a lot of thought, the biggest reason to pick up Genma Onimusha is found in the new optional content, which takes the Dark Realm concept from Warlords and adds a lot more substance. Here, rather than the gatekeeper taking you to a single 20-floor challenge mode, he instead takes you to 2 different variants, depending on if you speak to him in the castle grounds or in the save room just off the keep's main hall. In the castle, the prize for finishing a now 10-floor challenge is still the Bishamon Ocarina, which of course leads to the Bishamon sword just before the confrontation with Fortinbras. That's much the same as in Warlords, but in the Well, things are very different, as that 10-floor challenge rewards you with the Cross Key. If you take this to the most western part of Inabayama, the location where you fight an ogre mini-boss and claim the decorative sword, there is now a new gateway into an entirely original area. This is the Ogre Tower, a souped-up version of the Dark Realm that asks you to battle through another 4 sets of 10 floors, but this time with a twist. Here, you need to pay souls in order to unlock each set of floors, and this means that when you dive into battle, you can't go in looking to outlast foes with lots of medicine or highly defensive play. You have to absorb most of the red souls that drop in order to avoid having to redo each set, and it turns the Ogre Tower into the ultimate test of Onimusha combat skill. The reward for clearing it is the Ogre Armor, an extremely cool looking piece of gear that massively boosts Samanosuke's defenses and, along with the Bishamon sword, transforms the extreme difficulty of Genma Onimusha into a pretty casual samurai power fantasy. So if you're looking for a director's cut style remix of the original or a new take on Onimusha Warlords that puts a premium on challenge, well, this is the version to go for, but I'm not exactly sure it was the right call for Microsoft to invest in. Unsurprisingly, the Xbox was indeed a huge flop in Japan, and thanks to its massive size, which didn't suit Japanese homes, and a very expensive price point, by June of 2002 it had only sold a measly 190,000 units and was effectively dead on arrival. Given those numbers, it put Genma Onimusha in a poor position. It had been designed to appeal to existing fans, but found itself selling primarily to Americans and Europeans. Something which I'm sure would have led to a slightly calmer port if Capcom had known. In the end, despite very positive reviews from the English media, Genma Onimusha would only ship around 250,000 units worldwide, of which only 50,000 were from within Japan, a figure that was absolutely nowhere near the numbers achieved by its PS2 counterpart. Going forwards, Capcom would opt to stick almost entirely to cheaper fighting game ports when it came to future support for the Xbox. Although there was one moment in 2005 where they took another plunge into serious single-player development. But that's a story you can hear in another retrospective of mine. For Onimusha, it was clear that the series' future lay exclusively on the PlayStation 2, and so all attention turned to its highly anticipated sequel, and the next stage in the Oni Genma War. Onimusha 2 Samurai's Destiny released in Japan in March 2002, just 14 months after Onimusha Warlords had begun its march to PlayStation 2 domination. Now, if that sounds like a suspiciously short amount of time, you would be right. And that's because Onimusha 2 was not developed by the same team that produced the runaway Sengoku horror hit. When it was first announced by Capcom in April of 2001, just 1 month after Warlords' Western release, they revealed that the 2 games had in fact been in development side by side. While the sequel would still be produced by Inafune and written by Sujimura, it had been created by an entirely different set of staff, and direction was being handled by Capcom newcomer Motohide Ashiro. Now, it might seem strange to commission a sequel before the first game has even released, but remember, it was pretty obvious that Onimusha was going to be a success. and this method of having multiple games in production at once had paid off handsomely with Resident Evil just a few years earlier. So by TGS in late 2001, Onimusha 2 was already in a playable state, which was fantastic news for those hoping to see Samanosuke continue his battle against Nobunaga and the Genma. Only they were in for a surprise, as Onimusha 2 was not the sequel that fans were expecting. Likely caused by the parallel development, it wasn't really a sequel so much as a different interpretation of the franchise's core ideas. And as more previews began to hit the media, we got reports of RPG mechanics, branching storylines, and multiple recruitable companions. According to Inafune, a lot of these were ideas that didn't make it into the first Onimusha, but I think we can also speculate that the new development team drove this desire to be different. Now sadly, unlike with Onimusha 1, Capcom didn't conduct a huge amount of interviews or previews for the game's sequel, so we're going to have to try and fill in the blanks with what little sources we have. The first is that in 2005, Inafune did an interview with Eurogamer, and when asked about why Onimusha 2 felt so different to Onimusha 1, he simply replied that the team had decided to go with a more adventure game feel. Now this might just be a single sentence, but it implies that Motohide Ishiro's team had a degree of autonomy, and I would imagine that they wanted to put their own stamp on the series. This might be jumping ahead, but after Onimusha 2, Ishiro would have a very successful career, leading the development on all sorts of titles like Shadow of Rome, a few different Ace Attorney games, the Devil May Cry reboot, and he's still very active in the industry, having recently directed and produced Valkyrie Elysium for Square Enix. While the quality of his projects might be somewhat mixed, you can't say the guy isn't creative, and I'm sure that this passion would have been burning bright in his very first directorship. Sadly, we don't have a single interview from this period of his career, but I'm absolutely certain that Ishiro went into Onimusha 2 not wanting to simply iterate on other people's ideas, but to take the concept of a Sengoku period action game and give it his own spin. All that being said, the biggest change was actually driven by Keiji Inafune, and it relates to the face that adorns Onimusha 2's main character. Despite the wild success of the partnership with Takeshi Kaneshiro, Inafune opted against working with the actor for the next game, and again decided to go in an entirely new direction. In his interview on Game Center CX, he told Arino that the team realised that they didn't necessarily have to work with a living actor, and through using CGI technology, they could bring back a beloved face from the past. Now for Inafune, there was only one choice, a personal favourite of his, Yusaku Matsuda. Deeply tragic figure and the perfect candidate for a project like Onimusha 2. You see, just like Kaneshiro, Matsuda had been a big star of Eastern media, and to any self-respecting fan of Japanese movies or TV, his cool and collected image would have been immediately recognisable. In fact, you might know him as the inspiration behind Spike Spiegel from Cowboy Bebop, who Shinichiro Watanabe claimed was meant to be an anime version of Matsuda's performance in the famous 70s TV show Detective Story. Now despite being mainly known for hard-boiled police thrillers, Matsuda always tried to push himself, taking on roles in eclectic movies like the 1977 socio-political Proof of the Man, or 1983's The Family Game, a drama that saw him win Best Actor at the Hochi Film Awards. By the late 80s, he was already considered a Japanese acting legend, and this opened up a big opportunity to break out internationally, as in 1989 he was cast by Ridley Scott in his Yakuza thriller Black Rain. Matsuda starred as Sato, an enigmatic hitman on the run from two New York cops, and almost every critic singled out his performance for particular praise, commending him for crafting such an unsettling character without being able to speak a word of English. Black Rain had put Matsuda on the cusp of global stardom, but unbeknownst to anyone, tragedy had already struck. Before joining up with the cast and crew, Matsuda had been diagnosed with terminal bladder cancer. While he pushed through the sickness in order to finish the movie, just 1 month after its release, he passed away at the age of 40. It was an awful loss for both Japanese and Western cinema, and it's this context which is required to understand why it was such a big deal for his likeness to be used in Onimusha 2. When Capcom revealed that his estate had agreed to license his image, it had been 12 years since Matsuda had died, and for those who'd grown up watching his TV shows and movies, reading manga based on his characters and dreaming of what his career might have been, well, this was just as tantalising as the A-list celebrity of Takeshi Kaneshiro. Fortunately, the series' Sengoku era setting also fit this change in protagonist, as while Onimusha 1 had ended on a cliffhanger, the setting was full of famous battles and figures which could all be twisted into Oni and Genma form. So along with the announcement of Matsuda's involvement, Capcom revealed that his likeness would be attached to the character of Jubei Yagyu, a legendary samurai who created the Shadow School of Japanese martial arts, and would now be reimagined as a second Onimusha. In Japanese previews, this was all seen as a really great way to honour Matsuda's legacy, but predictably, this nuance was pretty much entirely lost in Western media coverage, where websites and magazines largely just reported it as a new face for a new game, something akin to the shifting protagonists of Resident Evil or Final Fantasy. All of this meant that, despite the new team and the new direction and the new lead character, the sales situation for Onimusha 2 Samurai's Destiny looked surprisingly similar to that of Onimusha Warlords. Enormous Japanese excitement, driven by strong cultural touchstones and a large existing fanbase, but only mild Western interest that was mainly focused on gameplay and graphics. Now, a year earlier, this strategy had delivered bumper sales, but now there were big expectations to meet, and lightning rarely strikes twice. Now, despite all the advertised changes, Onimusha 2 Samurai's Destiny is initially very closely tied to its predecessor, and really tries to position itself as both a thematic and narrative sequel. It opens with a recap of the events of Warlords, the death of Nobunaga at Okehazama, his revival as a Genma, and then his defeat at the hands of Samanosuke Akechi, with the retelling presented as a Sengoku tapestry, very in keeping with the series' historical aesthetic. A stylish presentation was already something the franchise had become known for, so it's no surprise that this is immediately followed by another extremely impressive Robot Studio cutscene, full of all manner of advanced motion capture and high quality graphics. Resting in a valley is Yagyu Village, a peaceful land of farmers and families. Suddenly the tranquility is broken. Heavily armoured soldiers pour out of the forest, and despite the best efforts of the villagers, the unholy power of the troops quickly turns the town into a scene of brutal slaughter. When the dust settles, we see the perpetrator of this crime, Oda Nobunaga, who has clearly survived his encounter with Samanosuke in the depths of the Dark Realm. Just as he did 10 years earlier, the undead warlord gathers his forces before an unnaturally large moon, and sets forth on another quest to achieve Japanese domination. The scene then switches into something a little different. Rather than continuing with the narrative of Onimusha 2, we're introduced to Ake, Kotaro, Magoishi, and Oyu, the supporting cast who much of the plot revolves around. Now we'll explore these characters in greater detail in just a moment, but I want to quickly acknowledge the flair with which each warrior is showcased. For some reason, the introductions are portrayed as if they're happening on a stage. Complete with wooden props and backgrounds, it gives everything a surprisingly light-hearted tone. Combined with how each character exudes charm and personality, and how colourful each sequence is, it's a very different atmosphere to what fans might have expected. And that will end up being something of a running theme throughout this game. Once the cast is established, we finally see our main character, Jubei Yagyu, played by Yusaku Matsuda, digitally brought back to life thanks to the power of the PlayStation 2. We're told that he is the chieftain of the village that was just attacked, and as we switch to the in-game engine, Jubei arrives to find a landscape of destruction and death. So we take control and begin exploring, but it takes very little time to work out that the only people left in the village are the Oda rearguard, and they have been ordered to leave no survivors. All we have to drive us forwards is a whisper that slowly builds as we head further into the town. A woman calling to Jubei and beckoning him into the forest, deep inside of a mysterious cave. Here we discover the source of the call, a spirit with the body of a woman and the tail of a snake, a being called Takujo, who, just as the Oni did with Samanosuke, offers Jubei the power he needs to hunt down Nobunaga and avenge his fallen people. The only catch is that he will require more than just raw strength, and we are introduced to the concept of the 5 Oni orbs: charity, faith, honesty, respect, and strength. 5 characteristics, all required to become the Oni warrior of legend. The first is apparently located within a local gold mine, and so with that, Jubei accepts his quest and we head to Emasho village, where Onimusha 2 really begins. Now realistically, this is all very similar to Onimusha 1, so let's start with the iterative changes before we get on to the big stuff. Combat is basically identical, although some of the innovations from Genma have been carried over, like being able to power up your strikes and a special kind of soul that sends Jubei into a powerful Onimusha form if you can collect enough of them. Just like on the Xbox, these additions really complement the base gameplay from Warlords, and unsurprisingly it makes for a perfect blend of the action-packed and strategic, forcing players to pick their moments and carefully dodge against the big boys, but allowing for a decent amount of hack and slash carnage when you're battling smaller minions. Now, the one major new combat concept is a rework of the Isen system, as we now have a bit of extra functionality. Basically, if you hit an Isen, you can rapidly press the square button to hit further Isens on other enemies that are on screen, effectively wiping out entire squads in a flourish of counterattacks. It's an extremely powerful technique, but in order to rebalance this, the timing has been made much harder, and there are certain enemies that can't be countered at all. Similarly, Jubei can perform a Hajiki Isen, which is triggered by blocking just at the last moment, and then hitting square, which triggers a different counterattack, rewarding you with more health and more souls than normal. Now, to be honest, I couldn't seem to get the timing down for either of these moves, and compared to Warlords, where the counter felt like a fundamental part of the gameplay, in 2 it ends up being a little random, which is a real shame as the animation is insanely cool, and I really wish I'd seen more of it. Outside of this, every other fundamental design idea is basically the same. We're still moving with tank controls, we're still viewing the world through fixed camera angles, and you're still hunting for coloured Oni weapons which unlock magical spells and additional moves. It is, after all, still Onimusha, and I think it's important to state that up front, considering as soon as Jubei arrives at Imasho Village, everything from the game's tone to its presentation and even the structure begin to take on a very unfamiliar form. You see, Imasho Village is a hub area, and the game works by having Jubei head off on short adventures looking for the 5 Oni orbs, with him returning to the town after each quest to consult with the locals about his next destination. Thanks to its proximity to the gold mine, Imasho is a popular spot for merchants, travellers and people seeking their fortune, and this means there are a lot of NPCs, which are constantly milling around and can all be spoken to, which reveals a host of information about the world and even small optional quests. Now, what's interesting about this concept is that each time you leave Imasho, when you return, the town will have slightly changed, with its citizens and visitors moving around in a way that makes it feel like time is passing. And this gives Onimusha 2 a very different atmosphere to the oppressive danger of Onimusha Warlords. The sun is always shining, the music is uplifting and light-hearted, and there's never any threat as enemies can't enter its walls. It ends up acting as a moment of respite, a place where you can clear your head, speak to other characters, and even do some shopping. That's right, we now collect gold from fallen enemies, which you can spend in Imasho's shop. Oddly, this new resource isn't used to buy consumables or gain new equipment, but instead used to acquire gifts. Now, that might sound pretty strange, but it's a fundamental part of Onimusha 2, as it's the mechanic which every non-combat system revolves around. You see, shortly after arriving in town, we're reintroduced to those 4 characters from the opening cinematic. The first we see is Oyu, a mysterious woman who possesses one of the Oni orbs, but races off into the mines after she's attacked, which prompts our first quest as we chase after her. The second and third companions are Ake and Magoishi, 2 wandering warriors who we meet inside the local tavern. Jubei finds them embroiled in a fierce argument that comes to blows outside in the street, but after our hero interrupts and reminds them of their honour, they agree to cool things off. The final companion is Kotaro the ninja, who Jubei saves from the townsfolk after they accuse him of theft, and who resides upstairs in the tavern, dreaming of discovering the world and what lies beyond the seas. These 4 characters play a big role in both the narrative and the gameplay, and it's through giving them gifts that all of this is triggered. You see, different characters have different likes and dislikes, and by talking to them and seeing how they conduct themselves on your adventures, you can build a picture of what gifts will give you the best responses. For example, Magoishi is somewhat arrogant, but also an intellectual, so he'll respond best to fancy items and old books, which will in turn be totally rejected by Ake, who just wants to drink cheap alcohol and try and romance the local women. Now, the purpose of doing this is twofold. Firstly, each time you give one of your companions an item, they'll give you something in return. and the more they like their gift, the better the item you'll receive. As you can't buy equipment or upgrades or healing items or ammo, this is how you acquire more resources, and through Jubei's generosity and a good understanding of your friends, you can get hold of a lot of useful items that make the game substantially easier. Secondly, the companions will also give you unique items, and these can often be part of side quests, like a man who's looking to get hold of some melon to fulfill his dying father's last wish. The only way to get hold of some is to trade an A-grade item to Kotaro, but the only way to get one of those is to trade an A-grade item with Magoishi, and it ends up being very similar to the Mask quest in Ocarina of Time. So clearly it's a useful mechanic, but it's dwarfed in importance by how the gifts affect your friendship rating, as this governs how much the characters like you and how likely they are to aid you in battle. You see, at various points in Jubei's travels, he'll be assisted by one of the 4 companions, and as they are all pretty powerful and can be improved further by giving them equipment from the shop, this can make a massive difference in the heat of a challenging boss fight. So, as the friendship stat affects which characters turn up during your adventures, it also governs which characters feature in the narrative, with each one having a unique backstory that you can only see if they are your top companion. For example, there's a running plotline where Jubei suspects that one of his companions will switch over to Nobunaga, and if you ally yourself with Kotaro, Magoishi, or Oyo, it'll transpire that Akei betrays the group and you're thrust into a fight with him right in the game's final moments. Now, on these narrative paths, it looks as if he's done this because he's a lazy fool, desperate for power and money. But if you spend the time to get close to him, his story takes on a very different look. Akei has actually been living a life of self-destruction thanks to losing his family in a terrible fire, and the only thing keeping him going is a promise to his dead daughter that he would one day become a lord. It is this secret that Nobunaga preys upon, and if you can become close enough, Jubei will manage to convince him instead to serve a daimyo who's known to be a good man, and Akei's life will be saved. Now, apparently all this interconnected socializing was heavily inspired by Akira Kurosawa's legendary film Seven Samurai, where a similarly ragtag group of warriors are hired to defend a small village, and just like in the movie, the character relationships end up being just as important as the eye-catching action. It's an interesting direction to take things in, because much like the newfound safety of Imasho Village, the constant socializing creates a very different atmosphere to the isolation of Onimusha 1. In fact, for all the focus on the game's use of Matsuda's likeness, Jubei isn't really a major focus in the story. And while his quest for revenge drives the plot forwards, almost every memorable moment of dialogue or character interaction is between these supporting characters. Now, obviously the branching narratives and complex web of gift-giving was a clever way to extend the length and replayability of Onimusha 2, but the companions are also featured in another major gameplay revision. Just like during the Kaide moments in Onimusha 1, there are sequences where Jubei will become incapacitated. Depending on who has the highest friendship stat, different scenarios will trigger where you play as one of the companions. Now, unlike in the last game, these are probably the best moments in Onimusha 2, as the companions are really well designed and each have their own unique mechanics that give us a fresh spin on the hack and slash combat. For example, Kotaro is extremely fast and has a magical attack where he can turn invisible, while Magoishi uses ranged weapons and ends up feeling like a bombastic samurai version of Resident Evil 2. Not only are the mechanics a lot of fun, but importantly, any souls you collect are given over to Jubei when he is freed, and this tiny change makes it feel so much more purposeful, like something to be savoured rather than beaten as fast as possible. So I'm sure by this point the differences between Samurai's Destiny and Warlords are extremely obvious, but there's one final thing I want to talk about. We've already touched on this a bit, but the reality is that all the tonal shifts go far further than just its colourful cast and peaceful hub zone, as at times Onimusha 2 can feel downright silly. Let's start with the voice acting, which is extremely strange and at times feels purposefully hilarious. This was of course also a problem with Warlords, but in that game we had the option to switch into Japanese, which gave everything a little more dramatic flair. In Onimusha 2, this has been inexplicably removed, and sadly the English cast that we're stuck with do a very poor job. Despite Jubei and his companions being based on Sengoku era legends, virtually everyone comes across as a cartoon character, and the over-the-top delivery gives Onimusha 2 a really goofy feel that doesn't at all match the gravitas of its historical setting. The worst offenders, and something I really cannot get my head around, is the portrayal of the Genma, which couldn't be further from their disturbing and inhuman presentation in the first Onimusha. Rather than facing off against a different boss on each adventure, Jubei has running battles with 3 different demon generals. Gingham Fats, who has the body of a spider, Juju Dorma, who aspires to be the bride of Nobunaga, and finally Gogen Dantes, who's a sort of strange humanoid that's obsessed with being a legendary swordsman. Now, there's nothing wrong with better characterising the game's bosses, but rather than creating ever-present threats, they feel more like recurring comic relief, constantly bickering with each other and declaring grandiose threats against Jubei, even after being foiled for the upteenth time. I mean, there's even a section where Juju Dorma goes shopping in Imasho Village, and rather than leaning into the potential of a fantasy Sengoku adventure, it seems like the team want to poke fun at that idea, rather than take it seriously. We race across the countryside on the back of a massive robot horse, cross the oceans while riding on a magical marlin, see Kotaro pretending to be a woman in order to hit on Jubei, and Magoishi building a giant cannon just to destroy a tiny pile of rubble. It's just all so odd, and for a series that began life as a Resident Evil spin-off, influenced by classic samurai films and genuine Japanese history, it is a remarkable shift in tone that only continues to spiral the deeper into the game we go. Now, if you can possibly believe it, the most confusing thing about Onimusha 2 isn't its gameplay or characters or tone, but its structure, which goes in a very weird direction at around the halfway point. We've already discussed the formula that dictates the first half of the game. You're on a short adventure to recover an Oni orb before returning to town, where you catch up with your companions, spend your gold, and exchange gifts. It's this structure that sits at the heart of everything Onimusha 2 is trying to be. But when we arrive back after our third journey, things begin to change. In the town's market, we find the grisly visage of Juju Dorma, who declares that she has been sent to kill Takeshi, the spirit of Yagyu village that we saw at the start of the game. So we rush back to Jubei's hometown, but we are too late, and arrive just in time to see Takeshi murdered and the Genma monster escape into the Valley of Fog. Now, you might think this is just more fuel for Jubei's revenge mission, but instead he cradles her head in his lap and we get a pretty big plot reveal. As it turns out, Takeshi was actually Jubei's mother. She'd seduced his father, the chieftain of the Yagyu clan, so they could produce a half-Oni, half-human warrior, and then left him to be raised in the ways of Japanese swordcraft. Jubei tells Oyu that upon discovering his heritage, he had rejected her, and it's only with her death that he decides to embrace his destiny as the Onimusha. Now, it doesn't take a genius to realise that all of this doesn't exactly make much sense. Why does Juju Dorma pre-warn Jubei of her attack? Why wasn't this connection acknowledged when Jubei and Takeshi initially met during the tutorial? How had Jubei never seen her as a child when she lives mere meters away from his village? Why does Jubei need the blessing of the Oni to use magic when he already is an Oni? And how does accepting his destiny change anything about the quest that we were already on? I'm not sure if it's the translation or the original writing, but something just doesn't click. And unfortunately, that confusion rather defines the second half of the game. Eventually we track down Juju Dorma on the other side of the Valley of Fog, and after slaying her in a sort of demon boudoir, Jubei takes the third Oni orb. Now at this point you'd expect to turn around and head back to Imasho, but that does not happen. With absolutely zero narrative prompt, our hero heads out to a cliffside where he leaps down into the water below, and then swims into a submerged cave where he discovers a giant magical fish, which he then rides out across the ocean to the island of the Oni. Why any of this is happening or how Jubei knows any of this is there goes completely unexplained, and this sort of loose tangential structure only gets worse from this point on. Out on the island, we once again encounter Gogen Dantes, but he withdraws after Oyo steps in to protect Jubei, which the Genma believes makes for a dishonourable victory. At the risk of repeating myself, why is any of this happening? How does Gogen Dantes know that Jubei is on the island? How does Oyo know that Jubei is there? How does she even get there from Imasho, where we left her? Feels like the individual scenes were devised before the overarching plot, and this disjointed storytelling degrades even further when our heroes discover the Light Bridge, a Genma teleportation device situated at the heart of the Oni Island. We of course step into it, fully expecting to be returned to the comforting embrace of Imasho village, but instead we appear at Inabayama Castle, and the action continues. Incredibly, you don't ever return to the village again, and from this point on, it's back-to-back linear levels all the way to the credits. This is the most baffling thing about this game, that for all the effort poured into giving it its own identity and creating a host of unique mechanics, halfway through the game it is all entirely abandoned in favour of becoming a straightforward hack-and-slash action game. We no longer pick up gold from fallen enemies, no longer have access to any kind of shop, we can't go back to visit our companions or give them gifts, and any semblance of a seamless world full of NPCs and side quests is abandoned for disconnected zones linked by light bridges. Considering that most adventure games add complexity as they progress rather than removing it, it's a very strange decision, and one which I'm still confused about long after finishing the game. Now, let me say that this shift doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing. After all, Onimusha's combat has always been its strongest element, but this change in structure is built upon levels that feel unfinished and incomplete. Firstly, we have to discuss the repeated use of Inabayama Castle. When we first visit this location, it's to rescue Oyo from the Oda clan, and while you could view this as a cynical recycling of assets from the first game, it's done in a tasteful way, with the castle appearing almost as a surprise when you exit one of the tunnels linked to the Imasho gold mine. In the second half, however, the light bridges remove any of this drama, and you're really just wandering through random sections of the map with no real objective beyond finding whatever portal will take you on to the next part of the game. This lack of any kind of level design ambition is at its very worst when we portal into the Oni Caverns, a dull and featureless set of hallways that are laid out in a one-way loop, about as boring as is possible to create. Now, there is a chance to play through this sequence as Magoishi if you've given him enough gifts, but even the fun of blasting Genma with a flamethrower doesn't really make up for how uninteresting this entire section gets. By comparison, in the Valley of Fog just a few hours earlier, we had to solve a multi-part puzzle and then outsmart a set of traps in the Yagyu mansion, before fighting our way down into the valley, which can all be done on a totally different path if you're playing as Kotaro. Once that's done, you're thrust into a forest maze that has its own unique boss before we find the lair of Juju Dorma, which contains an entirely optional Dark Realm style challenge mode, where you can find a powerful upgrade. The second half of Onimusha 2 lacks any of this complexity. What's even worse is that finishing the Oni cave simply plonks you back in Inabayama, which then leads to another reused section, this time taking us back to the Oni island. There is really no other way to say this, but the back half of Onimusha 2 is genuinely very poor, and with all the unique and interesting mechanics stripped away, it can feel more like an expansion pack rather than a genuine full sequel. Obviously, there's never been any kind of developer interview in order to better understand why this happened, so the only theory I can come up with is that Capcom had pressured the team to rush the game out to market, compromising their adventure game vision and forcing them to make cuts in order to ship something functional. So with the structure all over the place, unsurprisingly the story takes something of a backseat, and we really just see a set of disconnected cutscenes that take us from boss fight to boss fight and loosely push us towards Oda Nobunaga. Everything culminates with our heroes sneaking aboard a giant airship and then commandeering it to destroy the forces of the Oda clan, before doubling back, crashing into Inabayama Castle, which we are now visiting for the fourth time, and heading into the throne room to defeat Nobunaga once and for all. Now on the way we have final confrontations with Gogen Dantes and a reborn Gingham Fats. And while I'm loath to endlessly pour negativity onto this second half, these fights are also pretty disappointing. You see, something Onimusha 1 did very well was structuring its boss fights in a way that balanced the action combat against the fixed camera system. Most boss arenas had a couple of different angles that would trigger depending on where you stood, but these usually kept the focus on the boss, and they allowed you to react without compromising the visual drama. For some reason, this design ethos isn't present in the back end of Onimusha 2, and the boss fights have some of the worst camera shot selection I've ever seen in any fixed camera game, almost always pointing your view away from the target and forcing you to essentially play with the boss off screen. The Gingham Fats fight in particular is a brutal example of this, as after you do enough damage to him, he splits into two, and you then have to keep track of both his top and bottom half, which is a task made virtually impossible by the crazed choice of camera angles. So with the final Genma general defeated, Onimusha 2 concludes with the most Onimusha 2 moment of all. We see Jubei step into the throne room of Nobunaga, a dark and evil place complete with floors and walls made of writhing flesh. Perfect aesthetic for a magical showdown between good and evil. Unfortunately, the dialogue once again has that goofy tone, as Nobunaga declares that Jubei is far too late and that he has now transferred his power into a golden evil statue. What that is or why that's important is never really expanded upon, but that's Onimusha 2 for you. And so with a looming sense of confusion, we are thrown into the final battle. Now, I'm going to be totally honest, I found the Oda Nobunaga fight to be extremely challenging, and I'd probably rank this among the hardest boss fights I've ever covered on this channel. The biggest problem is that, just like against Gogen Dantes and Gingham Fats, the camera angles are just insane. This is a fight that takes place in a single square room, but for some reason there are 8 different possible perspectives, and as Nobunaga moves around pretty quickly, it's very hard to position yourself in order to avoid attacks. Now this is doubly challenging as Nobunaga has a huge move pool of spells, all of which have very different animations and can wipe out almost all of your health in a single blow. As he can only be hit by certain magical attacks or when he swoops down towards the floor, the whole fight is a brutal exercise in pinpoint dodging where the controls and camera feel purpose-built to work against you, and inevitably leads to a cycle of death after death after death. Eventually, after using every single resource I had in my inventory and getting unbelievably lucky with the AI's attack pattern, I did manage to slice down the Oda chieftain. But much to my horror, it turns out that this is only the first phase. Rather than dying, the Warlord pulls Jubei into an evil alternative dimension, where he fuses with the golden evil statue, which Jubei responds to by using the 5 Oni orbs to become the true avatar of the Oni clan. Now this all has the potential to be a really cool final moment, but just like in the first phase, it is actually utterly excruciating. You see, the gameplay totally shifts, and now instead of the tank control based dodging and combos, you're blasting Statue Nobunaga with a laser gun and having to run towards the camera like a sort of demonic version of Crash Bandicoot. With no medicine left, no idea what was going on and no time to work it out, it was an almost instant game over, and sent me right back to before Jubei even set foot in the throne room. Now, I'm not proud of it, but this was a step too far, and so I gave in and decided to use a save state to create a checkpoint after the first phase, and at least give myself a fighting chance of beating this game before 2025. Even with that, it was still outrageously difficult, and the statue phase even introduces an entirely new set of attacks halfway through, which even now I'm not sure I understand after hundreds of attempts. It truly is one of the most punishing final boss fights I've ever experienced. And while I'd like to say that victory rewarded me with a deep sense of satisfaction, it really only brought relief. Freedom from this awful cycle of endless attempts that must have added at least 5 or 6 hours to my playthrough. So when Nobunaga eventually falls, the game ends pretty abruptly. He cries out from within a kind of demon moon that he will rise again, and then we see Jubei running, and then the credits roll. There is one final scene that plays right at the end, showing Jubei and Oyo looking listfully across the countryside at each other, but with their loyalties sworn to their clans, they go their separate ways, and that's it. We don't see Akei or Magoishi or Kotaro, we don't find out what happened to the people of Imasho village or get a sense of revenge for the fallen of Yagyu village, and really it's a fittingly strange ending for a very strange video game. So once you finish, there are actually quite a few reasons to head back in for another round, and the game literally advertises this to you, showing you a scenario map with all the potential side quests, cutscenes and alternative characters that you might have missed. Now despite how terrible the back half is and how brutal that final boss is, this is actually quite an enticing prospect, and even though I'd broken my hands trying to beat Nobunaga, I did load up another game to check out the other companion sequences, although this time it was on the game's easy mode. Beyond that, there's also an unlockable minigame called The Man in Black, where you play as Jubei and have to race against a timer to discover 20 rolls of film, which unlock a movie viewer that lets you watch the game's cutscenes at any time. It's sort of pointless, especially as it reuses environments from the base game, but I do have to say that I love the costume it gives Jubei, which dresses him up as Matsuda's iconic hitman from the game trilogy, which is the role that first put him on the map as a Japanese film star. it's a nice little nod, and considering this would be the last appearance of the legendary Toei tough guy, I'd say it's a collectible worth seeking out at least once. So if you hadn't already guessed, I think Onimusha 2 Samurai's Destiny is a very bizarre video game. It's somehow both similar to its predecessor, at least in terms of visuals and controls and core gameplay, but also nothing like it, full to the brim with ideas that feel totally alien to the Onimusha formula. Similarly, while it deals with many of the same narrative concepts and continues the story of Oda Nobunaga and the Genma, it's basically got nothing to do with the plot of Samanosuke Akechi and Princess Yuki, and even characterises the war between the Oni and Genma in a totally different way. It's ambitious, but also derivative, deeply interesting and also often boring. It's one of the weirdest sequels I've ever played, and really is a testament to a time when the established rules of franchise building weren't quite as clear-cut as they are today. Now, to offer up one final surprise, despite all of this criticism, Onimusha 2 was a massive financial success, and in Japan it sold well over 1 million copies in just 3 weeks, reaching that milestone much faster than Onimusha 1 had. Without the star power of Takeshi Kaneshiro, this was a very impressive feat, and completely justified Capcom's decision to push out a sequel as fast as physically possible. Over in America and Europe, these sales figures once again excited journalists, and when it released in English later in 2002, it received a host of fantastic reviews, with IGN's Jeremy Dunham going as far as to call it a near-perfect sequel. This positive reception helped drive sales even further, and after just 12 months, Onimusha 2 had shipped over 2 million copies, taking the franchise's total sales to nearly 5 million worldwide, an incredible feat in just 2 years of existence. If you can believe it, at this point the series was dramatically outselling everything else in Capcom's catalogue, including landmark titles like Resident Evil Remake and Devil May Cry 1, which weren't really seeing anything like the numbers enjoyed by Onimusha. By this point, a third PlayStation 2 game was all but guaranteed, but as with any burgeoning franchise, expansion often brings experimentation, and the next few games would really push the boundary of what Onimusha even meant. So with the home console games raking in blockbuster sales, the obvious move was to take Onimusha portable. By 2003, the Game Boy Advance had sold 35 million units worldwide, and thanks to the runaway popularity of series like Pokemon and Super Mario Advance, that number was only going to continue to rise. So given its popularity, a handheld version of Onimusha to capitalise on this booming market made a lot of sense, especially as Capcom were already considered a high-quality GBA developer and had been heavily supporting the platform. Early in the console's life, they put out multiple ports of popular SNES games like Final Fight, Street Fighter II, Breath of Fire and Mega Man and Bass, but it was their original projects which won them the most acclaim. In 2001 they released both Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney and Mega Man Battle Network, both of which sold fantastically and spawned multiple sequels, which created the sense that Capcom really knew what they were doing when it came to handheld development. So when the news broke in late 2002 that Onimusha would be making the transition, you'd imagine fans and critics would get very excited. But that wasn't quite how the news was greeted, as Capcom revealed that Onimusha on the Game Boy Advance would be a tactical role-playing game. This was quite the genre pivot, and frustratingly there's virtually no available information about what drove this decision. We don't have any developer interviews or magazine features, no E3 previews outside of a few screenshots, and almost zero concrete explanation for why the development team opted against the formula that was working so well on the PlayStation 2. So we need to make some deductions of our own and look to their other handheld games for some clues. According to Keiji Inafune, Mega Man Battle Network had been inspired by the success of the Pokemon series. And while the two games were very different, it was clear that Capcom were trying to tap into the cartoony anime RPG vibe that Nintendo was making so popular. Now, despite tactical RPGs being a pretty niche genre, the early 2000s was about as mainstream as they had ever been. And thanks to Advance Wars, Fire Emblem, Final Fantasy Tactics and Tactics Ogre, I think it's obvious that Capcom were trying to ride the coattails of another popular trend. Still a strange thing to do when the Onimusha brand had such a well-established identity, but that's the best explanation I can come up with for a genre switch that seems to make little sense. Now, what's harder to justify is the team tasked with its creation. While Battle Network was entrusted to Masahiro Yasuma, who'd been the lead designer on multiple PlayStation Mega Man games, and Phoenix Wright had been created by Dino Crisis veteran Shu Takumi, Onimusha Tactics was given to a far less experienced group. Among the credited staff, there was nobody with any sort of notable track record. Not only was it director Fumihiro Asami's first ever leadership role, but its producer, Yuichi Kobayashi, had only ever worked on one other game, Clock Tower 2, which had been extremely poorly received. This was a million miles from the all-star team that had put together Onimusha Warlords, and in combination with the shift in platform and genre, what little media coverage Tactics received tended to be pretty skeptical. When it finally released in July 2003, reviews weren't particularly kind, and with an average score of just 64 out of 100, it looked like Onimusha's first foray outside of its survival horror roots hadn't gone all that well. But as ever on this channel, we're going to come to our own conclusions. So let's dive into this strange spin-off and see what turn-based Genma slaying looks like on a 32-bit handheld. Onimusha Tactics is the story of Onimaru, a young warrior who's thrust into the limelight when his hometown of Iga Village is attacked by Oda Nobunaga and his unholy Genma forces. Despite the best efforts of Onimaru, his sister Oboru, and his childhood friends, the village is destroyed, but out of tragedy comes opportunity. As it turns out, Onimaru is descended from the Oni clan, which means he's able to wield the village's secret weapon, the Oni Gauntlet. So armed with the power to absorb Genma souls, the gang sets out to hunt down Nobunaga, and this quest for revenge forms the main thrust of the plot, which is structured as 46 battles that take us all across Sengoku-era Japan. Very quickly, Onimaru and co. discover that Nobunaga's plan is to open the gates of hell and absorb all of its evil power, which will supposedly ascend him to godhood and give him the power to dominate the world. Obviously our team vows to stop this, but as the Oda Hellgate has been sealed within Hono Temple, the only way to access it is with the power of 4 sages, who each represent 4 celestial beings: the Phoenix, Tortoise, Tiger and Dragon. So while the wider aim is to defeat Nobunaga, the 46 missions are divided into 4 arcs, where Onimaru hunts down these sages and aids them in smaller adventures while slowly growing in power. What's strange is that the expected narrative complexity of a typical JRPG never really arrives, and compared to the deep political intrigue of Final Fantasy Tactics or the mythological world building of Tactics Ogre, Onimusha Tactics is a rather more simple and straightforward story. It's very episodic in nature. The gang discovers some kind of Oda clan scheme, foils it through a series of battles, and in the process uncovers the sage they were looking for and destroys one of the temple seals. It's a pretty plain structure, but this brings positives as well as negatives. Thanks to the bite-sized nature of the adventures, it works really well on a handheld, as you can dip in and out without ever losing track of what's happening. The downside is that there isn't really a sense of grand adventure, and Tactics has a tendency to introduce characters for their own little story and then drop them into the background when the plot moves on. By the end of the game, Onimaru's crew has grown to almost 30 different characters, but you'll rarely see more than 4 or 5 in a cutscene, and really most have very little impact on the wider story. Similarly disappointing is the linearity, as there are no side quests or branching pathways or hidden secrets or NPCs to speak with. It can make for a world that feels surprisingly shallow, and this is perfectly exemplified by the world map. We return to this screen in between each battle, but as we only have the option to head into the next mission or to save the game, it doesn't give us any sense of the journey we're undertaking. In other games in this genre, the map is usually full of towns and shops that build the identity of the world, or random battles that simulate warfare ravaging the land. There's just so much more you can do with this format, and it's a shame that Onimusha Tactics' development team opted for such basic structure and presentation. Now, just like in its story, Onimusha Tactics gameplay has a similar relationship with that found in Final Fantasy Tactics and Tactics Ogre, in that it might look very similar, but it's actually very streamlined. Those games define themselves by their complexity, asking players to keep track of lots of different systems and offering extremely in-depth character customization. Onimusha Tactics takes these basic ideas, a grid-based arena, a customizable squad of soldiers, and turn-based combat, but feels almost like Capcom were trying to produce something that could introduce newcomers to this niche genre. For starters, there's no permanent death, and if a character perishes in battle, they're simply unavailable for the rest of the fight, but still keep all of the XP that they gained while alive. This means you only have to worry about healing and dealing damage, rather than scrambling to revive dead units, which in of itself is unlikely to ever happen, thanks to the lack of any kind of positional strategy. In every other handheld strategy game, this is a core part of the gameplay, but in Onimusha Tactics, things like the direction your units are facing, or the elevation they are at, or the kind of tile they're standing on, all make absolutely no difference to the outcome of a fight. Coupled with the lack of a speed stat, which means you move all of your soldiers at once and then the enemy moves all of theirs, and the absence of any kind of elemental weaknesses or rock paper scissors system, and well, it makes for very formulaic battles. You select your strongest units, move them towards the enemy, and then just outdamage and outheal them. A strategy that can only fail if you're actively missing turns. Now there are some attempts to mix up the missions, like having us race against time to prevent a character dying from poison, or enemies that morph into stronger forms if you don't kill them fast enough. These are usually the most interesting moments, but they are few and far between, as the vast majority of the game's 46 missions simply ask you to defeat every enemy on screen and prevent Onimaru from dying. It means that for all the appearance of a deep tactical RPG, Onimusha Tactics really isn't very complicated at all. So, as a mechanical role-playing experience, it's obviously a little lacking, but given this was the fourth title in what was by now quite a well-established franchise, surely the development could heavily rely on adapting Onimusha concepts to take them over the line. Well, just like in its PS2 counterparts, when we defeat Genma, Onimaru absorbs their souls, and these can be used in between battles to upgrade your equipment, which improves both stats and unlocks new spells. Another idea that works quite well is how Onimusha Tactics adapts the Dark Realm, a dungeon which you access from the world map, and which is the game's sole piece of side content. In reality, this is nothing more than 16 battles in a row, but having to plan ahead and conserve resources does make for an interesting challenge, and losing someone early on or having to waste precious items creates a sense of tension that's sorely missing from the main missions. Unfortunately, most of the other Onimusha mainstays aren't executed with quite as much flair. The Isen counter system makes an appearance, but it's really not particularly useful, only becoming available at random times and both requiring an action to set and then for that character to be attacked. A series of events that mean it doesn't always trigger and essentially is never worth doing. Similarly confusing is the Onimusha transformation, which Onimaru discovers he can do around halfway into the game. Despite being super powerful and looking pretty cool, for some reason the Onimusha doesn't gain any XP. And as Onimaru's death is the fail state in almost every mission, stalling his progression in favour of extra firepower only serves to weaken your party in the long run. Without meaning to be too harsh, these are exactly the sort of design quirks that you'd expect from a team with no experience in this space. It means that in a head-to-head comparison against its competitors, Onimusha Tactics can feel quite underbaked. A perfect example is the crafting system, which feels like it should provide depth, but ends up contributing almost nothing to the flow of the game. Soon after beginning their quest to hunt down Nobunaga, Onimaru discovers that he can use the gauntlet to fuse together Genma stones, which are items that drop from slain monsters and come in a variety of different types. By doing this, you can create all kinds of weapons, armour and consumables, and as there are no towns or shops on the world map, this is how you improve your party's gear. It's an interesting idea that somewhat mimics the survival horror concept of having to rely on items that you find in the field, but in practice there's virtually zero freedom to experiment within this system. You see, unlike in Final Fantasy Tactics or Tactics Ogre, all of Onimusha's characters are pre-designed, and you can't equip any items or gear that don't match their default set. It means that your options for customization are very limited, and outside of some very minor decisions like who gets an upgraded weapon now and who gets one later, the crafting is nothing more than another linear progression system that gates your power in parallel with the missions. Ultimately, Onimusha Tactics is a peculiar entry in the series, and I think it all stems from the development team not really knowing how to approach this kind of project, even if it makes sense on paper. There's nothing intrinsically wrong about the idea of taking Onimusha into a different genre. Many games had already proven how well tactical RPGs could work on the Game Boy Advance. The issue is that these are complex games to make, and they were being produced by companies like Quest, Square and Intelligent Systems, all of whom had decade-long pedigrees and staff members that were acutely aware of how to design an RPG. By comparison, the team behind Onimusha Tactics were learning on the job, and I'm sure this influenced the decision to pare back the complexity in both the gameplay and structure. Now, that wouldn't be too much of an issue if it could compete as its own thing, but unfortunately, in a world where Game Boy Advance owners were positively spoiled for strategy game choice, there was little reason to pick up Onimusha Tactics. Now, just like with the game's development, we don't have any solid information about its sales numbers, and the only source seems to be VGCharts.com, who have the game at a measly 80,000 units, although that is without listing any Japanese sales. Even if we're very generous and say that the game performed dramatically better in Capcom's home territory, it still adds up to some pretty low numbers, and the fact that it never got a sequel probably tells you all you need to know. While Ace Attorney quickly became a successful multimedia franchise, and Mega Man Battle Network spawned an incredible 6 GBA installments, Onimusha Tactics was a one-and-done project. Sadly for Asami, Kobayashi and the young team, this would be the end of Onimusha's handheld experiment. So while Tactics had proven to be a bit of a misfire, 2003 saw the release of another attempt to expand the Onimusha franchise, and this time it was in a genre that was a much more natural fit for Capcom. While the release of Resident Evil had seen the company become the premier horror game developer, Capcom's bread and butter was still in fighting games. While 3D fighters like Tekken, Virtua Fighter and Soul Calibur might have been wowing audiences with their complex design and impressive graphics, Capcom's decidedly more old-school approach was still holding its own in the early 2000s, and it's within this context that audiences first caught wind of Onimusha Buraiden. Announced in 2003 at a press event in Japan, Onimusha Buraiden, or Onimusha Blade Warriors, as it became known in America and Europe, was an attempt to take the success of the Sengoku action horror series and blend it with Capcom's legendary fighting game pedigree. Now at a glance, this seems like an extremely obvious move to make. Capcom's fighting game legacy was built on taking strange properties and adapting them into 2D arcade hits. And given Onimusha's large and colourful cast of Oni and Genma, and its propensity for high-octane action, the two would seem to be a match made in heaven. In fact, the connections run even deeper, as the Street Fighter III series was being managed by Yoshiki Okamoto, the man who may or may not have originally come up with the idea for Onimusha. Clearly the company had a great candidate to lead a fighting game adaptation, but Keiji Inafune had other ideas, and he wanted Blade Warriors to go in a very specific direction. During an appearance on Game Center CX, Inafune was asked what had prompted the decision to make a fighting game. While you might expect something more flowery than "we wanted to tap into a new market," his response was pretty perplexing. Apparently, he'd been thinking about how fathers and sons would play at pretend sword fighting, and wanted to make a game that would allow them to sit around a console and reenact those moments. Now, that's an odd aim for a multiplayer fighter, which typically skew more towards a hardcore and competitive design philosophy. But just a few months later, Inafune repeated this in an interview with GameSpot, claiming that he wanted his kids to be able to enjoy playing Blade Warriors. So, while Onimusha Buraiden and Onimusha Tactics were wildly different games, they'd been made with similar objectives in mind: to take the dark and stoic atmosphere of the PS2 titles and somehow convert that into something that could appeal to younger gamers. Unfortunately, the similarities don't end there, thanks to some serious issues with the game's development. Now this time the problem wasn't a lack of experience, as in fact the team had that in abundance, as they were being led by Onimusha 1's director, Yun Takeuchi. No, this time the issue was a lack of focus, as almost everyone on the team was splitting their attention between multiple different projects. Now this organisational style had paid dividends in the 90s, when it allowed Capcom to produce lots of sequels at a really fast pace, but as console development became more complex and more expensive, cracks in the process began to form. You see, during this time the quality of Capcom's output had begun to dip quite dramatically. It's often theorised that this was because of the sheer amount of games that developers were being asked to work on. The company put out a glut of very mediocre titles, and between Capcom Fighting Evolution, Resident Evil Outbreak, Chaos Legion and Piano 3, it felt like everything was just a little undercooked and lacked the flair of their 90s catalogue. While the team working on Onimusha Blade Warriors had all the talent in the world, they were sorely lacking in time. and tasked with producing a full console fighter in less than a year. It's little surprise that once again, an Onimusha spin-off ended up missing the mark. So let's take a closer look at what exactly Blade Warriors is, as while it's a fighting game, it's a pretty strange example, even by Capcom's eclectic standards. While everything is presented in 3D, with animated backgrounds and lots of colourful variety to the stages, combat takes place on a single plane of horizontal movement, and revolves entirely around side-to-side spacing. Where things get a little more unique is that by double tapping up or down, your fighter will leap into either the foreground or background, as each stage is made up of multiple two-dimensional tracks, which create the illusion of 3D by snaking around corners or forming smaller segmented areas. Certainly a unique concept, but there is method in the madness. You see, just as Inafune had imagined, Onimusha Blade Warriors is very much a casual party game style fighter. It feels a far cry from the tight design of Street Fighter 3 or Marvel vs. Capcom. While each character has a basic attacking combo, a jump, a block, and a guard break, outside of this, every other aspect of combat relies on outside factors, which are dotted all over these large multi-track stages. There are hazards that you can be knocked into, random chests which hold all manner of offensive and defensive items, and as you'd expect from an Onimusha game, a whole system designed around absorbing souls. You see, either by opening chests or doing enough damage to an opponent, different coloured elemental orbs will spawn, and if you can suck them in, you'll gain access to a magical attack, which does a lot of damage and usually comes with a unique animation. Now, thanks to all these mechanics and the fact that the multiplayer is designed for 4 players, Blade Warriors is often compared to Nintendo's Super Smash Bros. Melee, which had come out 2 years prior, but that's a comparison which highlights some of this game's biggest flaws. The first is that Onimusha Blade Warriors doesn't really feel good to play, and in comparison to the flowing movement and frenetic pace of Melee, it's really quite stiff, and wants players to be very deliberate in their actions. During a one-on-one fight, it feels more like Samurai Showdown or Bushido Blade, a tense duel where you're jostling for position, battling to absorb souls, and trying to deliver a killing blow. But this is completely at odds with all the goofy power-ups, the giant hazard-filled stages, and the over-the-top plane-hopping movement. It makes for a jarring clash of ideas, and while it's somewhat functional in a 2-player match, adding more characters into the mix turns things into a real mess. As there are no ranged attacks and no ability to quickly dodge out of position, all 4 players are always forced into a big scrum in a single location, with movement between the planes and around the stages not actually factoring into the flow of a match. Another element that really hurts the experience is how homogenic the characters are, as a varied and interesting roster is at the heart of any self-respecting party fighter. Now, even with just 2 titles to draw upon, Onimusha does have quite a vibrant cast, between the various Oni warriors, a whole host of twisted Genma, and the possibility of adapting other legendary Sengoku figures. Takeuchi's team had a lot they could work with. This is why it's all the more disappointing that everyone feels so similar. And outside of a few different animations for the elemental attacks, there are no special moves or unique combos or really any characters that have truly distinct playstyles. If you've played as Samanosuke, you've also played as Jubei, Gogen Dantes, Normal Soldier and Musashi Miyamoto. And this sucks out a lot of potential for experimenting with different matchups, which is one of the key ideas that makes fighting games so popular. Now, strangely, there are 2 characters that buck this trend, Mega Man X and Mega Man Zero, who both inexplicably appear as unlockables and look absurdly out of place in a world of realistic human samurai and terrifying Genma monsters. Their inclusion isn't necessarily a bad thing as it adds some much needed variety, but considering major Onimusha characters like Guildenstern, Gingham Fats and Hideyoshi Toyotomi are all missing, it's odd that the team put so much effort into these 2 Easter eggs at the cost of a full cast. Ultimately, Onimusha Blade Warriors is fun enough for a few rounds with friends after a couple of beers, but it's nowhere near substantial enough to hold your attention in the long run, and really lacks the addictive qualities that the very best casual fighters possess. Ironically, a great example comes from Capcom themselves, as just a few years earlier they published Power Stone, which may well be the all-time greatest casual arcade fighter. Clearly, the wider company understood how to put together fighting games that weren't entirely focused on high-level play. So for Onimusha Blade Warriors to miss the mark so dramatically is really quite disappointing. So that's not exactly a positive picture. But the thing is, Blade Warriors wasn't just intended to be a multiplayer fighting game, as it also has a pretty substantial single-player component, and this was something that Inafune wanted to hammer home every time he previewed the game. Now, if I'm being honest, Blade Warriors story mode is just as strange as the multiplayer, but I can at least imagine people having fun with it, as it does have some interesting ideas. Just like in most fighting games, each character has their own unique campaign, which is divided into 10 stages, with little cutscenes that play in between, explaining what the character has been up to after the events of Onimusha 2. It's a very traditional structure, but where things differ from the norm is that the gameplay is far more Onimusha than Street Fighter. You see, in most of these levels you're not just doing battle with another character from the roster, but fighting waves of enemies, which come in all sorts of different forms, from archers to ninjas to samurai and even elites with their own health bars and special moves. In this respect, the story mode feels much more like a classic side-scrolling beat-em-up, something like Final Fight or Streets of Rage. And frankly, this is a much better fit for Warrior's simplistic and button-mashy mechanics. You don't need complex combos or high-skill movement tech in order to enjoy tearing through hordes of Genma, and any issues found in the repetitive hero design evaporate when they aren't in competition. Now, this is obviously a lot more fun than the multiplayer, but there's also a surprising amount of depth to this mode, and it comes in the form of some Onimusha-style RPG systems. You see, just like in every game in the series, defeated foes drop red souls, and by collecting them, you can improve your character's stats in between each stage. By doing this enough, the characters will level up, and this has the potential to change their appearance, open up new movesets, and even unlock new characters altogether. On top of this, during each campaign, you'll collect special items called Victory Orbs, and once per run, usually around the halfway point, you can exchange these at a shop for items like heals or buffs or new equipment, which you can use in between levels to help give you an edge. The problem is really that it's still clear that the team weren't able to put in the required time or energy in order to fulfill this idea's potential, and what we get doesn't exactly feel like a must-play Onimusha experience. For example, lots of the cutscenes are reused across multiple characters. Disappointingly, every single Genma warrior has exactly the same campaign on every difficulty level. It's a little better when playing as the Onimusha, but the cutscenes are still too short and too vague to really feel like a critical piece of Onimusha lore, and other than a surprise appearance by Jennifer Hale, who voices Kaide, you'll be playing for the sake of gameplay rather than a narrative hook. Overall, the story mode is still a bit of an acquired taste, but compared to the multiplayer offering, it is much more interesting. And if you can get into the mindless reward cycle of grinding out runs in order to take on higher difficulty levels, it can actually be quite fun. So, while we don't have any developer testimony to know for sure, I'm pretty confident that Onimusha Blade Warriors was a product of another confused and rushed development, as it just feels like a combination of half ideas. Inafune's core concept of a casual fighting game experience seems totally at odds with what the company were known for, and it's a real shame that they didn't opt for something closer to X-Men or Darkstalkers, pitching the heroes of Sengoku history against one another in stylish 2D. Now, in a weird way, I almost think that Takeuchi and his team knew this, which is why the story mode feels so fundamentally different, but that similarly raises the issue of missed potential. I'd have loved to see the series transformed into a full cooperative RPG beat-em-up, where fathers and sons could battle hordes of Genma together and level up their characters while experiencing a unique Onimusha story. Instead, we just get the bones of that experience, and while it can be fun in the right circumstances, it's just not enough to carry a full game. Now, just like with Onimusha Tactics, it's hard to find concrete sales numbers, especially in Japan, which would have been Blade Warrior's primary market, but I think it's pretty easy for us to work out what happened. When it released in March of 2003, reviews were pretty negative. While it has a Metacritic score of 65, its coverage from high-profile outlets was substantially worse. Popular magazines like Official PlayStation Magazine and Edge both ranked Blade Warriors far below average, and influential websites like GameSpot and 1UP, and even TV shows like X-Play, all advised against purchasing the fighting game spin-off. For a company that often commissioned sequels before the original had even hit shelves, the lack of any sort of follow-up to either Blade Warriors or Tactics was a clear signal that this attempt to expand the series had failed. And Onimusha would almost certainly not be the next major cross-console franchise. So despite selling millions of copies and breaking PS2 records just 2 years earlier, Very quickly, the Onimusha situation had turned on its head, and it was obvious to both Japanese and American gamers that the future of the series depended entirely on the much anticipated third mainline installment. So here we arrive at Onimusha 3, a game that had a surprising amount riding on it, not only for the future of the series, but for the company that was creating it. By the mid-2000s, Capcom was in a very different situation to the late 90s golden age, and they were having real issues adapting to the shifting tastes and complex hardware of the 6th generation. Thanks to Shinji Mikami's constant refusal to work on the PlayStation 2, there hadn't been a major Resident Evil hit since 1999. While titles like Code Veronica, Remake, Zero, Outbreak and Dead Aim all had their fans, the series was really underperforming compared to the numbers of the past. Unfortunately, that situation was no better in their other franchises. Street Fighter was suffering thanks to the continued decline of arcades, Mega Man had become almost entirely irrelevant in 3D, and high-profile sequels like Devil May Cry 2 and Dino Crisis 3 had both received very negative reviews. Outside of the success of Onimusha, the outlook was actually pretty grim, and in 2003, Capcom posted an operating loss of almost 20 billion yen, which is around $160 million, and required the company to restructure and cancel 18 different projects. According to Vice President Heiji Oshima, the board felt Capcom was safe from insolvency, but it was clear that they needed a major financial hit in order to recover. And in Keiji Inafune, they had a developer who believed that he could deliver it. Now, considering the relative failure of both Onimusha Tactics and Onimusha Blade Warriors, you'd likely imagine that Capcom executives would turn a deaf ear to Inafune's ideas, but amazingly, they decided to do the opposite, and backed his next game with a monster budget and one of the biggest development teams in the company's history. It might be a hard move to understand. If we look at the interviews Inafune gave during the run-up to Onimusha 3's release, his vision for the series' future perfectly lined up with a company desperate for a big moneymaker. You see, in an interview with OneUp.com, Inafune spoke about how Onimusha 2's disappointing foreign sales had prompted him to reassess how the series should work. Apparently inspired by the suggestion of a young dev to mix samurais with time travel, the team decided to set Onimusha 3 in modern-day Paris and introduce a Western character to fight alongside the expected Japanese protagonist. It was quite the pivot in tone and aesthetic, but Inafune felt they had to include Western concepts in order to appeal to Western gamers. And as the aim was to chase international success, the third entry in the Sengoku Samurai series would be decidedly less Sengoku and samurai than its predecessors. Now, along with the change in setting, there were some big shifts in production, as Inafune wanted Onimusha 3 to match the spectacle of a Hollywood blockbuster, and this led to some major investment in the game's visuals. Not only would the series be shifting to a fully 3D engine, designed from the ground up to allow for massive scale and a dynamic camera, but Robot Studio would be returning to produce their biggest cinematic yet. This formed a major part of the game's marketing, and during a press tour that took Onimusha 3 to Tokyo, Hong Kong, Paris and Los Angeles, it was this cutscene that took up most of the event, rather than previews of the gameplay or revelations about how the time-hopping story would work. Of course, given the series' extremely strong following in Japan, and one that was based on its inherent Japanese identity, this was all a massive gamble. And when Onimusha 3 Demon Siege hit shelves in early 2004, it was clear that the risk hadn't exactly paid off. The game's new direction received rave reviews from critics, but it didn't convert into a global sales explosion. And incredibly, despite all the investment and ambitious production, Onimusha 3 ended up selling less than either Onimusha 1 or 2, managing just 1.5 million units shipped by the end of the decade. Even more surprising, the majority of these were still in Japan, where the game had debuted at number 1 on the sales chart and shipped 500,000 units in its first week, before dropping off dramatically as the year went on. Clearly, Inafune's pivot towards Western tastes hadn't worked. While Capcom would eventually crawl out of their financial hole thanks to the twin success stories of Resident Evil 4 and Monster Hunter Freedom, Onimusha had missed its chance to become the company's #1 series. So, what went wrong? Why did Inafune's grand ambition come up short? Well, the first place to start is with the big French elephant in the room, the casting of Jean Reno as Onimusha 3's new protagonist, French police officer Jacques Blanc. In interviews, Inafune claimed that the reason Reno had been approached was that the team wanted an actor who fitted the Parisian setting, but would also be recognisable to American audiences. Now that might make sense, but it's still an odd choice, and it looks even stranger when compared to the return of Takeshi Kaneshiro as Samanosuke. You see, Kaneshiro had only continued to grow in fame, and thanks to the monster success of 2004's House of Flying Daggers, he'd become a recognisable star outside of Hong Kong and Japan, a situation that could have been harnessed to increase Onimusha's international potential. The thing is, Inafune's idea was to share the screen time between Kaneshiro and Reno, an idea that didn't really work thanks to the gulf in raw commercial appeal. While Reno was a highly respected actor who'd built his career in the art house world of late 1980s French cinema, he wasn't really a traditional leading man, and outside of the cult classic Leon the Professional, he also wasn't really a box office draw. In the late 90s, he'd been in a string of big movies like Mission Impossible, Godzilla, and Ronin, but in each one, he always played second fiddle to larger stars like Tom Cruise and Robert De Niro. And while he always gave excellent performances, he was never the biggest face on the poster. In fact, this lack of profile was actually even worse by the time we reached 2004, as Reno had unfortunately been in a string of box office bombs, like the dreadful remake of the 80s classic Rollerball, and an American reimagining of the French comedy Just Visiting, which made such a big loss that it put its production company out of business. Now, I don't want this to come across like I'm talking down Jean Reno. He's an incredible actor who is genuinely captivating in movies like Leon, The Big Blue, and Crimson Rivers, but as a casting to sell a video game about killing Japanese zombies, he's a very strange choice, and it's no surprise that his involvement didn't really move the needle. Unfortunately, the same can be said for that Blockbuster Robot Studio cutscene, which, while unbelievably impressive from a cinematic and technical perspective, was really one of the first examples of a trailer that was more popular than the game itself. According to Inafune, this 6-minute long sequence took almost 2 years to create, and was the focus of over 100 developers, which included members of Capcom, Robot Studio, and a couple of big names that brought star power of their own. At those same global press events in 2003, it was announced that the intro cinematic would be directed by Takashi Yamazaki, a young director who'd already worked with Kaneshiro on the 2002 sci-fi hit Returner. Now, Yamazaki's work would be largely unappreciated in the West until 2023, when he wrote and directed Godzilla -1, which received enormous acclaim and finally turned people onto his eye for stylish action and crazy effects. Obviously, Onimusha 3 benefited massively from his involvement, and it's no surprise that media and fans alike were captivated by just how good this trailer was. The premise is simple. After his death at the hands of Jubei Yagyu, Nobunaga has returned once again, and we find an enormous Genma army on their way to meet their master at Honnoji Temple. The only thing standing in their way is a lone samurai, Samanosuke Akechi, and across the course of the sequence, we see him fight his way into the belly of a monstrous living tank, tear his way up to the control room, where he duels a terrifying fallen Oni. Now, amazingly, most of these sprawling shots were put together with detailed practical sets, and lots of real motion capture, which allowed Yamazaki to focus on traditional direction, rather than constantly having to consult 3D modelers or animators. Obviously, it made everything very expensive, but the results look amazing. And if Inafune had been promising an experience that rivaled Hollywood, this trailer more than proved he could deliver. Of course, it's the action which is the main draw, and the reason it looks so great is because Capcom enlisted the talents of another rising star, Donnie Yen, who choreographed all of the chaos. Now, Yen would go on to become one of the biggest action stars in Hong Kong cinematic history, but at this point, he was still building his reputation, and had been hired off the back of his work designing the action sequences in Blade 2. It's a shame in a way, as I think another version of Onimusha 3 that puts Donnie Yen opposite Takeshi Kaneshiro, rather than Jean Reno, would have driven Eastern audiences wild. But even without appearing on camera, Yen's influence is all over the sequence. We don't just see wild, swinging and chaotic combat, but something more thoughtful and considered. Each move having purpose as the team tries to cram in as many creative moments as possible. By the time Samanosuke stumbles out of the smoking wreckage and on towards his confrontation with Nobunaga, it's impossible to resist this potent mixture of action and mythology. But the success of Yamazaki and Yen ended up being something of a double-edged sword. You see, the cutscene they put together wasn't really all that representative of the actual Onimusha 3 experience, and lots of its defining characteristics were conspicuously absent. For example, we only see Jean Reno very briefly during the credits, and there's absolutely no indication that the majority of the game would be taking place in modern-day Paris and would heavily revolve around the dynamics of the Blanc family. The trailer and game are just a little too disconnected, and I'm sure this explains the massive drop-off in Japanese sales, as consumers began to realise that what looked like the ultimate Sengoku fantasy adventure was actually more of a James Cameron-style thriller. So thanks to the new direction, Onimusha 3 ended up falling short of Capcom's lofty expectations, and for all the added star power and massive investment, it turned out that it simply wasn't possible to take a series rooted in Japanese culture and turn it into a global powerhouse. But therein lies the irony of Onimusha 3, because while these changes hurt the game's commercial potential, this mixture of East and West created a video game that is not only very high quality, but seriously original. It's a stylish combination of two worlds, a blend of pulse-pounding action thriller and epic mythological adventure, past and present fused into a game unlike anything else Capcom had ever made, and would ever attempt to make again. While Onimusha Warlords was deeply connected to the language of slow-paced survival horror, and Onimusha 2 was more of a light-hearted adventure story, Onimusha 3 represents yet another reinvention. Upon selecting a new game, we don't see Japanese peasants tending to their fields, or mighty ronin wandering the countryside, or really anything that might resemble the Sengoku period. No, instead, Onimusha 3 opens on May 8th, 2004, in the French capital of Paris. The very first thing we see is Jean Reno's Jacques Blanc, resting against his motorbike and gazing at a picture of his son, Henri. Now, despite the intimidating Leon-esque sunglasses and leather duster, Jacques is a caring father, and during a phone call home, he spends most of the time trying to encourage Henri to get to school, to brush his teeth, and be polite to the neighbours. Clearly, it's a loving but strained relationship, where work has to come first, and this is exactly what happens as the two are cut off by a distress call from Jacques' partner, Philippe. Here we're introduced to Onimusha 3's central narrative concept, the Genma invasion of modern-day Paris. Now, I'm not going to pretend. It is a weird idea, and while you can understand what Inafune and co were going for, it doesn't make it any less absurd to see zombies armed with katana cutting down pedestrians outside of cafes on the Champs-Élysées. What saves this from descending into comedy is that Onimusha 3 takes this situation very seriously, and for as ridiculous as the premise might be, we genuinely see a realistic portrayal of monsters swarming a 21st century city. Soldiers are overrun in the chaos, defenseless innocents are hacked to pieces, and everyone other than Jacques seems unable to mount an effective defense. And then the scene changes. Our focus is pulled back in time, to Kyoto in 1582, as we see the forces of the Akechi clan as they prepare to assault the Oda stronghold at Honnoji Temple. Leading the charge is of course Samanosuke, and here we take control of our hero as he fights his way through the Genma and up to the citadel's central hall, where he faces down his old enemy for what should be the last time. Only something is wrong. A portal opens and Samanosuke is pulled out of 1582 and thrust into the chaos of Paris in 2004. Despite the disorientation, he manages to defend Jacques and Philippe, but as the two characters cannot communicate, he has no idea where he is or why he's been called here. That confusion is only compounded when another portal opens and pulls Jacques back to the Sengoku period, dumping him and a dying Philippe into the Japanese countryside, where he is greeted by a spirit and bestowed his own Oni gauntlet. The plot from here on out is remarkably simple. Both Samanosuke in 2004 and Jacques in 1582 must take on the role of the Onimusha, as defeating the Genma in both timelines is the only way that either can return home. Now, thanks to its high-profile actors, heavy use of motion capture, and overt Kurosawa influence, the Onimusha series had always been known for its cinematic flair, but I think it's safe to say that Onimusha 3 pushes this to a whole new level. The opening sequence feels less like Seven Samurai or The Hidden Fortress, and more like something you'd see from Michael Bay or James Cameron, a fast-paced spectacle of intense action and conceptual storytelling. It really is a time travel action blockbuster. While that might not have made for an international sales hit, the two worlds make for a really engaging narrative that is far more coherent than it has any right to be. Very quickly, Samanosuke discovers that it's Guildenstern leading the Genma charge, and while attempting to track him down, he runs into Michel Aubert, a French lieutenant who's attempting to coordinate a counter-offensive. Now, in a lesser game, these two would quickly join forces, but Onimusha 3 has different ideas, as at first, the two struggle to understand one another, as Samanosuke can't speak French and Michel can't speak Japanese. It's an interesting conundrum, and shows that the writers were taking the time travel concept seriously, thinking about the problems our heroes would encounter and how they might be resolved. The solution comes in the form of another new character, Ako the Tengu, a servant of the Oni who's been tasked with supporting both Jacques and Samanosuke across both timelines. She's effectively a sort of guide and feels very inspired by Puck from Berserk, mainly providing comic relief but also genuine insight into the world and helping to connect the two separate sides of Onimusha 3's story. Now, as is typical for time travel plots, this could easily devolve into a convoluted mess of overlapping timelines and confusing paradoxes, but Onimusha 3 does a pretty good job of keeping things simple. Whenever something more zany looks like it's about to take centre stage, like Henri discovering that he can sense his father in the past, or Samanosuke becoming trapped between the timelines, it never overstays its welcome. It certainly is a pretty crazy story, but it ends up feeling a lot more grounded than the schizophrenic plot of Onimusha 2. And I think a big reason for this is that the presentation is much more serious, especially when it comes to the voice acting. Although the game features lots of familiar characters, none of the voice actors from Onimusha Warlords' terrible English dub have returned, and instead Capcom put together a far more professional cast. Samanosuke is now voiced by Robin Atkin-Downes, a young voice actor who'd already built quite the resume, and who does a really good job of replicating the stoic heroism of Takeshi Kaneshiro's Japanese performance. Along with this, everyone from Nobunaga to Guildenstern to Henri, and even smaller characters like the Genma samurai Ranmaru, or the wandering ronin Heiichiro Honda, are all voiced by performers who had lots of experience in the industry, and it gives the bonkers plot a lot more credibility. The standout by far is Jennifer Hale as Michelle. Even though video game voice acting was a relatively new medium, it's clear that Hale was already an enormous talent. Her involvement improves Onimusha 3 dramatically, as amazingly there's quite a bit of interpersonal drama, which mainly revolves around the Parisian characters and their fractured family unit. At the risk of repeating myself, it is incredibly weird to see Samanosuke Akechi and an Oni fairy coaching a French police officer on how to treat his son, but the earnest performances and brisk pace mean it actually does work. Seeing Henri and Michel reconcile their differences is just enough of an emotional payoff to balance out all the frantic, over-the-top action. Now, the only criticism I can levy in this area is the frankly baffling use of Jean Renault, who, despite being advertised as a big part of Onimusha 3, isn't actually in the game all that much. You see, in interviews before the game's release, Inafune confirmed that while Jacques Blanc would be based on Renault's likeness, his lines would be delivered by English voice actor Paul Mercier, who's probably best known for playing Leon Kennedy in the Resident Evil games. It's a baffling decision, as Renault did actually record a handful of voice lines in French, which are used during the early game before Ako's magic allows everyone to communicate in the same language. Considering that Renault spoke English fluently and did so in almost every one of his most famous roles, it's a decision that is very hard to wrap your head around. He might have been a strange choice to sit alongside Takeshi Kaneshiro on the cover, but then to not even license his voice just seems ridiculous. So, while the narrative was clearly striking out into unexpected new places, the same was true for the game's design, as Onimusha 3 pretty much completes the series' transition away from Resident Evil style tension and towards a much more fast-paced and expansive action game formula. The single biggest two adjustments are how you control your character and how the camera reacts to your movements, which are fundamentally different to the fixed camera angles, static backgrounds, and tank controls of the past. Now, I love pre-rendered backgrounds as much as anyone, but there is something about a full 3D world that creates a sense of scale that can often be missing when you're racing around on top of a JPEG. In almost every interview before the game's release, Inafune spoke about how important this transition was. Not only because he felt it would keep the series at the cutting edge of technology, but because the story they were telling demanded the grandiosity that only 3D visuals could provide. To his credit, he was completely correct, and thanks to an entirely new engine, almost every single environment feels not only massive, but genuinely tactile. We wander beneath the shadows of the Arc de Triomphe, scale the steps of a Genma-infested Eiffel Tower, look out across the Mediterranean from the ramparts of Mont Saint-Michel, and leap between shelves of ice in the depths of a brutal Japanese winter. It's all very well realised, and compared to the barren hallways and reused locations of Onimusha 2's second half, it's a return to form for the series. Now, because the world is rendered in full 3D, the need to rely on static camera angles has also been removed, although the team haven't gone as far as to give the player total control of where they're looking. Instead, we get a sort of middle ground, where the camera pans with your movements and changes perspective much less frequently than in your typical survival horror adventure. On its own, this might not seem like a particularly big deal, but it comes in tandem with another major change in accessibility, which is that you now control your character with the left analog stick, and movement is entirely based around your perspective as the player. If you've seen any of my other videos, you'll know that I'm a big defender of tank controls in general, but these are two changes that I think suit Onimusha 3, as many of the reasons fixed cameras and slow tank movement work are missing from this new high intensity direction. With the new engine, it meant that the team could dramatically increase the amount of models on screen, and thanks to the sprawling 3D locations, it makes sense to unshackle the player movement and step away from the more careful and precise controls which survival horror games are designed around. Now, something particularly cool about all these different systems working in tandem is that it's allowed for the team to work some technical wizardry, as they came up with a really interesting concept called LOD, or level of detail. Basically, depending on what's happening on the screen, the camera will either zoom in or zoom out, and this allows the game to pitch the graphics in real time, shifting between highly detailed models when there isn't much happening and lower resolution alternatives when you're in the middle of a massive melee. Considering that this was the team's first ground-up PlayStation 2 project, it is an incredibly impressive system, and it allows for the creation of massive battles featuring loads of moving parts, and also highly detailed one-on-one duels, both of which are always locked to 60 frames per second and flow seamlessly from one into the other without a single second of loading. Keiji Inafune had obviously made it clear that he wanted to produce something with sky-high production values. And between the cinematic presentation of its narrative and the creativity of its technical design, you've got to say that Onimusha 3 looks and feels about as blockbuster as is possible to get on the PlayStation 2. So before we dive into the moment-to-moment gameplay, let's take a second to talk structure, as just like with its narrative and presentation, Onimusha 3 represents a pretty major break from its predecessor's ideas. Rather than exploring a single location, like Inabayama Castle in Onimusha 1, or having a central hub, like Onimusha 2's Imasho Village, the third game takes a rather more traditional approach. It is based around a linear sequence of entirely self-contained levels. Now, that might seem like a step backwards in terms of ambition, but it's actually executed with real flair. And thanks to a huge amount of environmental variety and over 2 hours of in-game cutscenes, Onimusha 3 ends up feeling like a fast-paced adventure film that races from one pulse-pounding set piece to the next. At the core of all this is the idea of having 2 protagonists, as the game is roughly divided between Samanosuke and Jacques, shifting perspectives each time one of them scores a victory, and never lingering long enough for the gameplay loop to become stale. Now, as for that loop, it won't take long to notice that all of the RPG-style mechanics from Onimusha 2 have been rolled back. Funnily enough, Inafune directly addressed this before the game's release, and told the media, and while the last title had lots of interesting ideas, he much preferred Onimusha as a pure action game, and saw the third title as a return to the series' fundamentals. So while we still upgrade our weapons and spells with Genma souls, spend time looking for key items to unlock further progress, and open a pretty hefty amount of chests, sealed with puzzle-like minigames, the vast majority of Onimusha 3 is spent in battle. Now, we've already seen plenty of experimentation with multiple characters, but Demon Siege's twin leads takes this to its natural conclusion, and gives us two entirely customizable characters with two entirely distinct playstyles. Samanosuke is your typical Onimusha samurai, and while he does gain access to three new weapons, the twin-bladed Tengu, an elemental Nodachi known as the Kuga, and a heavy axe called the Chigo, he functions much as you'd expect. You dodge and block, counterattack with Isens, and unload magical attacks when you're cornered by stronger foes. After 3 games, there is certainly the potential for this to feel a little stale, but thanks to the control and camera changes, there's been a dramatic injection of pace, and it really feels like the ultimate version of Onimusha's best ideas. Along with a few pleasant quality of life changes like the ability to use a bow and arrow without having to go into your inventory, and the Onimusha mode now being a toggle ability rather than something that activates automatically, and well, you've got a combat system that feels tighter than ever. Now of course this is only half the story, as you'll also do battle as Jacques, and while he has an Oni gauntlet, he functions very differently to Samanosuke or Jubei. You see Jacques' 3 weapons, the short sword Enya, a double spear called the Ryzen, and the Hyosai, a hulking Morningstar, are all designed to work like whips. Rather than outputting lots of damage onto a single target, he's very good at hitting multiple foes at once with broad swings of his weapons, and can disable enemies with grabs that open them up to powerful throws. It makes for a refreshing change from the more focused swordplay of Samanosuke, but where things get really interesting is that Jacques also interacts with the world in a very different way. You see, at certain points he can use his whips to attach onto flying jump points, and these create little moments of pseudo-platforming and takes advantage of the new 3D environments by adding in lots of verticality to the locations he explores. At times, it can almost feel like a 3D interpretation of Castlevania. While I'm sure people weren't overly excited about the prospect of a non-samurai main character, in practice, the Jacques sections are some of the most fun in the entire series. Now, initially as Samanosuke and Michelle team up in Paris, and Jacques journeys across Japan with a past version of Samanosuke, it looks like this action-heavy timeline skipping structure is going to be the entire game. But what makes Onimusha 3 so special is quite how effectively it shakes up its own format. Around a third of the way through the game, both characters end up in a mysterious underwater temple, with Jacques being brought here after boarding a magical Genma ship, and Samanosuke activating a light bridge in the depths of Notre Dame Cathedral. For the first time in the game, despite being separated by 500 years, both characters find themselves in the same location, and this introduces an interesting new mechanic. You see, throughout the story, Akko has been travelling back and forth to coordinate the two Onimusha, but here she takes on a much more active role. Through the use of a special device, you can ask her to take items backwards and forwards in time, and this also allows you to manually change who you are controlling. The idea is that you explore the underwater temple as both characters at the same time, passing across key items that open up new sections and having to balance 2 health pools and 2 inventories. In reality, if you know what you're looking for, it's just another straightforward sequence of puzzles and combat encounters, but the way it's presented never feels this restrictive, and as you're free to swap between characters at any time, it does a great job of masking the linearity. Now what's cool is that it isn't the only time this mechanic is used, as later on in the game, the 2 heroes end up on Mont Saint Michel, and again have to work together in order to escape the island. This time, it's an even more complex sequence of swaps, which involves planting climbable vines in the past for Samanosuke to use in the future, passing back and forth the key to the Citadel, and entirely different pathways that only Jacques can access with his whip-based platforming. It might not seem like a huge deal, but on top of just being satisfying to unpick from a gameplay perspective, these sequences help create connection between the 2 storylines. Really hammer home that this isn't just a game with 2 main characters, but an ensemble cast where what happens in one timeline has a genuine impact on the other. Now earlier on I said Onimusha 3 didn't have any side quests, but that's not strictly true, as just like in all previous games, we can discover magical gatekeepers who can send our twin heroes into the Dark Realm. The difference here is that the Dark Realm is now a bit more complex. It feels like it's had a lot of thought put into making it more than just an optional challenge mode. Upon defeating each room, you now get a choice between 2 or 3 coloured portals, each representing a branching path, and in between every floor we're shown a map, which highlights potential new routes and how far we are from each zone's reward. This increased visual feedback and player choice makes quite a big difference to how the Dark Realm flows, and considering the linearity of the wider game, it prompts some difficult decisions, like if you should spend resources trying to grab optional rewards when you know you won't be able to return if you progress the story. It's a doubly challenging question, as the Dark Realm is home to almost all of the game's most powerful items, and things like wooden charms which revive you upon death or full power Oni medicine can only be found by braving its labyrinthine portals. Now, the Dark Realm isn't the only returning concept that's seen a big jump in quality, as right in the middle of the game, once our heroes have escaped the underwater temple, we totally change gears and take control of Michelle as she heads out into Paris to look for a missing Henri. These non-Onimusha gameplay sections have always been a bit of a mixed bag, and while Onimusha 2 made some big improvements, not every alternative character always feels like they're contributing to the experience. Given the focus on Samanosuke and Jacques, the Michelle section could have so easily fallen into this same trap, but the development team have managed to craft something very fun that offers up a perfect little dose of gameplay variety. Without a magical gauntlet, our French femme fatale has to rely on more conventional weaponry, like shotguns, rifles and grenades, but outside of that, the combat is remarkably similar to the rest of the game, asking you to cut through hordes of enemies with fast-paced movement and near constant action. It ends up playing like Devil May Cry without the melee combat, a prospect which I'm sure sounds ridiculous, but is actually quite a lot of fun, and makes Michelle feel like a badass who can genuinely contribute to the war effort. My only complaint is that while we play as her for a good 45 minutes, she doesn't get her own boss fight, which is a real shame as they are another soaring high point in Onimusha 3. By 2004, games like Metal Gear Solid 2, Kingdom Hearts and especially Capcom's own Devil May Cry had really started to push 3D boss design into interesting new places, blending the old school approach of brutal skill checks with the spectacle and creativity possible on next generation hardware. It was no longer enough to give an imposing monster a bunch of health and a special attack, and Inafune's team clearly understood that Onimusha 3 would need a solid cast of villains if it wanted to compete with the best of the action genre. Well, from the first encounter in the burning throne room of Honnoji Temple, it's obvious that there's been a jump in both quality and ambition, delivering a host of bosses that more than suit Onimusha 3's barnstorming atmosphere. Take Brainstern, a cyborg Genma created by Guildenstern, who we fight in an arena full of cover that we have to use to hide from its machine guns, but will be destroyed by a spinning attack if you linger for too long. Now, by timing your strikes, you can remove the armour from the robot's wings, which then shifts the fight into a totally different perspective, dropping the camera in behind Samanosuke's shoulder as you assault its core. Incredibly, during playtesting, Shinji Mikami fed back that this camera angle should have been used for the entire game, as he felt it put players much closer to the action, and it would end up inspiring the shift in perspective that he used when making Resident Evil 4. Now, while none of the other fights can claim to have such an oversized influence on the industry, they are generally very well designed, and utilise lots of unique mechanics and creative ideas. For example, when we finally track down Guildenstern, he fittingly refuses to fight alone, animating demonic knights to do his bidding while he cowardly throws magical spells from a distance, which in tandem with a huge time-warping move that can rewind the fight to an earlier point, really makes it feel like we're battling an unholy sorcerer. Similarly, we get a host of tense one-on-one duels, where Samanosuke battles Ranmaru and Jacques fights Heihachi Honda, and these eschew the grand mechanics in favour of really honing in on the core ideas of blocking, spacing and counterattacks. Now, typically the best fights happen when playing as Jacques, as these incorporate the jump points, which add a really welcome new dimension. You see, without any additional movement options like rolling or jumping, there's only so fast paced that Onimusha's combat can get, but by including these points, the team are able to create a kind of pseudo-dodge that makes for some really good bosses. Against a reborn Marcellus, Gertrude the Demon Hound and Vega Donna, all the magical attacks and flashing blades are perfectly complemented by last-minute leaps out of danger, and it contributes to the flow of battle so well that it's actually a bit disappointing when you switch back to Samanosuke and don't have an equivalent. Regardless, it's still the strongest set of fights in the entire series, and sits as the cherry on top of a really well-designed and thoughtfully constructed video game. In fact, I almost wish that the game had been advertised on these merits, as a thrilling action experience, rather than its Hollywood-style production and cast, as good gameplay and interesting mechanics are ideas that transcend all markets and cultures. You don't have to know who Takeshi Kaneshiro or Jean Reno are in order to enjoy slaying demons as them. And when it feels this good, it's hard to believe that Capcom didn't make this Onimusha 3's main selling point. If you're happy to go with the flow of Onimusha 3's strange premise and storytelling, you'll find a thrilling action game, which feels like the moment the series truly found its own identity, stepping out of the shadow of Resident Evil and honing in on what makes the franchise so fun. But there is one last thing I want to talk about, a slight issue that I think affects the game's legacy, and is probably the main reason that Onimusha 3 isn't held in the same acclaim as its PS2 action comrades. There is a problem at the heart of this game that exists only because of the team's grab at international success, and it relates to the difficulty. Now, before we get to this, it does need to be said that Onimusha 2 was absurdly overtuned, and clearly whatever the direction chosen for the next game, the challenge needed to be brought down to a level that felt rewarding rather than punishing. The issue is that in combination with a desire to take Onimusha mainstream, the team have swung too far in the other direction, and accidentally made Onimusha 3 so easy that it does impact the overall experience. Let's start with the new analog control scheme, as while this makes the game far more responsive and able to be picked up by just about anyone, it does come at a cost. With player perspective controls, it's incredibly easy to weave between foes, to use hit and run tactics on elites, and even avoid combat altogether. And in combination with the much larger 3D environments that give you a lot more space to work in, it takes away virtually all of the potential threat that comes from non-boss enemies. In Onimusha 3, they're really just intended to be chaff for you to tear through, and while that can be very viscerally satisfying, it also strips away the strategy and skill that makes the best action games so engaging. Now on its own, that isn't too big of an issue, but there are a host of other systems that also lower the challenge, and in totality, it makes for an experience that really doesn't push the player. For example, the Onimusha transformation system has been reworked, and while it still requires 5 purple orbs in order to activate, you now do this manually by clicking in the right thumbstick. As we've already mentioned, that's a really good quality of life change that stops you from wasting your most powerful weapon. But what spoils the party is that this transformation automatically triggers on death. This means that you almost always have a built-in failsafe, and as using this form generates lots of yellow and blue orbs, it almost always fully refills your health and magic and effectively acts as a second life. It just feels like an unnecessary mechanic, and instead of the Onimusha form being something you need to trigger at the perfect moment, you end up always holding it back in reserve as the second life is far more valuable. Unfortunately, that same lack of strategic depth is found in another new system, which tries to add some customization to the equipment that Jacques and Samanosuke use. You see, Ako the Tengu is always present no matter who you're playing as, and we can find different vests for her to wear, which each carry their own unique powers. Now on the surface, this system sounds pretty good. The vests are usually hidden away behind optional puzzles or at the bottom of various Dark Realm portals, and in order to use each one, you have to unlock their true potential with the game's lone collectible item, Echo Spirits, which Ako grabs for the Onimusha from special chests. The issue is that the game's linear level design means they aren't particularly hard to find, and with just a tiny bit of effort, you can end up with a whole set of Tengu vests that don't seem balanced in the slightest. The first two you'll find, the red and blue vests, increase the speed of soul absorption and turn every single soul red, which are two pretty powerful but situational upgrades. But the third, found by Jacques in Sakai Village, really breaks the game wide open. If you equip the white vest, you'll heal if you stand still, and while it is quite a slow effect, with patience it basically makes it impossible to die outside of a boss encounter, and even makes these dramatically easier as you can save all of your healing items for those climactic moments. Now Onimusha has never really been about inventory management, but the balance between going for ease encounters, saving up your heals and being careful in combat was always fundamental to its gameplay. The white vest throws all of this out the window, allowing you to be as reckless as possible if you're willing to recharge after combat and dropping the challenge down by another level. What's shocking is that that's not even the most powerful vest, as later on in Notre Dame, Michelle finds a yellow one, which when equipped causes all of your attacks to produce bonus souls, totally skewing the upgrade economy and allowing you to become ludicrously overpowered. Now, the rebuttal to all these complaints is that if you're finding it too easy, you simply don't use the vests. but I feel like even without them, it's so clear that the development team were trying to make Onimusha 3 as beatable as physically possible. Almost everything from the straightforward level design to the intuitive controls to the massive amount of save points and free extra lives and easy access to healing, it all feels like the goal was to allow every single player, regardless of skill, to reach the credits. Now, given so much of Onimusha 3 was influenced by the structure and tone of cinema, I can fully believe this was the objective. But the problem is, it doesn't make for longevity in an action-focused video game. You see, titles like Devil May Cry, Ninja Gaiden, and eventually God of War would put much more emphasis on customizable builds and raw difficulty, which both ask players to heavily engage with its gameplay systems. This ends up making for games that reward multiple playthroughs, not just because you can approach a run with a different set of weapons or tactics, but because high-skill games tend to be more mechanically rewarding. There's no denying that Onimusha 3 is a very fun game to play, but I can't help but feel it sacrificed a little bit of depth in the pursuit of creating a smooth and frictionless experience. And by trying to appeal to everyone, the team ended up missing the fundamentals that would make this genre such a big deal over the next decade. Now, as with any discussion about art, this is just one possible perspective, but the flip side of the argument is that just like in a movie, the lower difficulty means that everyone gets to see how it ends. On balance, this is probably a good thing, as Inafune and the team have put together a bombastic finale, more than worthy of sending off the trilogy. After escaping from Mont Saint-Michel in 1582, Jacques teams up with the past version of Samanosuke, and the two realise that in order to defeat Nobunaga, they'll need to acquire something called the Oni Army Orb, a holy relic that will allow them to go toe-to-toe with the armies of the Genma. So after a bit of hunting in an abandoned Oni mansion, the two manage to find it, and this leads to the siege of Azuki Castle, which is easily the most eye-catching and exciting sequence in the entire game. Our two heroes stand upon a hill as a mass of Genma soldiers race out to meet them, but in a hail of multicoloured lights which burst out of the orb, the horde come face to face with a seemingly endless legion of Oni soldiers. Now, what's amazing about this is that the full breadth of the battle isn't just restricted to a cutscene, and we actually play as Jacques, who dives down into the maelstrom and has to carve a path towards the Oda stronghold. Here is where that LOD system really shines, packing the screen full of enemies and devolving the combat into a pure power trip of hack and slash nonsense, totally lacking in any sort of challenge but utterly captivating to play through. So while Jacques is closing in on Nobunaga, present-time Samanosuke and Michel have been uncovering the Genma's plans in Paris, and unsurprisingly, it turns out that everything is the fault of Guildenstern. Deep within the underwater temple, he found a device called a time folder, and through some nefarious experimentation, discovered that its power could be vastly enhanced in order to ferry Genma troops across history. The plan was to leapfrog out of the Sengoku period, where their losses at Inabayama and at the hands of Jubei Yagyu had weakened them dramatically, and attempt to conquer the future, which we see in the opening cutscene. The final version of the time folder requires the Eiffel Tower to operate, and it gives Samanosuke his own cinematic finale, climbing up the iconic structure as the city sprawls out below, crackling with energy as rifts in time pull our hero into side dimensions or backwards and forwards in time. Sadly, Samanosuke isn't able to prevent the time folder from activating, so it falls to Jacques and past Samanosuke to defeat Nobunaga at Honnoji Temple and prevent the Demon Lord from reaching 2004. This is where things come full circle. We're right back at the opening scene of the game, but this time Samanosuke is joined by his French buddy. And rather than having his confrontation interrupted by the time folder, the Parisian agent steps in and defeats the demon warlord. So with the two heroes saying their goodbyes, it feels like victory is at hand, until tragedy strikes. Oda Nobunaga once again rises to his feet, and with Jacques trapped inside the grip of the time folder, the Genma demon stabs a wounded Samanosuke and finally kills his Oni nemesis. Now back in Paris, Jacques is overjoyed to see Henri and Michel, but at the sight of future Samanosuke, he immediately declares that they must go back to Honnoji to finish the fight once and for all. Ever the honourable man, Samanosuke refuses, and with an emotional goodbye to his newfound friends, he allows the time folder to pull him back in time and into one last confrontation. Now, I'm going to have to pump the brakes for a second, as we've got some pretty meaty time travel paradoxes going on here. With Samanosuke dying in the past, he definitely shouldn't still be here in Paris, as he'd have never been sucked into the future, and his entire story in France would have never taken place. In fact, by extension, having Jacques be sucked into the time portal rather than Samanosuke means that nobody would have been there to save him and Felipe during the initial Genma invasion, so Jacques also should be technically dead. Obviously, the golden rule of time travel stories is that you're not meant to think too hard about them, and thankfully, if you take the brain-off approach, Onimusha 3's conclusion is still pretty fun, even if it makes absolutely zero sense. So when Samanosuke appears back at Honnoji Temple, he inexplicably absorbs past Samanosuke into his body, which has the effect of transforming him into the ultimate version of his Onimusha form. The ensuing battle against Nobunaga is pure video game nonsense of the very best kind, taking place in another swirling Genma dimension where the avatar of the Oni and the Lord of the Genma do battle one final time, trading blows and magical attacks and giving you one last chance to spend all of those hoarded healing items. It really is a beautiful mess of spectacle and over-the-top visuals and player power fantasy. Everything that makes Onimusha 3 such a fun game, distilled into one last fight against Samanosuke's old enemy. Eventually, as in every classic action flick, our hero is victorious, and with the famous last words that were supposedly uttered when the real Nobunaga was assassinated, 50 years, a dream, or an illusion, the demonic warlord who has plagued Japan for over half a century finally dies. So the last scene is fittingly one of peace. Samanosuke rests by a stream, contemplating that he still possesses the gauntlet, despite the defeat of the Genma, and amidst Akko's playful teasing, the two set off into the future, only this time at their own steady pace. Now, just like in past Onimusha games, there are a couple of extra modes you can unlock, like a target shooting game and a little bonus stage where you play as Heihachi Honda, but neither are really all that interesting. And while you've got to admire the team for always trying to include more content, it has to be said that this is an area where the series consistently drops the ball. Funnily enough, the best unlockable is nothing more than gaining access to the 3 weapons from Onimusha Warlords, which you get right at the start of a new game if you find 3 elemental seals in the Dark Realm and carry them all the way through to the credits. It's a nice little touch for those who want to go another round, but I stand by the criticism that Onimusha 3 feels as if it's been designed to give you everything over the course of one single glorious playthrough. In conclusion, Onimusha 3 is a complex game to assess. It's extremely fun to play and full of all sorts of clever little ideas, but you can also quite plainly see why it underperformed against company expectations. Not only because of its peculiar premise and strange choice of cast, but because it doesn't really feel like an unmissable conclusion to a well-established trilogy. There's something just slightly incoherent about the entire franchise. Yes, each one is full of monsters and samurai and hack and slash combat, but there are also stark differences between all 3 mainline games, and no matter how many times Keiji Inafune claimed that Demon Siege would be the grand climax, Onimusha 3 ultimately feels like yet another reboot. Now, despite selling a very respectable 1.5 million copies worldwide, and receiving excellent reviews from critics, attitudes within Capcom were much more negative, likely caused by the game's monstrous budget, which must have generated far less profits than the lean productions of the past. In fact, years later, while giving a talk about Capcom's struggles in the mid-2000s, Yun Takeuchi specifically spoke about how Onimusha 3 embodied this disappointing period. He used the metaphor, "If only we can get a couple of our team to dye their hair blonde, we'll turn into Americans," essentially saying that Onimusha 3 only appealed to Western gamers in very superficial ways, and by extension had lost the Japanese foundation upon which the series had been built. The big budget gamble had clearly backfired, and with its attempts to take the series cross-genre and onto other consoles having similarly disappointed, the future for Onimusha as Capcom's premier video game series looked to be over as fast as it had begun. "2005 marked a much-needed reprieve for Capcom, who managed to turn around their difficult financial situation thanks to a run of extremely successful titles. That year saw the release of Resident Evil 4, Devil May Cry 3 and Monster Hunter Freedom, a trilogy of games that sold for a combined 8 million copies worldwide, and opened the door to lots of profitable sequels, ports and special editions. After half a decade of struggle, Capcom were finally back to their best, and armed with unique multiplayer ideas, the finest action game of the generation, and that over-the-shoulder camera angle from Onimusha 3, the company re-established themselves as one of the leading developers in Japan. For long-suffering fans, it was an exciting time, but for those desperate for another Onimusha title, the news coming out of the company was far less positive. In interviews, Keiji Inafune spoke about how he saw Onimusha 3 as a pretty definitive end to the trilogy, and while he didn't rule out the possibility of future sequels, it certainly seemed like a natural place for a break after a manic period of 6 releases in just 4 years. In fact, for Inafune, this all came at an ideal moment, as he had recently been promoted to Capcom Managing Executive Officer, a much more high-level role that meant overseeing entire departments rather than working project by project, and almost certainly guaranteed that he wouldn't have time to drive forward with another installment. Now that being said, many of the series' defining characteristics found their way into other Capcom games, and as the Onimusha 3 team went their separate ways, they took lots of its core ideas with them. For example, after Onimusha 3, Yun Takeuchi had been tasked by Inafune with creating a high-definition title for the upcoming Xbox 360, a task which produced the third-person sci-fi shooter Lost Planet: Extreme Condition. On the surface, it has absolutely no similarities to Onimusha, but Takeuchi decided to keep the tradition of involving a famous actor, and this led to the casting of Korean star Lee Byung-hun as the game's protagonist, Wayne Holden. Similarly, the team behind Onimusha 2 had been hard at work on Shadow of Rome, a third-person historical action game that was an unlikely spiritual successor to that game's strange ideas. According to Inafune, the goal was to double down on the attempt to break America and Europe, and the hope was that by creating a Western-themed historical blockbuster, Shadow of Rome would produce results where Samanosuke and Jacques had failed. Well, despite some creative design ideas, a gripping narrative about the murder of Julius Caesar, and a lot of satisfying gory action, Shadow of Rome similarly disappointed when it was released, and has since slipped into the world of forgotten cult classics. Ironically, the game that would best carry the flag for Onimusha's legacy came from a developer that had nothing to do with any of its previous games, Hiroyuki Kobayashi, who'd spent his entire Capcom career working on Resident Evil and Dino Crisis. Inspired by the success of the first 2 Onimusha games and the impressive sales of Koei's Dynasty Warriors, Kobayashi had got the go-ahead to create his own take on the Sengoku period, and this produced a bombastic, multi-character hack and slash called Sengoku Basara. Now, if you're American or European, you'll have likely never heard of this game, and that's because Capcom took the baffling decision to completely rework the game for its English language release, and rename it Devil Kings. All mentions of Japanese history were erased, the difficulty was ramped up, lots of features were removed, and the narrative was rewritten into a strange semi-biblical tale, with Kobayashi telling journalists that the idea was to try and appeal to fans of Devil May Cry. This proved to be a very large mistake, as while Devil Kings was an enormous flop, Sengoku Basara proved to be a big hit, selling 500,000 copies against a tiny budget, and spawning a whole host of sequels, spin-offs, and even an anime adaptation. Clearly, there was still massive appetite for video games set during the Sengoku period, but with other series cannibalizing its ideas and its key developers busy on other projects, it wasn't exactly clear where a new Onimusha game would come from, or where it would fit into Capcom's new look catalogue. Well, fans didn't have to wait that long to find out, and despite 2005 being distinctly Onimusha-less, the following year saw the release of Shin Onimusha Dawn of Dreams, a 4th entry in the PS2 series, and yet another major reinvention. Now this time Capcom were a lot more upfront about their intentions, and when the game was announced in an interview with Famitsu Weekly, commenters noted that it wasn't being called Onimusha 4, but Shin Onimusha, an honorific which typically translates to new, and indicated that big changes were coming. For starters, Keiji Inafune's involvement was dramatically reduced thanks to his new role, and so management fell to Yoshinori Ono, who'd worked closely with Inafune on both Onimusha 2 and Shadow of Rome, and had plenty of ideas of his own. In an interview with CVG.com in late 2005, Ono told interviewer Graham Boyd that the goal was to not only reset the series after the disappointing sales of Onimusha 3, but reset the idea of what Onimusha was, something which he felt had been lost in all the strange sequels and attempts at Western storytelling. To this end, Shin Onimusha would take the series back into the heart of classic Sengoku history, picking up the story of Japan 15 years after Onimusha 3, and would deal with a next generation of Oni warriors as they fought against Hideyoshi Toyotomi, the successor to Nobunaga's power. It was a bold move considering Sengoku Basara had planted its flag firmly in this space, but Ono was quick to point out that Onimusha wasn't simply heading backwards, and this new vision for the series would have plenty to draw in old and new players alike. Reports claimed that just like in Shadow of Rome, Shin Onimusha would feature a fully controllable 3D camera and large-scale battles, but this would be paired with multiple playable characters and complex RPG systems, a decision that made the project quite distinct from the Muso stylings of other Sengoku action games. Now interestingly, one area where the game really broke from the past was in its presentation and marketing, as it was announced early on that Shin Onimusha would not be featuring a famous actor, and instead would revolve around entirely original characters. According to Inafune, this was because player tastes had changed, and rather than trying to appeal to a mainstream audience with a superstar on the cover, the team's focus was squarely on gameplay, and making something that would suit more experienced gamers. Now while this may well have been true, it also revealed something about Dawn of Dreams' scope, as it was being put together by a far smaller team with a much more modest budget. Unlike during the monster production of Onimusha 3, there would be no expensive actors or directors, no robot studio taking 2 years to produce a single cutscene, no expensive global marketing tour, and Ono had to make do with a far less prestigious team than had worked on previous games. For example, director Koichi Kimura had only just joined Capcom, and only had one directorship to his name, Wario World for the Nintendo GameCube, and while lead writer Hiroshi Yamashita had lots of experience, it was primarily on small-scale Game Boy Advance games, and he'd never worked with live voice actors. In reality, Capcom had given the go-ahead for another installment, but only if it could be produced on a shoestring. And in a fan Q&A posted to the company's website, Ono spoke candidly about how the game's development required an almost constant state of crunch. While when it was released, first in Japan on January 26 of 2006, and then in the West 2 months later, it seemed that the team's hard work had paid off, as reviews, especially those of imported versions, were very positive. Despite changing so much of what had worked in the past, the consensus seemed to be that Ono's team had made all the right calls, and a raft of 9 out of 10s from popular outlets like GamePro, Game Informer, IGN and PlayStation Magazine made it seem like the franchise was back to its best. With competition springing up from every corner and Capcom no longer desperate for a big budget moneymaker, this was the chance for Onimusha to reinvent itself and secure its future. So let's dive into the next phase of the Oni Genma War and see if it stuck the landing. Let's begin with the most overt change, which is that Onimusha Dawn of Dreams feels much more intrinsically Japanese than its international time-hopping predecessor, and it's clear that Ono's team were really trying to recapture that original audience. As we've already discussed, this involved bringing back the Sengoku period and leaning into the historical events and characters which had made Onimusha Warlords such a big hit. While we open with a fancy CGI cutscene, which we'll discuss in just a second, the premise is really established in a short section of narration, where we find that Dawn of Dreams takes place in a very different kind of Japan, during the tumultuous year of 1596. After Nobunaga's death at Honnoji Temple, his forces were taken over by his retainer Hideyoshi Toyotomi, who we saw attempting to kidnap Yumimaru during the events at Inabayama Castle. Despite his diminutive stature, Toyotomi was able to realise Nobunaga's ambition, and by the beginning of Dawn of Dreams, Japan has been unified into a single kingdom, the entire island controlled by one man for the first time in over 300 years. Now while this brought the endless warfare of the Sengoku era to a close, peace did not follow, as Japan was beset by a host of fresh issues. Toyotomi launched a bloody and ineffective invasion of Korea, which cost hundreds of thousands of Japanese lives, and at home, the appearance of Western traders brought a far more subtle threat, a new religion called Christianity. In real life, these two problems would eventually destabilise the Toyotomi clan and plunge Japan back into civil war. But Dawn of Dreams adds in a third, the appearance of the Omen Star looming high above Kyoto. This celestial abomination brings with it natural disasters, earthquakes, volcanoes and typhoons, but most terrifyingly of all, It heralds the re-emergence of the Genma, who tear across the countryside, slaying all in their path and seemingly taking orders from Hideyoshi Toyotomi himself. Now of course, where there are demons, there are also heroes, and here we find our protagonist, a young swordsman called Soki, who the peasants of Japan have taken to calling the Oni of Ash, thanks to a trail of burning Genma convoys that he leaves in his wake. So the country is in chaos, its leader has fallen to evil, and there stands just one man between the forces of darkness and their mysterious goals. It's a pure slice of historical fantasy, but there is more to Dawn of Dreams than just a return to the past. You see, while all this history does come up frequently throughout Soki's adventures, I would say that the tone and delivery of this story represent quite a break from franchise tradition. Rather than the serious and grounded atmosphere of Onimusha Warlords, Dawn of Dreams contains a lot of overt anime influence, and everything from the storytelling to the character designs to the gameplay all feel designed to appeal to that large market of shonen manga reading, video game buying young men. This is actually on show from the game's very first moments, as the CGI introduction shows off some really over-the-top action that feels far more like Dragon Ball or Samurai X than anything you'd see in a Kurosawa movie. We see two mysterious warriors dueling on the roof of a temple, framed against the backdrop of the falling Omen star, and as they trade magical attacks and speak of a looming apocalypse, it's clear that Shin Onimusha is going to lean far more into the fantasy elements that the series had always possessed. This becomes even more blatant when the cutscene switches to Soki, as he battles against hordes of Genma and then tears through a ruined city in a protracted battle against a monstrous mechanical samurai. Where previous Onimusha titles had tried to present themselves as a serious cinematic experience, Dawn of Dreams is far more happy to revel in its absurdity, portraying the Onimusha as larger-than-life heroes that can defeat forces far beyond any mortal man. The game is rife with zany imagery and crazy characters and funny little situations that create a much more light-hearted atmosphere, and it's clear that Ono's vision of Onimusha was far less intense than the games put together by Takeuchi and Inafune. Unsurprisingly, this also means Dawn of Dreams shares the most in common with Onimusha 2, which was of course Ono's last project in the series, and you can see a lot of that game's ideas being replicated on a much bigger scale. For example, both the narrative and gameplay revolve around not just Soki, but a large cast of companions, and we frequently find ourselves in non-combat areas, where the goal is to do nothing more than sit back, relax and get stuck into some NPC conversation. Similarly, thanks to the creation of a whole host of role-playing systems, there's a real sense of party progression, as you're constantly playing as other characters and investing resources into powering them up. In this sense, the game has a real JRPG flavour, and that's reflected in how the story progresses and how it's delivered. In the early levels, the focus is primarily on Soki tracking down Hideyoshi Toyotomi, and in the process, meeting his four companions and building a party capable of taking down the Genma Warlord. First up is Akane Yagyu, the granddaughter of Jubei from Onimusha 2, and who's been tasked with tracking down her traitor uncle, Munenori, who pledged his allegiance to the Genma and acts as a recurring villain. Akane is actually quite an interesting character, as she's initially positioned as a sort of Scrappy-Doo figure, a young and inexperienced fighter whose desire to prove herself ends up getting her into trouble. But she's actually quite a bit more layered than that. She's on a brutally single-minded quest for revenge, totally uninterested in Munenori's redemption or offering forgiveness. But this coldness is usually contrasted against how she acts towards other members of the party, as she clearly loves her friends and cares deeply about actually enjoying the adventure that they are on. Similarly interesting is Roberto Foix, who brings with him a distinctly non-Japanese flavour, as he's a Portuguese missionary who the team rescue from a Genma prison. Now just like Akane, he's a contradiction. On the surface, he's silent and stoic, a pugilist who lets his fists do the talking, but as the game progresses, he reveals a love of playing jokes on people, a deep passion for his religion, and a desire to learn about the culture of this land he's found himself in. The party is rounded out by Ohatsu, a childhood friend of Soki's who plays the role of the romantic interest, and Tenkai, an older warrior sage who guides the team on their journey, and while they aren't quite as complex, they still get a lot of screen time and feel like well fleshed out characters who contribute meaningfully to the plot. Now another area that's similarly dripping with anime influence are the new host of villains, as without Nobunaga and Guildenstern, the Genma have had to recruit a new set of generals. In Dawn of Dreams, this role falls to Claudius, Rosencrantz and Ophelia, who similarly feature in lots of cutscenes, often with the focus cutting away from our heroes to show the dastardly demons scheming in some faraway castle. As for their actual goals, that's a little harder to discern, as along with the anime presentation comes a heavy dose of anime motivation. And it feels like the Genma are running about 5 different schemes that Soki and the crew all end up foiling over the course of their journey. What saves this from being a convoluted mess is that each Genma directly correlates to one of your companions, and they form little sub-stories that run alongside the wider plan to stop Hideyoshi. Rosencrantz, for example, is possessing the body of Roberto's father, Luis, but our Portuguese fighter doesn't know this, and so much of his journey is driven by revenge, and when he finally discovers the truth, it adds a bit of emotional weight to what would have otherwise been a generic boss fight. In fact, the situation with the Genma is made even more interesting, as throughout the game, Soki constantly hallucinates an image of a man dressed in a pure white suit. And thanks to him speaking exclusively in riddles, we're never quite sure if this is a projection from the Oni, or another Genma trick conjured by Claudius. It's just a hint of mystery, and it provides a good motivation for you to push on and discover who this strange being is aligned with. So with an interesting cast and a long adventure to enjoy with them, you'd imagine this would be the most rewarding Onimusha narrative yet. But this brings me to my first of quite a few issues, and that's with how Dawn of Dreams presents its story. Unfortunately, that lower budget is very apparent, and while I admire the team for trying to pack in so much character development and world building, it's often delivered in really uninteresting ways that hold back the narrative's potential. For example, in the big story beats, like Ohatsu revealing that she's infected with life-threatening Genma bugs, or a failed confrontation with Hideyoshi Toyotomi that leads to the party breaking apart, everything is presented in well-directed in-engine cutscenes that add all the required heft to the narrative action. The problem is that outside of these moments, most of the dialogue is delivered via static conversations that are barely animated, and in some cases we don't even get voice acting, and simply have to read short blocks of text that describe the character's thoughts. Now normally I'd have no issue with this, but unlike in a large open-ended RPG, where you simply don't expect every scene and character to be voiced, Dawn of Dreams is supposed to be a tightly paced cinematic experience, and it makes these moments feel very jarring. When you load up a new mission, and instead of seeing a cutscene, are simply told what the characters are doing as narration plays over still images, it just feels unpolished, and it has the effect of making Shin Onimusha's story feel a little less grand than I imagine it was supposed to. Similarly, thanks to the absence of explorable locations and the linear structure, there's something of a disconnect between the narrative's sense of journey and how the world actually feels to move through. One element that Onimusha 2 did very well was making its environments feel interconnected, as until the discovery of the light bridges, we actually see Jubei traipsing around the world, travelling between locations in a way that made logical sense. Dawn of Dreams really lacks this, and while the segmented missions allow for a lot of variety and intricate custom designed levels, we never really get a sense of the scale of Toyotomi's Japan. Characters will talk about the long journey they have to make in order to reach some distant mountain temple, or how they're in a race against time to stop the next Genma plan, but as the player never actually sees any of this, the stakes and importantly the scale end up falling flat. Again, I can only think this was due to budgetary restrictions, but the unfortunate reality is that in between combat, Dawn of Dreams' world feels very artificial and distant, something characters speak about but we don't actually touch, as we're constantly confined to the inside of nondescript hideouts. Now, if you can believe it, it's in these areas where Dawn of Dreams feels most like an Onimusha title. As for the first time, the Genma slaying combat, which has always been so reliably excellent, has undergone a fundamental redesign. From the very first level, a battle between Soki and a Genma convoy carrying a mysterious set of magical cherry trees, it's clear that Yoshinori Ono was not messing around when he said that he wanted to reset what it meant to be an Onimusha game. First, let's talk about the camera, as the perspective through which we view this world has undergone a dramatic transformation. While Onimusha 3 had already begun to mess with the strict formula of fixed camera angles and tank movement, Dawn of Dreams completes the transition to classic third-person controls, sticking the camera behind our main character and allowing us to rotate the viewpoint at will with the right analog stick. Now, this probably doesn't sound like a major change, but it fundamentally influences how you engage with the game, as rather than relying on the director to control what you can and can't see, the very act of looking around is now part of the gameplay. In combat, you need to make sure that you're scanning for ambushes or keeping track of bosses as they move around, and when exploring levels, you of course need to pay far more attention to the environment, as you work out what is interactable and where to head next. In that sense, Dawn of Dreams feels much more like a traditional action game than any other entry in the series, and that's because Ono and Inafune were openly trying to take influence from other games that were having success in this space, namely Dynasty Warriors and Ninja Gaiden, which they both name-checked in many interviews. Thanks to this, the speed and scale of combat has also been ramped up, and now rather than taking on small groups of enemies or a lone elite or boss, you'll regularly enter areas which require 10 or 12 foes to be defeated before you can push on, and you're given a huge amount of weapons and skills with which to dispatch them. Now this leads me on to another major innovation, which is that Dawn of Dreams completely redesigns the soul-driven upgrade mechanics that the entire franchise had been built upon. While you still collect various coloured orbs from fallen foes and use the red ones to upgrade your armour and weapons, we now also gain XP from each defeated Genma, and this opens up a pretty conventional role-playing progression system. Characters now level up, and with each new level you gain a skill point, which can be invested into quite a large amount of different skills, improving everything from your base damage to your Isen crit rate, and you can even unlock entirely new moves. Now this is all important as Dawn of Dreams adds a lot of new mechanics to the flow of battle, and you now do much more than just block and counterattack. The biggest change is that the Isen system has been entirely reworked, and while you can still pull off timed counterattacks like in previous games, Dawn of Dreams gives us a way to activate them on command. You see, magic now comes in 3 different levels, which are activated by holding down the triangle button, which charges up the spell and can inflict increasing amounts of damage. The thing is, while most level 1 spells are quite weak, they put enemies into a stagger state, and if you strike them afterwards, this triggers an Isen, which can then be chained into as many foes as you have points in that stat. It's a little counterintuitive, as it means that you do more damage by activating a less powerful spell, but the payoff is well worth it, as these flashy chained moves look amazing with the new camera angle, and the feeling of wiping out an entire room in a few seconds is pure samurai power fantasy. Now, along with all these new moves and RPG mechanics, we still have the classic Red Orb upgrade system, but even that's had a bit of a rework, as there's now far more diversity in the weapons that we use. While each character has a distinct archetype that influences how they play, with Soki using swords, Roberto his fists, Jubei knives, Tenkai staves, and Ohatsu wielding a bunch of different firearms, we're constantly finding new weapons, which when upgraded, gain unique characteristics or special moves. Unlike in the past, where upgrading a weapon simply increased its damage, this adds a lot more room for customization, and you might want to keep a slightly weaker weapon because it's got a powerful ranged attack, or switch to a sword that removes your magic, but instead gives massive bonuses to your health and defences. Now, to round out Shin Onimusha's chops as an action RPG, we once again collect gold, and have access to a shop. But unlike in Onimusha 2, this is a much more traditional outlet that sells weapons, accessories, and of course, healing items. Just like with the camera, this seems like a small change, but it actually has a big impact on the wider game, as it jettisons the last of the series' survival horror resource management, and instead puts a premium on grinding and optional content. You see, Soki has a magical companion called Minoichi, who we can speak to each time we visit the hideout, and he can teleport us back into previous levels, which allows us to take on challenges called Tests of Valor, which reward extra experience and souls, and importantly allow us to farm up gold in order to buy restorative items. Now, I won't lie, without a coherent, interconnected world, it feels very artificial to revisit previous levels, and it's particularly out of place when so much of the story relates to the party's issues travelling around Japan. It's where Dawn of Dreams feels the most video gamey, and while it's satisfying to tinker with all its systems and unlock powerful new moves and weapons, it can often feel like the sprawling role-playing elements and the linear storytelling are pulling in opposite directions. So while this leads to a bit of narrative dissonance, there is a marriage of gameplay and story that works far better, and this is found in how Soki's companions impact almost every second of the adventure. In many ways, it feels as if Onimusha has been building towards this setup, as Onimusha 2 introduced lots of playable characters, and then Onimusha 3 fleshed them out by allowing us to customise their build. Onimusha Dawn of Dreams goes one step further and is built around changing between characters at will, always having 2 out on the field at any one time, and giving us the option to instantly adjust party at any save point. Considering just how much time you spend investing in their stats or fiddling with their equipment, it's nice to have them so present. And considering all it takes is a press of the R2 button to trigger an almost instant switch, it's really impressive just how involved the entire party feels. This then leans into the variety of different playstyles, as you'll need to compensate for different characters' weaknesses by changing your party. And while Ohatsu might be really suited for an area full of flying enemies, she'll struggle in tight corridors where Tenkai or Roberto are free to inflict maximum damage. It's a clever twist on the character action formula, and just like in Onimusha 2, it creates a real sense of companionship that's then reflected in the story and makes the team's growing bonds feel believable. Now, on top of being another blade in combat, the companions also play a big role in exploration and puzzle solving, as each one has unique skills that impact how you progress through each level. Akane can squeeze through small gaps and walk across tightrope beams, Roberto can push heavy blocks and open sealed doors, Ohatsu has a grappling hook that functions like Jacques' whip jump, and Tenkai can commune with spirits, which typically reveals important clues or gives you key items. In practice, they all blend together to give each of the levels a sort of puzzle-like structure, where you're working out which abilities need to be used where to open up further progress, and honestly, it's a lot more satisfying than simply finding a blue key and then using it on a blue door. What's cool is that you'll also find areas that you can't currently access, usually because the character you need is missing for some story reason, and this then adds a bit more motivation to use Minoichi and head back to past levels. And it almost creates a sort of light Metroidvania aspect, where new powers prompt meaningful backtracking. In total, it's a lot of change from previous Onimusha games, and while Dawn of Dreams has aesthetic and narrative similarities, it's clear that Ono's team were really trying to push the series into fresh and often quite interesting places. Considering the challenging development and the obvious lack of budget, you've got to admire them for including so many new systems. And really, it's little surprise that this impressed critics when it was released. But sadly, this is not a complete picture of what it's like to play Onimusha Dawn of Dreams, and those positive reviews mask a serious flaw that rests within the heart of its design. A problem so critical that it may well ruin the game. When Onimusha Dawn of Dreams released in Japan at the start of 2006, reviews hit Western magazines and websites at around the same time, as journalists were able to import copies and then simply change the language to English. This was the version that most critics based their reviews on, but it was not the version that eventually hit shelves in America and Europe. You see, for some reason, Capcom saw fit to entirely rebalance the game for its English language release, and this has had a dramatic and negative effect on how it feels to play. Now, this wasn't the first time that Capcom had messed around with a game's difficulty between releases, as they clearly thought that Western gamers wanted substantially harder games. We've already spoken about the far-reaching changes made to Sengoku Basara, but the most infamous case was found in Devil May Cry 3's North American version, which removed the game's easy mode and bumped up normal mode to the same level as the Japanese hard mode. It's since been uncovered that this was done as a direct response to player surveys that found American gamers didn't like the previous game's low difficulty, and while there is no such evidence for Onimusha Dawn of Dreams, I'm absolutely sure that something similar must have happened. If you cast your mind back to Demon Siege, one of my main complaints was how easy it was, so I could imagine Ono, Inafune and Kimura wanting to correct this in their spin-off. But the result is a wildly imbalanced game that is brutally punishing to play. Thanks to comparisons done on both GameFAQs and Reddit, it looks as if enemy health and damage have been increased by about 4 times in the NTSC and PAL versions, and this has been paired with big reductions in player damage and a bump to all of the prices in the Hideout store. This has the impact of dramatically slowing down the progression systems, as enemies are much harder to kill, which means you can't kill that many of them with each life, and therefore you acquire XP, souls and gold far slower than you would in the Japanese version. In the game's early levels, it is honestly mind-numbing, as the game also gates certain mechanics behind story milestones, so you have to slog through quite a few missions before you gain access to backtracking or all of your companions or even your Onimusha form. Coupled with boss fights that take a ridiculous amount of time to defeat, with some lasting as long as 40 minutes, I'm sure there are many fans who picked up Dawn of Dreams in America and Europe and simply dropped it after an hour or so because they couldn't make any progress. Now unfortunately, the impact of this ridiculous difficulty level permeates into almost every single moment of the game and really overshadows all those interesting mechanics that we spoke about earlier. For starters, it completely breaks the companion system, as the AI is totally unequipped to deal with the damage numbers that are coming their way, and for 90% of the game you'll be fighting solo, as your sidekick will die within the first few moments of battle. Now thankfully they revive after you clear each room, so this never gets in the way of exploration, but their profound uselessness means investing skill points or money or red orbs into upgrading them feels like a colossal waste of hard-earned resources. This would be fine if you could exclusively stick to Soki, but the game is littered with mandatory sequences that see you play as his companions, and it means you're either stuck having to invest in characters that barely see any use, or spending hours trying to bring them up to speed when you hit a brick wall. Rather than the frantic, character-swapping action RPG that audiences in Japan were enjoying, it ends up being an insanely repetitive, high-stakes grind, where you repeatedly use the same moves and have to do a hell of a lot of farming in order to make any progress. Now frustratingly, even in the easier Japanese version, you still have to do quite a bit of grinding in the Dark Realm in order to conquer late game threats, but this means in the English version, it takes up a comically large proportion of the game. You see, in level 8, the team makes its first assault on the Toyotomi Fortress in Kyoto, in an attempt to stop the Festival of Magical Cherry Trees, which will spread Genma seeds across Japan and infect the entire population. Unfortunately, once we get there, everyone places their personal motivations over that of the mission, and with their powers separated, Hideyoshi is able to defeat Soki, which sets the team back and forces them to rebuild. Now in the story, this sees Soki heading into the Oni realm and unlocking his true potential as the Oni of Ash, but in gameplay terms, the biggest impact is that we gain access to the Dark Realm, which we can head into in between missions. In Dawn of Dreams, the Dark Realm is pretty simple. It's a 100 floor dungeon that rewards you with a prize every 10 levels and allows you to quit after every single victory, which of course makes it the perfect place to safely grind. The problem with it is that the sheer amount of time you spend here is nothing short of ridiculous, and in order to have enough resources to upgrade your companions and Soki to a level where later missions feel remotely possible, well, it must take upwards of 10 or 15 hours. Considering that the game itself is only around 15 hours long, that means you could easily double your playtime just doing mandatory grinding, and that's without you getting stuck at any point or backtracking to find secrets. Now, I can already imagine a chorus of "I didn't find it that hard" coming from the comments, so let's wrap things up by looking at the ending of Onimusha Dawn of Dreams, which is the single biggest indicator that yes, grinding is very much mandatory if you want to see the conclusion. Eventually the gang discovers that in order to defeat Hideyoshi Toyotomi, they have to destroy two magical artifacts known as the Dark Stones, and of course each one is guarded by one of the Genma generals, which result in major boss fights against Rosencrantz and Claudius. With the beasts destroyed, Hideyoshi is finally made vulnerable, but his castle is miles from the final stone and the only light bridge lies inactive. Here we get one of the strangest scenes in the entire game, as Minoichi suddenly pops up and reveals he can teleport the team to the Toyotomi Fortress, but it'll come at the cost of his own life. Why exactly it'll extract this high cost when we've been constantly heading back to previous locations is not at all clear, but it leads to a lot of sadness as our team says goodbye to their little friend as he pays the ultimate sacrifice. So we end up back in Kyoto for another attempt at dethroning the Warlord, and it results in what I can only describe as the most masochistic run of boss fights I've ever seen in a 6th generation console game. Once again, the team go their separate ways, but this time they're up to the challenge of defeating their demons, and it comes in the form of 4 fights where we play as each one of our companions. This is the first moment where you might need to go back and hit up the Dark Realm, because if you've not invested enough souls into upgrading their armour and weapons or pumped in enough levels to do sufficient damage, these fights are borderline impossible. In Roberto's fight against a reborn Rosencrantz, we can only damage him in a very brief window when the boss lands on the ground, but of course he spends most of the fight flying around in the sky, where he's completely invulnerable and rains down endless attacks that will wipe out a weakened Roberto in a single hit. If that wasn't bad enough, we then have to cope with a Tenkai duel against Claudius's centipede form, where we can only inflict damage by hitting a weak point on his tail. But as it's resistant to magic, almost all of Tenkai's moves are useless, and you have to slowly chip away at his health millimeter by millimeter. Then comes Ohatsu, who duels Ophelia as she possesses her sister, but for some reason this fight revolves around the soul absorption stat, something that nobody in their right mind would think to upgrade. You got to use this to clear away a buff that makes the boss invincible, and this is all while being peppered with attacks and swarmed by ads, and once again it's basically impossible without copious amounts of grinding. Thankfully, the final fight, where Akane finally puts down her traitor uncle, is a bit more of a walk in the park thanks to her Onimusha form. This allows you to slow down time and output an absurd amount of damage, and for some reason, as you can buy Onimusha form refills, you can do this perpetually and never take any damage. Obviously, after the horrendous slog of the last 3 fights, it's nice to break things up with something substantially easier, but if we're looking at Dawn of Dreams with a critical eye, it's just another example of terrible balancing. Now, with all of that out the way, you'd imagine that we were nearing the final confrontation, but you would in fact be very wrong, as we have a baffling 4 further boss fights before the credits, and each one of them will stop you dead in your tracks if you don't have maxed out characters. So with the gang off fighting their own battles, Soki comes face to face with Hideyoshi, who reveals that despite the destruction of the Darkstones, his power remains intact, and that's because he's had a Genma seed fused into his body, which apparently channels the power of the Omen Star and will turn him into a god when they connect. He then activates a suit of samurai mecha armour, and we're thrust into a lengthy boss fight, which eventually results in the Black Onimusha emerging victorious. With Hideyoshi weakened, the seed is then taken by a miraculously reborn Ophelia, who claims that the plan was never to anoint Hideyoshi, but to use his body as a vessel to revive the Genma God of Light. A revelation that feels about as classically JRPG as is physically possible to do. In fact, that pretty much defines the tone of the final few moments, as our next fight is against a giant Genma cherry tree, formed out of the body of Hideyoshi's concubine, Yodo, who also happens to be Ohatsu's sister. Now this one is notorious for requiring a very specific tactic, which involves triggering your Onimusha form, which makes Soki invulnerable, and then using restorative items to keep it active for the entire fight. If you've not leveled up this form enough, or haven't kept any Onimusha form potions, you simply will not be able to withstand Yodo's ludicrously powerful barrage of attacks, and it's back to the start of the level and a heavy dose of Dark Realm grinding. So eventually, the team overcome the demonic tree woman, and Soki uses his Onimusha powers to rescue Hideyoshi and Yodo, but it's far too late for the Toyotomi warlord, who succumbs to his injuries in the arms of his beloved. Between the last breaths of his life, he talks about how he could never live up to Nobunaga, and how the Genma preyed on his insecurities with promises of immortality and power. It's an interesting insight into his motivation, as the real-life Hideyoshi is also often overshadowed by his Oda predecessor, despite actually achieving the goal of uniting Japan. It's a clever way to portray this dynamic, and it gives the series a sense of narrative cohesion, linking the events of past games to those in Dawn of Dreams in a way that feels natural. In fact, this commitment to franchise lore is what drives the true finale, as when the Omen Star finally falls to Earth, we see that the true architect of this Genma plan, the man in white who had been haunting Soki, is a reborn Fortinbras. Now, I actually really enjoyed this reveal, as it never sat well with me that the supposed progenitor demon was dispatched right at the start of the series, and so it's nice to see Ono and Kimura elevate him to the apocalyptic level threat that the god of the Genma should feel like. So the gang all pour their power into Soki, who transforms into the ultimate Onimusha, and were then thrust into the most anime-esque battle imaginable, presenting our combatants like they're Saiyans in Dragon Ball, unleashing world-ending magical attacks and soaring at warp speed against the backdrop of a destroyed Kyoto. I won't lie to you, it is pretty great stuff, and after the brutal slog of 6 consecutive boss fights, it's so rewarding to feel like you can cut loose and pump all your hard-earned upgrades and items into one last battle. Only, this isn't the final battle, and once we defeat Fortinbras, our hero and villain transform back into human form and do battle all over again. Now, if you cast your mind back to Yoshinori Ono's last Onimusha game, Onimusha 2, that similarly ended with a mind-numbingly difficult battle against Nobunaga, and I have to report that Dawn of Dreams is pretty much no different. This last fight, which let me remind you, comes after 7 resource-draining fights, is one of the most masochistic boss encounters I've ever seen. This fight revolves around a set of utterly horrible mechanics. First asking you to stand still and absorb Fortinbras' shield. Then you have to use your attack to reflect a spell back at him, which makes a set of floating rocks vulnerable, and only when they are destroyed are you able to deal any damage to the Genma God of Light. But it's only for a very short window before he rises back into the air and everything repeats. You have to do this about 10 times in order to kill him, and each time you complete a cycle there are more adds to kill, which means more spells that can throw you off, and a longer wait between each opportunity to inflict damage. Even just staying alive is very difficult, and by the 7th or 8th cycle the game is virtually creaking under the weight of all of the effects and explosions, and you're essentially just hoping that your moves connect behind all of the chaos on screen. I'm loath to ever say this, but I really think it's just not a good boss fight, and to have it come right after the gonzo craziness of the Onimusha Fortinbras Sky Duel, well, it just makes it feel all the worse. Just like back in Onimusha 2, victory only brings sweet release. By the time you limp over the finish line, any patience or forgiveness for the game's flaws will have long since burnt away. It's a real shame, as this brutal conclusion rounds out what should be a really captivating reinvention of the Onimusha formula. But ultimately, I think Dawn of Dreams ends up falling well short of its potential, because those issues are just so hard to ignore. While Ono and Kimura certainly deserve credit for their bold reinvention, and for overcoming all those obstacles during the game's creation, I'm just not sure it feels like Onimusha. Rather than continuing the story of unbound cinematic ambition, I think Dawn of Dreams is defined by its mistakes, and marks the moment where the series began to slip into irrelevance. In an almost prophetic move, the final moments of the game come as if the team knew they wouldn't get a chance to make a sequel, and we get what feels like a very definitive end to this 4-game saga. Soki of course defeats Fortinbras, killing the Genma Lord of Light for good, but his victory is marred with sadness. The Omen Star still hangs above Japan, and so in order to prevent the destruction of the country, the ultimate Onimusha must perform the ultimate sacrifice, giving his life in order to destroy the abomination. Despite the tears of Akane, our hero willingly steps into the void, and as the music swells to an emotional conclusion, white light fills the screen and the threat of the Genma disappears for good. We're then given a chance to see the fruits of Soki's decision. It is a year later, peace once again reigns, and we see each of the companions living their life happily, all except Akane Jubei, who once a year when the trees bloom, makes sure to pay her respects to the legendary Oni of Ash. It's honestly quite a touching finale, and even carries with it one last twist. We see Tenkai and his attendant Arin setting out for a new adventure, and as Akane narrates, she tells us that she never understood why they called each other Akko and Samanosuke. You see, even with its massive flaws, Onimusha Dawn of Dreams is still a spin-off that deeply respects the franchise that it sits within. And to end the saga with one last hurrah for the legendary Akechi warrior, fighting alongside the granddaughter of Jubei Yagyu, defeating the original villain, well, it's almost enough to forgive those mistakes. Like it or not, Onimusha Dawn of Dreams was a full realisation of Yoshinori Ono's ambition to reboot the franchise, but that plan did not stop when the credits roll. In an interview with CVG.com before its release, he spoke about how the aim wasn't just to reboot the games, but the entire Onimusha brand, and told journalists that we would see its horizons expanded out into lots of other types of media. Now, considering the abject failure of past attempts at franchise building, this was potentially dangerous territory, and while the team managed to avoid making any more wild genre pivots, the results were still quite a mixed bag. First, Capcom released a Dawn of Dreams tie-in DVD, which took all of the cutscenes from the game and attempted to stitch them together into a 2-hour movie. This was advertised as a unique way to experience the story, but unfortunately the reality was rather less impressive. Without the levels to provide context and the hideout conversations to deliver character development, much of the game's plot feels pretty incoherent. There's an attempt to tie things together through narration that's delivered by Akane, which frames everything as a retelling of her adventure, but it doesn't really solve the movie's problems. And compared to projects like Final Fantasy Advent Children or even Capcom's own Resident Evil Degeneration, it felt very low effort. Fortunately, that wasn't the case for all of the multimedia offerings, as the following year saw the release of a series of tie-in mangas, the 2-volume Onimusha Night of Genesis and the single-volume Onimusha Twilight of Desire. Now, the aim of these was to further explore the backstories of the main cast and to try and expand the world of Dawn of Dreams, which was obviously a big part of Ono's vision for the franchise. Night of Genesis focuses on both Soki and Jubei, exploring the relationship between our hero and Hideyoshi Toyotomi, and retelling how Akane was able to become the champion of her clan. As it's sold over the course of 2 volumes, the story is actually quite complex, and if you are drawn in by either character during the game, this will definitely be mandatory reading. Similarly, Twilight of Desires focuses on Tenkai, who finds himself locked in a battle with Hideyoshi's vicious nephew, and while that conflict drives most of the plot, there are all sorts of interesting little connections to his past as Samanosuke, like the appearance of his sister, the return of Guildenstern, and a duel with a Genma who takes the form of Kaide. Thanks to the surprisingly high quality artwork and the way both manga tie back into the wider series, they both feel like very worthwhile additions to the canon, and that's what makes it even more strange that both were never released outside of Japan. In fact, that we even know anything about them at all is entirely thanks to Danish the Penguin, a passionate Onimusha YouTuber who tracked down Chinese language scans, personally translated them into English, and then uploaded 2 monster videos going through each page in meticulous detail. He deserves enormous credit for keeping these rare pieces of Onimusha lore alive, and making them available to English-speaking fans, so if you'd like to check them out for yourself, there's a link to his channel down below and in the provided bibliography. Now, for as interesting as these manga were, their limited run and availability can only point to one thing, and that is low sales, most likely driven by a lack of interest in the game they were based on. For all of Yoshinori Ono's ambitions, Dawn of Dreams hadn't managed to recapture the imagination of Japanese audiences, and as sales numbers began to emerge, the picture was not looking good at all. When Capcom posted their fiscal results at the end of 2006, the report singled out Dawn of Dreams as a release that had particularly underperformed, and when Famitsu followed this up with their end-of-year sales analysis, they claimed that the game had only sold 350,000 copies, which was less than Tamagotchi Bubble Wrap on the Nintendo DS. When speaking about the franchise's ongoing troubles in 2010, Capcom VP Christian Svensson told IGN that the issue they found with Onimusha was that each subsequent game seemed to only sell about 60% as much as the last. And despite the big budgets and attempts at reinvention, he claimed that the brand didn't quite have the resilience that many people thought. So while the situation looked pretty bleak, it was actually getting even worse, as the next few years only held more bad news for the franchise. All the way back in 2002, while Onimusha Warlords and Onimusha 2 were setting sales records on the PlayStation 2, Capcom had struck a deal with Gaga Productions to see the franchise transformed into a live-action Hollywood blockbuster. Now, despite the notorious poor quality and financial risk of adapting video games into movies, Capcom had a pretty strong pedigree in this space. In 1994, they'd financed the release of a Street Fighter movie that, despite very poor reviews, had made over $100 million at the global box office. And then in 2002, they'd repeated this success when Paul Anderson's Resident Evil bucked a similar host of negativity and spawned a hugely successful film franchise. So when it was announced that Onimusha would be getting the same treatment, there was quite a bit of excitement, but progress was slow. And despite the involvement of Silent Hill director Christopher Gans and Takeshi Kaneshiro, who would be starring in the lead role, there was never any concrete information about when fans could expect it. In fact, by the time Dawn of Dreams hit shelves, 4 years later, the movie was still in pre-production, and all fans had to assure them that anything was actually being made was a brief story primer that Capcom put out in 2007, which revealed that the film would reimagine the story of Onimusha 1 by including a parallel tale about a Dutch mercenary called Jacob, who would be fighting alongside Samanosuke Akechi. Considering the changes that Paul Anderson had made to the plot of Resident Evil, this wasn't all that surprising. But again, as the years ticked by, the Gan's take on Capcom's Sengoku Adventure series simply never emerged. As it turned out, this was thanks to quite a strange set of circumstances, which were only revealed thanks to an account by Arnaud Calistri, friend of Christopher Gans and the editor-in-chief of French movie website filmactu.com. Essentially, Onimusha was being produced by Samuel Hadida's production company Davis Films, but in 2008 they had been thrown into chaos by the death of Heath Ledger, who was partway through filming their upcoming release, The Imaginarium of Dr. Parnassus. They'd scrambled to arrange reshoots, but this had thrown their production schedule completely out of the window, which meant that Onimusha's principal photography had to be postponed by an entire year. Now the problem was that this now clashed with Takeshi Kaneshiro's involvement with John Woo's Chinese historical epic Red Cliff, a project that he clearly wasn't going to abandon, so the team had no option but to wait. Unfortunately, they couldn't even begin shooting without him, as all of their American actors were unavailable thanks to the 2008 writer's strike, so the production had to be completely paused. In an interview with Forbes in 2010, Samuel Hadida claimed that by the time everyone was finally available, the enthusiasm had simply died, likely helped by the fact that there hadn't been a hit video game for almost a decade. Now, we've jumped ahead a little, but the point we can conclude from all this is that interest within Capcom for all things Onimusha had run dry. By the end of the 2000s, there was zero desire to continue the series in any form. In fact, VP Christian Svensson was very open about the situation. When asked about the possibility of a new Onimusha for the Xbox 360 or the PlayStation 3, he replied that there wasn't the creative fire, and that they were content to leave the series in what he called percolate mode. The reality was that those big names that had forged the first few Onimusha titles had long since moved on, and with Capcom fully recovered from their flirtation with bankruptcy, there were far more profitable projects to pursue. Yun Takeuchi ended up producing both Lost Planet 2 and Resident Evil 5, before being promoted to the head of Capcom's development division, which meant he oversaw the entire Resident Evil franchise, which he is still doing to this day. Motohide Yoshiro went on to produce the reboot of Devil May Cry, and then acted as a series producer for Ace Attorney, before leaving Capcom for Square Enix in 2020, where he took over the Valkyrie series. Yoshinori Ono followed up Dawn of Dreams with a key role in the development of Street Fighter IV, which reinvigorated the series and, just like back in the 90s, led to a host of sequels and spin-offs which have consumed his career ever since. With series writer Nobuo Sugimura having tragically passed away in 2005, and Keiji Inafune far too busy in his role as global head of production, there was nobody to champion the series and convince the money men that Onimusha was worth another chance. By the 2010s, despite having once been the most forward-thinking, graphically impressive, financially powerful franchise in the company's arsenal, it had simply become irrelevant. And for the longest time, it felt like it would stay that way forever. So after seeing the release of 6 games in just 5 years, Onimusha had essentially ceased to exist, and for the next decade, Capcom hardly even acknowledged it as an important part of their history. In fact, whenever it was mentioned, it tended to be in negative terms, like in the late 2000s when Keiji Inafune found himself feuding with an old rival. You see, shortly after Dawn of Dreams, another very similar game had come out for the PlayStation 2 called Genji Dawn of the Samurai, which had been put together by the Game Republic and published by Sony. Now this was interesting because it was developed by Yoshiki Okamoto, who, if you cast your mind right back to the start of this video, you'll remember as the man who most likely came up with the original idea for Onimusha. Genji was successful enough to get a next generation sequel for the PS3 called Genji Days of the Blade, and in a notorious sequence of interviews with OneUp.com, Inafune literally called out Okamoto for ripping off Onimusha and stealing Capcom's concept. Now, Okamoto fired back that those comments had made him feel bitter, not only because he was trying to do something interesting with the samurai genre, but because Capcom weren't even making Onimusha games anymore. This sort of strange, insubstantial lip service came to define how Onimusha was discussed in the 2010s. Every time journalists would ask about its potential return, they'd be told that, as with all of Capcom's IP, nothing was off the table, but it never amounted to anything. There were no rumours, no surprise reveals, and really no reason to believe that the series would be coming back. So this is why it was all the more shocking that 12 years after the release of the last game, Capcom announced that it did actually have new plans for Onimusha. In August of 2018, Sony's official YouTube channel published a trailer for a remaster of Onimusha Warlords, which would be coming to the PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Nintendo Switch and Steam in just a few months. Now the response to this was a little mixed. People were excited to be able to play the game on modern consoles and were happy that Capcom were acknowledging the series, but as information about the project came out, that excitement quickly dampened. In the lone interview that was conducted in the run-up to its January 25th, 2019 release date, Capcom community manager Andy Wong didn't really have all that many exciting features to discuss. Rather than rebuilding the game from scratch, the graphics were simply upscaled to function in widescreen, and outside of a new analog control scheme, everything else would be identical to the original release. Obviously, this meant that all those additions found in the Genma Xbox version would be missing, and that Capcom were content to repackage rather than reinvent. Now, this isn't inherently a problem, but fan expectations were slightly higher than normal, as that very same month, Capcom had revealed they were bringing back another classic game that fans had long been yearning for. Releasing just 1 week later was Resident Evil 2 Remake, a colossal project which completely rebuilt the game for modern audiences, impressively managing to retain the focus on survival horror, whilst also updating the controls and visuals. Early reviews were insanely positive, and when it came out, it quickly became one of Capcom's best ever selling games, which in combination with the runaway success of Resident Evil 7 and Monster Hunter World, had made the company more profitable and more successful than ever before. By comparison, the remaster of Onimusha Warlords just felt a little cheap and low effort, and this was particularly egregious as it was being sold for a whopping $40, almost as much as it had sold for back in 2001. Clearly, Onimusha wouldn't be returning in full force, but it was at the very least still alive. So the question quickly became, was this remaster enough to bring it back permanently? Now, considering that this is just a shot-for-shot remaster, you might imagine that there isn't that much to talk about, but surprisingly this 2019 incarnation feels quite different to the PS2 original. Of course, the biggest difference is found in the visuals, which have been upscaled to suit high-resolution widescreen TVs, and use a screen-scrolling technique to be able to expand the edges of each camera shot, without stretching the picture. It's nice enough, but considering the game was originally designed around a 4:3 image, it doesn't really add anything to the experience, especially as we're back in the domain of fixed camera angles, where you don't have the ability to impact what you're looking at. Now, something that does impact the look are the new upscaled textures, but for some reason they look really poor. Thanks to this weird sheen that distorts a lot of the colours, they're strangely blurry, despite being in high definition. In this respect, I'd actually say the original looks substantially better, as while it's at a lower resolution, that almost creates a grain effect that's reminiscent of the Kurosawa films Onimusha was originally influenced by. And this is something that the remaster's hyper-clean visuals don't really manage to replicate. Now, for a lot of people, this won't matter, as the whole reason to pick up the remaster is to revisit a legendary game from the past on modern consoles, so let's discuss the changes that Capcom have made there. Curiously, despite making it clear that this would be an unfiltered version of the original, Capcom have made some quality of life adjustments, but what they've changed and why is a little confusing. The biggest is that you can now control Samanosuke with analog movement, and while I think this is a poor fit for the fixed camera angles and makes for a lot of moments where it's hard to maintain your forward momentum, I'm sure that most people won't mind, as tank controls are hardly in fashion. Similarly, we now no longer have to go into our menu in order to change weapons, and as long as Samanosuke is standing still, we can flick between all 3 Oni armaments and to our bow or gun. Again, I never saw this as a big issue in the original, but for modern audiences, I'm sure it'll feel like a slightly more natural fit than the constant use of the menu. Now, the issue is that these twin changes have a dramatic impact on the game's difficulty, and completely destabilise the balance between careful survival horror movement and tactical one-on-one swordplay. Previously, combat revolved around locking onto enemies and using a combination of blocking, sidesteps and counterattacks to conserve your health and healing items, but with fully analog movement, most of this is completely unnecessary. When you can turn around instantly, it becomes ludicrously easy to use hit and run tactics, and this makes every single boss fight much less challenging, and allows you to weave between foes without any issue, which in turn makes losing health far less likely. Now, I'll happily concede that this might also be because I've played this game so many times for this video, but if you take out the cutscenes, my total playtime was just over 2 hours, which in my opinion is a comically short amount of time for a $40 game. One of the main criticisms that the original faced was that it just wasn't great value for money, and if anything, the remaster makes this issue even worse, especially considering that expectations of video game content and runtime have only continued to increase. Now, while the new visuals and controls have quite a big impact on the experience, the strangest changes are found in how the remaster sounds. For some reason, Takeshi Kaneshiro was brought back to re-record his lines for the original Japanese dub, a decision which makes almost zero sense from either an artistic or marketing point of view. His performance as Samanosuke was one of the highlights of the original game, and I'm not really sure why it needed to be re-recorded, especially when that money could have been spent fixing the largely terrible English dub. It means that the original once again has the advantage, and this is also true for the soundtrack, which was changed for even more baffling reasons. If you cast your mind back to our coverage of Onimusha Warlords' development, you should recall that its soundtrack was quite a big deal, as it was the first time that a video game had employed such a large musical production. Incredibly, the entire original soundtrack is missing from the remaster, and that's because its composer, Mamoru Samuragochi, had become embroiled in a frankly unbelievable scandal in 2014. Samuragochi was famous across Asia for far more than just working on Onimusha, as he was completely deaf, and his method of composing lush classical music entirely in his head really captured the imagination of audiences, who saw him as an Asian Beethoven. Well, as it turned out, he was in reality a complete fraud. Not only perfectly able to hear, but had been paying a Tokyo-based music teacher called Takashi Nigaki to produce all of his work for the better part of 20 years. He'd almost been uncovered multiple times, but Samuragochi's record label had worked hard to cover it up by pressuring magazines and newspapers with the threat of legal action. Eventually, everything had come out after Samuragochi's music was chosen by the 2014 Japanese Olympic figure skating team, and Nigaki, tired of living the lie, went to the media and outed the whole thing in an enormous scandal. So while there was no official confirmation from Capcom, I think it's pretty clear they wanted to avoid any potential attachment to this controversy. And so rather than the original, the Onimusha Warlords remaster shipped with an entirely new set of tracks. Now, incredibly, this massive change hardly featured in any reviews, with most claiming that they could hardly tell the difference, which is something I just fundamentally don't understand. The new soundtrack is dramatically worse, lacking all of the John Williams-style characterization and Japanese flair which had made the original so memorable, and really detracting from the cinematic qualities which are central to this game's identity. Why Capcom couldn't have retained the original tracks and simply credited them to Nigaki, I have no idea, as an entirely new soundtrack seems like a solution that's more problematic than the issue it's trying to resolve. Ultimately, I find the Onimusha Warlords remaster to be a hard game to recommend, because it really is just worse than the 2001 version, with strange visual effects, a subpar soundtrack, and gameplay changes that detract from the intentions of the original developers. Even if you're desperate to experience the game, I think it's far better to just track down a copy of the original and play it on a PlayStation 2. And even failing that, emulation will give you a much more representative experience and for far less money. The only way I could have seen this working was if instead of just remastering Onimusha Warlords, Capcom had collected the entire PS2 quadrilogy into a single package and produced a celebration of a franchise that had played an important role in their history. Yes, it would have required a lot more effort, but those are the sorts of collections that capture media and fan attention, something which this rather cynical and unambitious project absolutely failed to do. In December 2020, Capcom were hit by a series of leaks, which showed that after 2 years of being available on every major platform, and having the price constantly slashed in sales, the remaster of Onimusha Warlords had barely managed to sell 300,000 copies worldwide. For fans of the series, this was the worst possible outcome. Given the popularity of flashy modern remakes, there's an almost constant chatter about which older series could make a comeback, and it's often a pretty big deal when a sleeping giant lurches back into life. To see a long forgotten but dearly beloved series like Onimusha finally re-emerge, only to end up in a worse place, well, it really was frustrating to see. And those dreadful sales numbers meant that there was absolutely no chance of seeing the sequels, or even the dream of a high-quality Resident Evil remake-style comeback. The reality was that Onimusha as a video game force was simply spent, and much like the mythological creatures that the series derives its name from, it had become a curiosity of the past. Not a sleeping giant waiting to be reawakened, but a symbol of a bygone era. Amazingly, that is not the end of the story, as like Nobunaga rising from the grave time and time again, in 2022, Onimusha somehow managed to crawl out of the hole that Capcom had left it in. During Netflix's annual Tadam Japanese Showcase, which is a preview of all the upcoming anime that will be coming to the service, fans were amazed to hear that a deal had been struck between the streaming giant and the video game developer to produce an 8-episode Onimusha TV series. Now, the two companies had long enjoyed a fruitful relationship, and during the 2020s they produced everything from animated films to live-action TV shows and had already dabbled in anime, with 2020's Dragon's Dogma, which ran for a single season. The quality tended to be pretty all over the place, but outside of Capcom's properties, Netflix were having a lot of video game adaptation success, and as shows like Arcane and Edge Runners raked in awards and viewership, it was clear that there was a lot of potential in this game-to-anime pipeline. Of course, Onimusha was a strange choice, considering it had been almost 2 decades since the series' prime, but Netflix had taken a similar gamble on Konami's Castlevania, another video game franchise that hadn't been relevant for a very long time, but had managed to produce a wildly popular show. Clearly the aim was to replicate this strategy and see if there was as much passion for Sengoku samurai action as there had been for anime gothic horror. Now, given the games barely had much of a lasting reputation, Netflix led its marketing with the production team and lead actor, a choice that was actually rather reminiscent of how Onimusha 1, 2 and 3 had been advertised. You see, Netflix's Onimusha would feature the likeness of a famous actor in its primary role, the legendary Toshiro Mifune, who would be playing Musashi Miyamoto, one of the most well-known samurai in Japanese history. Mifune was essentially the grandfather of Japanese acting, and had starred in a huge amount of movies across his 40-year career, becoming particularly renowned for his performances in Akira Kurosawa's historical classics, Yojimbo, Rashomon, and of course, Seven Samurai. Despite dying in 1997, his unique talents had won him lasting international acclaim, and as Eastern cinema began to build in popularity, his name became synonymous with powerful masculine acting that took the craft very seriously. Now, Mifune's casting as Musashi Miyamoto was a very obvious move, as one of his best known performances was in Hiroshi Inagaki's Samurai trilogy, where he played the legendary samurai philosopher, and which was awarded the first ever Academy Award for Outstanding Foreign Language Film. In fact, unlike Samanosuke Akechi or Jubei Yagyu, Musashi Miyamoto was already a very well-known character, and not only are his books still taught in Japanese dojos, but his adventures are constantly being adapted, like in Vagabond, which is one of the best-selling manga of all time. So if one of the core ideas of Onimusha was taking Japanese history and blending it with a famous actor in order to create something new, then Musashi and Mifune were perfect candidates. But amazingly, this was not the most interesting thing about the anime. Onimusha would be directed by Takashi Miike, who is widely held to be one of the most inventive and adventurous filmmakers in Japanese cinema. Outside of Japan, he's mostly known for creating shocking and hyper-violent movies like Ichi the Killer and The Audition, both of which have big cult followings, especially the latter, which is considered a very important movie in the late 90s J-horror genre. This reputation for the extreme had won him praise from high-profile directors like Eli Roth and Alejandro Jodorowsky, But it wasn't his critical reputation that had landed him the job on Onimusha. You see, among the hundreds of movies in his back catalogue had been quite a few video game adaptations, namely 2007's Like a Dragon and 2012's Ace Attorney, which had both been well received, and in combination with his love for blockbuster Sengoku war movies like Harakiri and 13 Assassins, and while his involvement with Onimusha looked like a match made in heaven. Considering that Eastern historical fiction had only continued to grow in popularity in the years since Onimusha first released, it genuinely looked like this series had the potential to reinvigorate the franchise. But alas, this was not the comeback that fans had hoped for. And just like with the remaster a few years earlier, Onimusha on Netflix made almost zero impact when it was released on November 2nd, 2023. Thanks to a complete lack of any sort of marketing and the almost anonymous status of the brand, the series released to virtual internet silence. On Rotten Tomatoes, there is just one critic review, and the show doesn't even have a page on Metacritic, with any search for professional coverage on Google just taking you to discussion threads on Reddit or IMDb. Once again, the series had shown that it simply didn't have the ability to draw serious attention. But even more disappointing than that was the quality of the show itself. Now, I'm keenly aware that analysing TV shows and anime aren't really my forte, so rather than deconstructing the entire 8-episode saga, I'm going to keep to what I think are the 3 major issues that caused Onimusha to flop. The first is that despite initially looking like it would run very close to the ideals that had originally made the series so successful, Onimusha the anime doesn't actually have all that much in common with Onimusha the video games. As we've already discussed, the show revolves around Musashi Miyamoto, a wandering samurai who takes a job protecting a group of young men who are on a mission to hunt down a mysterious figure known as Aiamon, who has betrayed his lord and is inciting a local rebellion. Now, while everything opens with Musashi claiming the Oni Gauntlet, and the first episode concludes with the revelation that Aiamon is in league with the Genma, this dynamic isn't really the same one that we've come to know. In the Netflix show, the Gauntlet and the Oni aren't really a force for good, and while they lend Musashi their power, it now comes with a cost, as the samurai begins to weaken and increasingly loses his humanity. Similarly, the Genma are also very different to their video game incarnation. While you might expect to see giant demonic beasts or hordes of undead soldiers, instead the Genma are now just spirits that occupy human bodies, bestowing freakish powers to the strong and reducing weaklings into shambling zombies. Because of this, the series really lacks that mythological fantasy aesthetic which had made the game so memorable, and outside of the battle sequences, Miike's interpretation is surprisingly grounded. Is primarily concerned with the plight of rural villagers and the growing fractures between Musashi's group. In comparison to the invasion of Paris in Onimusha 3 or the madness of Jubei Yagyu's adventures in Onimusha 2, the series comes across as much more low-key. While the visuals can get pretty crazy when the action ramps up, there's a severe lack of world building, and we really don't get much of a feel for this period of Japanese history, or how things had changed since the fall of the Toyotomi shogunate. Considering that Miike's Yakuza and Ace Attorney films had stuck much closer to the source material, it's a disappointing direction to go in, and it means that this show feels like a Musashi Miyamoto anime masquerading as something that it isn't. Now, that being said, if you're unfamiliar with the games and are just looking for a thrilling samurai adventure story, Onimusha can work on that level, but there are other serious hurdles to overcome. The first is the art style, as Onimusha has been created entirely with 3D animation. This is a subject that's pretty controversial within anime discussion, and while I think that 3D graphics can really bring something to the table when used tastefully, they have a tendency to look stiff and unpolished when everything is being rendered rather than drawn. Now, I think it's pretty obvious why this style was chosen, as the one thing Onimusha does well is the direction of its combat, which is as vicious and stylish as you'd expect from a director like Takashi Miike. Every single episode revolves around the group encountering some sort of Genma threat, and it always culminates in a hail of swordplay, martial arts and absolutely brutal gore, most of which would get this channel instantly demonetized if I showed it in the video. It's all great stuff, but the problem is that outside of this, most of the episodes consist of the group wandering the Japanese countryside and discussing the past by campfire, and it's in these sequences where the 3D animation tends to look at its worst. Without motion capture, the character models lack a certain level of expression, and the backgrounds and environments can feel very drab, lacking the lush depth that comes from hand-drawn art. Obviously this complaint is entirely based on personal preference, but the clash between these two styles is something that's impossible to avoid, as whenever we see a flashback, these scenes are rendered entirely in 2D. Frankly, they look leagues beyond anything happening in the main storyline, and the visual whiplash really makes you wonder why they didn't just stick to the traditional style that would have suited the show's traditional aesthetics. So if this is an Onimusha story that doesn't particularly feel like Onimusha, and it's also an anime that has pretty substandard animation, it must be pretty obvious why the series didn't take off, but there is one last problem that's far more foundational. Simply put, Onimusha just isn't a very good story, and that is something that I never thought would come out of a union between such a strange franchise and the creative insanity of Takashi Miike. At its core, the show is very formulaic, with every episode following the exact same structure and relying heavily on tired anime tropes. You see, each episode, the group encounters a servant of Aemon, and in the process of defeating them, they lose a team member, which prompts a whole load of soul searching about if they can actually defeat such a powerful foe. Now, this sort of monster of the week structure can be perfectly serviceable in the right series, but it's always painfully obvious that Musashi is going to emerge victorious, and that the side character who got their moment in the spotlight will be the one who dies. To its credit, things do get slightly less predictable in the final few episodes, when the gang finally confronts Aemon, but I'm not sure that it's actually any better as the plot becomes incredibly strange. It turns out that Aemon's grand plan is to use the gold in the mine he's occupied to fund a countrywide war that will somehow wipe out all of the samurai in Japan, who he hates because they killed his parents. It's a pretty simplistically evil motivation that doesn't particularly make any sense considering he and his friends were raised as samurai and all turned out to be pretty nice people. In the end, everything resolves with Aemon being killed by his best friend, and Musashi locked in a duel with another samurai who he famously fought in real life. It's as cliché of an ending as is possible to write. A decidedly middle-of-the-road conclusion for a decidedly middle-of-the-road show. So even with the largely mixed quality of video game to anime adaptations, I don't think Onimusha is a particularly good example. Despite not really doing anything offensively badly, it just feels far below the level you'd expect from such a talented team working on a franchise with such strong potential. Ultimately, I think it ends up satisfying nobody. Fans of Takashi Miike won't get enough of his patented insanity to warrant sitting through the formulaic structure, and Onimusha fans won't see anything that they recognise from the games that started the series. The only people I could imagine this working for are complete newcomers, people interested in the idea of a modern samurai anime with some heavy fantasy elements. But even then, Onimusha is nowhere near the best offering available. You see, the very next day, on November 3rd, 2003, Netflix released Blue Eye Samurai, a gritty, historical samurai adventure that won enormous acclaim for its stylish 3D visuals, its gritty storytelling, and its blend of brutal violence and an emotional core. It was essentially everything that Onimusha was trying to be, but better in almost every conceivable way. And amidst viral hype on social media, beaming reviews on YouTube and Metacritic, and the announcement of a second season, it was very clear which samurai adventure would be sticking around on Netflix. Once again, an attempt at reviving Onimusha's fortunes had dramatically failed, and with the series now proven to have little appeal in any media form, I think it's a safe bet that the adventures of Musashi Miyamoto mark the final resting place of this uniquely interesting but surprisingly unpopular franchise. If you cast your mind back to the very start of this video, the question that sparked this entire investigation was, is it possible to take something uniquely Japanese and sell it to the rest of the world? And I think it's pretty clear that in the case of Onimusha, the answer was a resounding no. While the series did at one point enjoy a rapturous critical reputation and was seen as a true triumph of next generation development, the inescapable fact is that outside of its homeland, Onimusha was never a commercial heavy hitter. In fact, it's perfectly reasonable to argue that Capcom's attempts to change this are exactly what led to the series diminishing, as every strange spin-off or westernized sequel only served to alienate its existing fanbase, rather than drawing in newcomers. Ultimately, this is a series where you fight in the great battles of Sengoku history, see legendary figures brought to life, and immerse yourself in the visual language of a demon-slaying samurai. All things which have the potential to appeal to anyone, but likely require a genuine cultural connection in order to truly appreciate. Now, while Onimusha wasn't completely doomed outside of Japan, unfortunate timing meant that Capcom was never going to settle for anything less than blockbuster sales. It emerged into a world where Devil May Cry and Monster Hunter hadn't yet hit consoles, and with traditional moneymakers like Resident Evil, Street Fighter and Mega Man all struggling to reinvent themselves, the pressure on Onimusha to be the next major series would in time be its downfall. It was this that drove those strange experiments, chasing existing trends rather than organically growing in natural directions, and was also the cause of the incoherence in the mainline trilogy, as teams raced to capitalise on the surprise success of the first title, and then wildly pivoted to try and keep that momentum alive. Despite consistently delivering innovative action game concepts, and never losing its unique flair for the cinematic, Onimusha was always designed to be a huge video game series, and as attention and interest dried up, so did its reason to be. It means that ultimately, the tale of Onimusha's rise and fall is as much of a classical myth as the stories it draws influence from, captivating art born from a desire to do something different, eventually cannibalised by the insatiable corporate machine. Now, this would be an easy place to conclude things, but while it might be deeply unpopular to say, I don't think it paints a complete picture, as the responsibility for Onimusha's decline doesn't lie entirely at the feet of the Capcom moneymen. If I'm totally honest, I believe far more of the blame lies with Keiji Inafune, as while it was his drive and passion that brought the series to life, many of the odd decisions that negatively impacted it can also be traced directly back to him. It was Inafune that wanted Blade Warriors to chase after the casual fighting game market. Inafune that thought Paris and Jean Reno would deliver massive sales in Onimusha 3, and ultimately, it was Inafune that saw the series go from PS2 frontrunner to openly chasing the pack to dead within a single generation. The issue was that as his career progressed, Inafune became increasingly negative about the state of the Japanese video game market, famously saying in a 2009 speech at TGS that the sector would only survive by pivoting towards Western audiences. In his position as Capcom head of production, he pushed the company increasingly away from its Eastern roots, creating series like Lost Planet, Dead Rising and Shadow of Rome, all of which were custom built to chase American and European success. And he made sure that existing properties like Street Fighter and Resident Evil did everything possible to shed the trappings of the past. For a series like Onimusha, one which was so deeply rooted in concepts that Western audiences didn't quite understand, Oda Nobunaga and Samanosuke Akechi, Takeshi Kaneshiro and Yusaku Matsuda, Sengoku history and Oni myth, well, it simply didn't line up with Inafune's vision for the future of the company. In fact, the man himself said as much. In an interview with OneUp.com in 2007, when asked about the possibility of a next-generation Onimusha, Inafune replied that the truth was he'd much rather make Mega Man Legends 3, as that was where his heart truly lay. This twin sickness of an audience slowly losing interest and a creator whose philosophy leaves it behind would be terminal for even the most well-established of franchises. But in combination with Capcom's late 2000s recovery, there was simply no reason to ever make another Onimusha. So, as we usually do in these retrospectives, let's end by examining if Onimusha could ever make a comeback. Something which is particularly pertinent considering Capcom have recently been surveying fans about which of their older IP they would like to see return. Well, despite my love for the franchise and the romance in my heart, the reality is that the crushing failure of both the Onimusha Warlords remaster and the Netflix anime mean that the answer is a pretty obvious no. The only way it could potentially come back into relevancy is if Capcom poured an enormous amount of resources into a Resident Evil remake style project. But given that there hasn't been a commercially successful Onimusha game since 2002, I think that's highly unlikely. The reality is that other dormant series like Dino Crisis, Dead Rising and Mega Man would all be brought back long before Onimusha. And despite its massive contribution to Capcom's history, this is one franchise that I am sadly confident we will never see again. But my friends, that doesn't have to be a bad thing. Just because a series isn't getting new entries doesn't mean we can't breathe new life into its legacy and give it the credit that it richly deserves. While Onimusha might not have become a multi-decade mega franchise, its contribution to the action game genre is undeniable, paving the way for seminal titles like Devil May Cry and God of War, and essentially codifying how third-person combat would work for the next 2 decades. Similarly, those grand ambitions of a video game that felt like a Hollywood movie, well, they laid the groundwork for everything that defines modern AAA development. Boundary-pushing visuals with creative direction, movie standard orchestration with no loss in quality, real actors using motion capture to deliver believable performances. These are the qualities that make series like The Last of Us, Spider-Man and Red Dead Redemption so popular, and arguably they all owe a debt to Onimusha for proving that this formula could work, and that video games could stand toe-to-toe with anything on the big screen. Finally, and possibly most importantly, I think Onimusha should be remembered as one of the first video games to really try and bring Japanese history and culture out into the wider world, and capitalise on Western fascination with that unique set of islands. While this strategy might not have worked back in the early 2000s, the world is now a very different place. And thanks to games like Ghost of Tsushima, Rise of the Ronin and Neo, and TV shows like Blue-Eyed Samurai and Shogun, there's been an explosion of interest in everything that Onimusha was built upon. In fact, even Capcom are heading back into this space, with the recent announcement of Kunitsugami, Path of the Goddess, which looks like a feast of colourful Oni-like visuals and fast-paced third-person combat. While Onimusha might not have bridged the cultural divide during its lifetime, it certainly feels like an important step in introducing non-Japanese gamers to this enthralling feudal world. And for anyone who's currently obsessed with all things samurai and shogun, I highly recommend giving the series a chance. So while its time might be over, I would say that Onimusha's place in video game history is more than secure. And though new stories might not ever be written, like the Sengoku era heroes and monstrous Oni, its achievements and ambitions will live on in a legend that lasts forever. Thanks for watching. So I typically end my videos with a special thanks to my patrons and a gentle reminder that it's their support that keeps the channel alive. But this time that message is more important than ever. Unfortunately, in February I was diagnosed with skin cancer, and despite undergoing surgery in March, it sadly didn't resolve the problem. I'm currently waiting on a round of quite serious tests and 2 further surgeries, which will hopefully turn everything around. I won't lie to you, it's been utterly miserable. And while I've got the support of an incredible girlfriend, a loving family and some very caring friends, I've really struggled to keep my head up during this process. This is why I want to say the most heartfelt thank you to the people who pledged to the Patreon and kept their membership live during the wait for this video. I'm keenly aware that it's taken far longer than I originally intended, but to be totally honest, at points it's been very hard to work. I really hope that this video goes some way to repaying you for keeping me afloat. And while it's a kindness I can never repay, God and health willing, I'll do my best. So once again, thanks for watching, thanks for supporting me, and thanks for thinking of me. I'll hopefully see you on the next one.